Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Deep. In the last 6 months, a lot has changed in the world. People and Pokémon have grown together a lot greater, the bond is strengthening as a whole. Contests, tournaments and races of all sorts have become more popular. The future for all regions is becoming greater even with the high population of the world of Pokémon. The wonderful beings of diversity and evolution at the helm of it, whether with a human or in the wild. Yet despite the efforts of everyone trying to make a great future, there are still those who abuse Pokémon for personal gain or to commit atrocities or even to hurt others just for fun, no matter what happens to the Pokémon. In an undisclosed location inside a large facility, it was quiet. 2 men were walking down a hallway wearing uniforms. One man spoke, "You know, mate. Do you think we are going to begin full operations once again and make our presence known to the world again, especially the Kanto and Johto regions?" The second man shrugged his shoulders to answer this. "I don't know, the leaders of the great Team Rocket have been silent lately. It is quite odd." It was revealed they were 2 Team Rocket grunts and it was an unknown Team Rocket facility. The first grunt spoke again. "Do you think it might have something to do with the new champion, that we have been quiet?" The second grunt shook his head. "What was his name?" "Ash Ketchum. He is only a little kid, he couldn't possibly have a chance against Team Rocket." The first grunt smirked to this claim, "Although rumor has it, he has been causing trouble for 2 of our operatives for years, and the fact he defeated the old champion would make him a worthy opponent." The second grunt made a laugh towards this. "You really expect that little champion to be a match for any of us, much less for the bosses, of Giovanni himself?" The second grunt had held his hands up into fists and smiled. "I would love to take on the champion and bring him down a notch or 2 and show the world the protector of the Kanto and Johto regions is just a weak kid." The first grunt was amused by the arrogance of the other grunt. "Be careful what you wish for. The champions have disrupted some of our operations in the past before." The 2 grunts proceeded down the rest of the hallway heading down. But as they passed by, a Pokémon stepped out of the shadows and looked down at the grunts who were walking. It was an Espion and was watching them carefully. Suddenly a figure stepped out from the shadows dressed in a Team Rocket uniform, looked before turning the way they came and said, "Let's go, Espion." The Sun Pokémon looked to the human and made a nod. "I sense no other Pokémon near." The person nodded as his face was slightly concealed and said quietly, "Good, let's hope it stays that way." The human walked down the hallway, followed closely by the Espion, which became apparent was the human's Pokémon. "So do we know exactly what we are looking for?" The human shook his head but didn't speak. The professor said, "They had stolen a container from him a couple of months ago. So we are here to return it, but also make sure we disable the systems here so Team Rocket here will be vulnerable to the authorities." It appeared the 2 were having a telepathic conversation, which was peculiar for a human. They entered a room which connected the hallways. There were at least 3 Team Rocket grunts stood in there having an idle chat while the concealed man and the Espion walked by looking non-suspicious. "So are we going to get some action soon? I want to steal some little trainer's Pokémon." Another grunt laughed. "Yeah, we have been so quiet, I am itching for some action. Bring a gym leader down a peg or 2-inch." The man made a small glare towards them even though his face was partially covered. He looked away and continued down the path while a rocket grunt was looking at him and was grinning. "Hey man, you look lost." The man looked to him and said, "I am looking for the manifest room, I need to return a Pokémon for collection later." The grunt stood up and nodded. "No problem man, follow me." The man nodded as he and his Espion followed the grunt, who began leading down a hallway. The grunt looked back. "So where did you get the Espion man? I haven't many with them except the big shots." The man made a smile saying, "Let's just say, a trainer, gave it to me." The grunt made a laugh towards this. "Nice man, feels good stealing Pokémon, doesn't it?" The Espion walking with its trainer made a smile towards this. "If only he knew." The man smiled towards the Espion as the man led them towards a double door with a keypad next to it as they turned right. "Here we are." The grunt punched in a key code. The door came open. "In here man." The grunt stepped and the man stepped in to see a room full of items and stolen items such as a rack of Pokeball. The man stepped in and the door closed behind them and the grunt said, "All right, mate. So what do you need to return?" The man made a smile and said, "Actually I am here to recover." The grunt was confused, "What?" The man didn't waste any time, "Psychic Espion." The Espion eyes lit up blue energy and immediately the grunt was trapped in energy and subdued. He wasn't being mentally attacked but he was trapped in energy. "What are you doing?" The man smiled and looked away and around the room. He saw many cases stacked up on one rack and stepped forward. He began looking at the labels one by one and he walked across looking at each of them. He went through the labels seeing they weren't what he was looking for. He looked to the grunt who was trapped by Espion and he said to him, "Where is the case stolen from Professor Oak?" The grunt spat at him, "I don't negotiate with traitors." The man made a sigh before saying calmly, "Answer my questions and I will see to it you are not harmed. And second, I am not even a member of Team Rocket." The grunt glared even further towards this, "So an infiltrator then, your Espion doesn't scare me." Espion made a little glare, "Do you want me to put more pressure on?" The man looked to his Espion, "No, as much as he is Team Rocket, you don't hurt people even how wrong they are. It doesn't achieve anything and it makes us as bad as them." The man took a step forward and said to the grunt, "Look, what have you got to gain by protecting a case that doesn't belong to Team Rocket? I am only here to collect back what was stolen. Are you really going to make this worse on yourself just for a case?" The Rocket grunt looked down with his eyes for a moment as he thought about it. He realized the infiltrator was right, that nothing to be gained from defending the case. "All right, fine, it is to my left and on the middle shelf." The man looked to his right and walked to the shelvings. He looked and saw a case that was labeled as Professor Oak's property and the man smiled. He took it and placed it on the floor. He then opened the container to something peculiar. He saw it was an arrangement of patterned and strange colored stones. There was many in them and he saw another one which was in the form of a watch with a symbol at the top. "What are these?" The grunt shouted out, "Only Professor Oak and the bosses know. They are expected to be collected by an executive for transporting to our headquarters." The man hearing this closed the container and picked it up. He then strapped it around him in the form of a bag with a strap. He then walked back towards the door with Espion continuing to hold the grunt. The man looked to the grunt, "Where is your power generator room?" The grunt then spoke, "Why, you said you were only here for the case." The man nodded, I need to make sure I can get out." The grunt looked down before relenting, "Okay, it is 2 doors down from here. You need a code to enter. The code is Persian." The man shook his head, "Persian. Named after Giovanni's I assume." The grunt nodded as Ash spoke, "Espion, bind him with those ropes and use that tape for his mouth." The Rocket grunt was shocked and said, "You said." The man however interrupted him, "I said, you would not be harmed and I am honoring my word, but you can't give us away. Don't worry, someone will find you. But until then we can't let you ruin our escape." Espion took the ropes with Psychic and bound up his arms and legs before getting tape and placing it over his mouth, and he started murmuring, trying to speak. The man nodded to him until Espion followed him once more. They exited the room with the case in tow attached to the man's back in a bag. He looked around before the door closed behind him. He looked to his right and he made his way down at a quick pace to ensure the element of surprise would remain. He knew his cover was going to be blown soon, but until his final objective is complete, that is all that matters. In the manifest room the Rocket grunt was struggling to get out of his bindings as the Espion had placed them tightly around him. He was struggling badly and said out loud, "I got to alert the base." He looked around quickly, looking for something to be able to work with. He suddenly saw an alarm button on the wall next to him. He smiled and he slowly began angling himself around. He could still move his legs well, and after struggling through he finally positioned himself and lifted up his bound legs. He then pushed them forward and smiled as he pressed the alarm button. Just outside and arriving at their destination, the man and his Espion saw red lights come on and an alarm sound had gone off. The man grunted, "We are running out of time, let's finish this up." The Espion nodded as the man punched into code to the door which read positive and the double door opened. He ran in and saw two grunts standing guard and saw him. "Hey, why are you coming in here? There is an alert. This room is sealed." The man grunted for a moment and hesitated before saying, "Espion, psychic." The Espion quickly had his eyes light up again before grabbing the two grunts and holding them against the wall. The concealed man closed the door and immediately saw a camera recording looking down at him in the room. In a control room, two operatives looking into the camera system saw the concealed man with his Espion in the generator room. One operative made a laugh towards this. Looks like we have an intruder. Put the base on high alert, and I want a squad ready outside the generator room." The man seeing the camera grunted upon this. He took out a pokeball and threw it. "Garchomp, let's go." The pokeball opened to reveal a powerful Garchomp who stood in front of him. Garchomp used brick break and hold the door shut. The Garchomp nodded and powered up both of his claws. He then smashed them into the door on both parts and begun holding them. Ash then ran up to the main computer console and looked onto it. "We are running out of time." One grunt made a laugh. "You realize you have no escape, squads will be coming here now just to stop and capture you right now." The man ignored them and begun typing and pressing keys on the computer which controlled the power generator. "I just hope all that training with computers pays off now, otherwise this will be extremely difficult after this." Suddenly there was struggling at the door which Garchomp was holding still and was trying to keep them closed. The man saw Garchomp struggling a little. "Hold on a bit longer, Garchomp, almost there." The man typed through and eventually he pressed a few final buttons. He then pressed the final key and the screen went red. "That should do it now." The man zoomed to see the door stopped moving and he said, "Garchomp, step back." Garchomp released the door and stepped back and the man said to Espion, "Bind them with the rope there." Espion saw some more rope which proved convenient and set about using psychic and binding up the grunts. They all then faced the door and readied for it. "Garchomp, get ready with straight Draco Meteor." Garchomp readied itself and a small orb appeared in front of Garchomp's head. The door came online once more and the concealed man held up his arm waiting for Garchomp to go. The door made a jolt and it begun to open. "Now." Garchomp then fired the Draco Meteor where multiple projectiles of dragon energy unleashed from the orb which fired forward through the door creating a gap as many rocket grunts and their Pokémon got pushed back by this. The man made a smile and said, "Alright, let's get out of here now." The man and his Pokémon immediately jumped through the doorway to see many Pokémon were wounded by the Draco Meteor attack which provided them an opening to escape as they ran through and begun running up the hallway. Some of the grunts recovered and one shouted, "After him now." Many got up and begun to give chase to the man and his Pokémon. They ran down many hallways as more grunts begun to give chase to the man. As they made a run towards an exit which became in sight. The man looked back and saw how many grunts were chasing as they came to the exit. They ran outside into broad daylight. Garchomp Dragon Pulse at the door. Garchomp quickly turned around and powered up a sphere of energy before shooting it forward into the entryway causing smoke. The man smiled to this saying, "Great, now Espion use Calm Mind and then multiple future sight." Espion nodded and became enveloped in blue energy for a moment which strengthened him before his eyes glowed. He then repeated it a couple of times as they backed up as they were on an upper part of the base which they came to an edge of a wall on a cliff. The smoke cleared and multiple grunts came running out. They surrounded the man and threw out their Pokeballs summoning their Pokémon which mainly consisted of poison-type Pokémon such as Venomoth, some Golbat, Tauros and a couple of Rhydons. The concealed man looked around to see he was surrounded and stood as a big man stepped outside shaking his head who was wearing what looked like black sunglasses. The rocket leader stepped forward and smiled, "I got to hand it to you, raiding into a Team Rocket base like that. It takes guts. But you are a fool too." The man looked on as the rocket leader took out a Pokeball and threw it out to reveal a Skarmory which cawed towards them. "I think it is time to give up now, you're impossibly outnumbered. If you surrender now, I promise that you will walk away whole, or does this need to get ugly?" The man made a smile which confused the rocket leader until sudden attack of psychic energy pierced into multiple Pokémon, making them faint or collapse down as Skarmory was hit but was phased by the attack. What the? The man smiled towards this as the rocket leader shouted, Skarmory, use Steel Wing now. The Skarmory wings lit up and charged forward. Now Garchomp use Brick Break. Garchomp powered up its claws and charged forward, intercepting to steal Pokémon and throwing it back down. The rocket leader grunted at this as Garchomp landed back in front of the concealed man. Great work Garchomp, return. The man took a Pokeball and returned Garchomp to the Pokeball before looking back to the rocket leader. Even though he was in a rocket uniform, his eyes were concealed with the hat. The rocket leader glared and said, do you really think you can escape after all of this? The man smiled, which confused the rocket leader. Suddenly a sound could be heard and electricity begun sparking off all electrical equipment and was being disabled. The grunts and the rocket leader saw the base was getting shut down by the electrical discharge as small pieces of hardware flared out with smoke. The rocket leader was shocked by this and shouted, what have you done? The man simply nodded to him and said, I tampered with your generator, which has disabled all electricity for your base, so now you are vulnerable. The man grunted and prepared another Pokeball until suddenly explosions occurred around him. Many electrical bolts fired from above and hit a Pokémon or made a small explosion to confuse the grunts. The man looked up to see a big flying Pokémon flying down towards them. He took a closer look at it and was immediately shocked by this, a Zapdos. The big flying Pokémon was indeed a Zapdos as it flew down firing multiple electrical attacks. Suddenly a small Pokémon jumped off the Zapdos and suddenly an electrical sphere formed on its tail and it shot down towards the leader. He immediately jumped back for the sphere to smash into the ground in front of him and cause smoke blocking his vision of the Infiltrator. The small Pokémon landed on the man's shoulder, who stroked his face. Good timing Pikachu, good timing. The man ran towards the edge with Pikachu and Espion waiting as the Zapdos came flying by. Let's get out of here, Zapdos. Zapdos came flying alongside and the man jumped on its back along with the Pikachu and Espion. Alright, let's head back now. The Zapdos nodded and immediately begun flying up in altitude and begun flying away. The smoke cleared for the rocket leader to see the Infiltrator flying away on the Zapdos heading away at a quick speed. He grunted angrily, absolutely useless. I need to speak to Giovanni about this. A grunt then stood up next to him, but sir, all electrical systems are knocked out, it isn't possible. The leader then shouted at him, so fix it before someone else comes along to mess things up. The Zapdos was flying away, who smiled greatly, we actually pulled it off, I didn't expect it to be easy. The Pikachu laughed towards this and spoke, you always assumed the worst. The man shook his head before turning to the Espion who was sat beside him on the Zapdos, you did amazing in there Espion, you're becoming stronger every day. He gave the Espion a slide on its ear and said back, thanks. I did quite enjoy the whole sneaking thing. And you're welcome Ash. The man immediately took off his hat and it was revealed that the man was Ash Ketchum, current Pokémon champion of the Kanto and Johto region. Zapdos, who was ahead, asked, so did you get the case? Ash took the case off his back and held it, yeah, and it is Professor Oak's. Espion became curious and asked, so what is in the case Ash? Ash shook his head, many stones with strange patterns and symbols. I have no idea what they are for those, so maybe Professor Oak will tell us when we return them to him. Pikachu then curiously said, well, we better not keep the others waiting. The Zapdos narrowed his eyes with a smile a little, I am going fast but not too fast so you lot don't fall off, but I can if you want to. Ash made a smirk to this, well technically I can fly myself. But Zapdos smiled as they flew on, heading off into the distance further away from the rocket base with their mission complete. Chapter 2, Welcome. Word had spread to Saffron City about the Team Rocket base that was disabled and damaged in close proximity to the city. When the authorities were informed, the police force led by Officer Jenny were immediately dispatched to secure the site. When people heard that it was the Pokémon champion who had done the deed, it was inspiring to them. knowing the fact that the new champion was looking out for the people and was making sure criminals were brought to justice. People and trainers were being amazed by the news, which was only a couple of hours old. Further to the west, having passed Viridian City, Ash was on his way home on Zapdos. Pikachu sat on his shoulder and Espion was sat beside him as home was nearing their view. The same place which was given to him by the former champion Lance, who is currently undercover at another location. Ash looked to Pikachu and said, "I hope the others have been behaving themselves." Pikachu looked and snickered to him, "Well, the only one you need to be worried about is Charizard." Ash made a puff towards this. "Only when it comes to the workout room, him and those weights, but at least he is working out and keeping himself fit. You could follow his example." Pikachu crossed his arms while Espion made a chuckle towards this. "What are you laughing about?" Espion looked towards the mouse Pokémon. "Ash is correct a little, maybe a run on the treadmill will help with all that ketchup you have been having on your sandwiches." Pikachu looked away and glared. "I can't help it, ketchup is good." Ash looked to Espion and they both made a grin to each other as Zapdos spoke up, "We are home now, passengers." Ash looked ahead to see their home was in sight just ahead of them. They all smiled as Zapdos lowered down and landed in the front drive where a black car was sitting. Ash jumped off with Pikachu and Espion. "All right Zapdos, go and get some rest." Zapdos nodded and he spread his wings and took back off and headed around the house. Ash was still wearing the Team Rocket outfit minus the hat as he was keeping it for infiltration, but he quickly took off the fleece to reveal his black with blue patterns fleece. The trio walked up the steps to the house. Ash got out his key and unlocked the door and opened it with Pikachu immediately running in and Espion walked in besides Ash. Where they saw a man waiting. "Ah, Master Ash, glad to see you are back, sir." Ash smiled as he got rid of the rocket trousers to just his normal champion ones. "Hello Alfred, how is everyone?" Alfred happily smiled. "They are all content and in fine condition, sir, and Professor Oak is here for you." Ash was surprised as he saw Professor Oak in the front at the TV with Snivy, Lucario, and Charizard watching the news. And police officers arrived at the site moments ago and have arrested some operatives of Team Rocket, while the majority had evacuated before the police arrival. Alfred made a smile. "Everyone seems to be admiring your handiwork, sir." Ash smiled and walked forward towards everyone as Oak noticed him. "Ah, Ash, glad to see you all arrived back safe from your mission." Ash made a smile towards him. "Yes, it was successful and I recovered what they had stolen from you." The 18-year-old champion took the case attached to his back and presented it to Professor. "Thank you Ash, my research onto this was about complete when they took it, I just need to make the final report now on my findings." Ash was curious as he said, "So Professor, what are the stones in there?" Oak smiled at the boy's curiosity. "I will show you." Ash nodded and took out a Pokeball and threw it to reveal out Garchomp. "Thanks for the help Garchomp." The mock Pokémon held an arm up as if doing a thumbs up. Oak set the case on the table in front of the couch and prepared it while Ash, Alfred, Pikachu, Garchomp, Espion, Snivy and Garchomp gathered around. Oak then unlocked and opened the case to show the set of stones which were all fitted in well. He took one out which was the one attached to a sort of band. "You see, this collection of stones was given to me by a friend of mine, Dr. Fuji, who lives in Lavender Town. He did research on these stone and handed them to me." Ash then got curious and asked, "So do we know what they do?" Oak shook his head. "Not completely, we do however understand two things about them so far. One, it is apparently supposed to be able to transform the bond between a trainer and its Pokémon through these stones into something new entirely." Everyone listened as Oak continued, "And the other thing is, in only certain Pokémon, it is able to awaken a hidden potential in them with the help of their trainer when they hold the correct stone. What it is however we haven't able to figure out what it is yet." Ash looked down and said, "Don't worry Professor, I am sure you will figure it out." Oak smiled and kindly said, "I appreciate your faith Ash, but I have a different idea." The young champion was curious as Oak said, "I was planning on giving them to you before they were stolen." Ash was surprised by saying, "Really, but what about the research?" Oak shook his head. "You misunderstand my boy, I believe you could help. I have determined the bond between the trainer and Pokémon is the key to discovering what these stones do, so I believe the bond between you and your Pokémon will help greatly, so I want you to have it. Oak took out the bracelet which had a small stone embedded into it. Oak then handed this to Ash. This may be a key component. I have decided it be dubbed the key stone, that small stone in the bracelet. The other stones, however, through my research I have found make a connection to a specific Pokémon. Ash held the keystone bracelet and looked at the strange symbol. What kind of potential does this have? Oak then looked through the stones and found, you see, I have also found out some of your Pokémon here have the ability to form a connection to these stones, and I have learned Charizard is one of them. Ash was curious. Really, he has the potential? Oak quickly nodded. Yes, I have found this out. More of your Pokémon may, but I haven't been able to find out which yet. Maybe you can find out, as I also discover the stones make a small glow if they are given to the correct Pokémon and they transfer into the Pokémon's body until it is recalled. Ash was impressed by this. Wow, I would like to find out what this potential is. Oak made a chuckle towards this. Well, my boy, you may so find out one day. I leave these to you. Oak then turned away. Anyway, Ash, I best be going. I need to return to the lab immediately. Ash made a nod towards this. Okay, Professor, give Tracy and the others my best. Oak nodded to this. Will do, Ash. See you soon and do your best as usual for people. Oak then turned away and went out the doorway before closing it behind him. Ash looked back to the stones and he placed the bracelet with the key stone back in and closed the case. I will look into this later. Right now I need to check on everyone. Alfred immediately intervened. You wish, sir. I could run a check on the computer and see if I can find any information on the computer system, see if there is anything on these stones and what they possibly do. Ash smiled towards Alfred. Thanks, Alfred, if it isn't a problem, but don't spend too long on it. The butler nodded to him. Yes, sir, I will take the case with me. Alfred shut the case and carried it off down the hallway, heading for a door. Ash smiled until he noticed Lucario meditating with his ears raised on the sofa. Ash made a chuckle and said, Lucario, if you want to meditate, why not do it outside in the nice weather? Lucario's ears dropped down and his eyes opened. I found comfort in this position, master. Ash made a sigh. Lucario, I am your friend, not your master. Lucario smiled and stood up, but I feel you are more a friend and master at same time. Ash sighed before he walked outside onto the balcony. He looked down to see Sceptile and Torterra along with Staraptor perched on Torterra's tree were all conversing. Unpheasant was sat on the wall looking to the forest, while Zapdos, who had settled down, was resting next to the pool. Suddenly Garchomp shouted, Hey Pikachu, race you into the pool. Pikachu snickered towards this. Oh no, you don't. Both Pokémon immediately began charging and leaped over the balcony, and Ash watched along with Espion and Snivy in amusement as they both plummeted into the water. They made a splash which did have the negative impact of soaking Zapdos, who immediately got angry with them and begun sparking electricity. Do you mind? The pair, surfacing and hearing Zapdos, apologized quickly to him, as the legendary could be short-tempered especially when resting. Ash chuckled as Snivy jumped on the balcony and joined them. Hey Snivy, things been quiet since we had been gone. The grass snake Pokémon nodded to him. Yeah, we were all relaxing, but Charizard had dropped some weights after carrying too many. Ash made a face palm after hearing that. What am I going to do with him sometimes? Snivy made a smile towards this. I don't know, he enjoys working out. Ash was about to question on his whereabouts until he saw him fly overhead heading down to join in the conversation with Sceptile, Torterra and Staraptor. Ash smiled to this and Espion sat next to him. Espion, why don't you have some rest? You have been working hard today. The sun Pokémon looked down towards this. I guess so, Ash, maybe just 10 minutes next to the pool will do the trick. Espion made a small yawn before standing up and walking down the steps towards the pool, and Snivy decided to join him and made her way down. Ash looked around to see everyone was accounted for. But he suddenly realized something, as someone was appeared to be missing. Wait a minute, where is Law? Suddenly, before he could finish, his eyes got covered by a pair of claws. Guess who? Ash made a sigh upon knowing who it was. Oh, there you are, Latias. It was indeed the female Ian Pokémon who retracted the claws from Ash and made a giggle. Ash turned around towards her, who immediately nuzzled his face, and Ash returned it by hugging her. "I missed you, Ash." The young champion made a sigh. "I have only been gone a few hours, Latias." The Ian Pokémon then looked pleadingly at him. "That is more than enough for me to miss you." Latias immediately without warning pressed her lips against Ash's as she held him into a kiss. Ash returned it himself. All of the Pokémon were now aware of the relationship between the two, and while some were shocked out by it, everyone has come to accept it, as they told him it wasn't the first time in history a human and Pokémon loved each other, just not this level as Ash and Latias. However, there were those who were disgusted by the relationship, mainly Bayleaf, who had feelings for Ash and even attacked Latias for it. But she proved no match for the Ian Pokémon, and while Ash managed to calm her and cheer her up, time will tell if she has truly gotten over it. Apart from the Pokémon, no one else truly knows about the two, not even Professor Oak, Delia, or Alfred. Ash believed even telling them would be going too far, as he believed they would be disgusted. Ash wanted to be able to be with Latias openly without fear of anyone being disgusted, but her human form does have its advantages. They separated from the kiss they had, and Ash asked her, "How come you waited until now to show yourself?" Latias made a giggle towards this. "Just felt like surprising you, Ash." The young champion sighed towards this and turned to the pool as Latias joined him at his side. "So has everyone behaved themselves, Latias, while I was away?" The Ian Pokémon made a smile towards this. "Yeah, you could say they." Latias looked down to see the pool and got an idea as she backed up a little. Ash was looking towards Espion to see he had jumped onto a sunbed and curled up. Snivy was sitting on the edge of the pool watching Pikachu and Garchomp. He smiled until he suddenly found himself getting thrown over the balcony barrier as he saw Latias pushing him. He made a small yelp as he went plummeting into the pool and causing another splash which soaked Zapdos again. "I swear, if I get splashed one more time." Latias looked down and was laughing. "Have a nice splash, Ash." Pikachu held a thumbs up. "Nice, Latias, be prepared." Suddenly a light occurred in the pool which was a little bright. Suddenly a figure came flying out of the pool with water spooling around. It was Ash in his Pokémon form. A dark blue-colored Latios which he had obtained almost 2 years ago from his deceased friend and Latias's brother Latios. He made a smirk. "So you're going to be like that? Two can play at that game." Latias made a giggle and said, "You have to catch me first." Immediately she darted heading for the forest, and Ash made immediate chase. Pikachu made a sigh towards this. "Do you think they know what public decency is?" Immediately there was an uproar of laughs coming from Garchomp, Charizard, Espion, Sceptile and Torterra, and Pikachu was confused. What's so funny?" Espion managed to find his words and said, "You say that, yet you have no ground to stand on." Pikachu looked away and said, "I don't know what you mean." Torterra made smug smile. "Well, Pikachu, at least Ash is being discreet about it." Espion shook his head saying, "At least they are not kissing directly in front of us or flirting outrageously, unlike you and a certain someone." Pikachu was trying to find words but simply looked away. "Can't you let me comment for once?" Espion looked to Snivy, who made a small glare towards him. "Sorry, Snivy, need to make sure Pikachu isn't badmouthing Ash about something that Pikachu is doing himself." Snivy titled her head and looked away as Espion lied back down to rest. Latias, who was in the forest outside the home's perimeter, was flying away trying to find a place to hide from Ash, as she sometimes pushes him into a game of hide and seek. She looked back to see she wasn't being followed anymore. She stopped and was confused. Suddenly, however, she was jumped from behind and turned just in time to see Ash grab her and send them down into the ground. She was lying on her back and shook her head to see Ash above her. "Looks like I win this time." Latias was slightly confused, saying, "How did you manage to get ahead of me?" Ash in his Latios form was quick to reply, "Well, you didn't exactly go your quickest." The female Ian Pokémon made a grin to this. It's not like I didn't want to be caught." Ash made a smile as Latias leaned up and pressed Ash into another kiss, who was immediately taken in. They held it for a moment until they separated and Ash left her get up as she lifted off the ground again and Ash looked back to the house which was in view. And Latias saw him. You okay? The Latios smiled towards her. Yeah, just yesterday I have been asked to go to a school to help teach some kids who aren't old enough to be trainers yet. It is outside Viridian City and tomorrow I will be going. Latias smiled happily to this. That sounds like it will be fun. As made a nod towards this. Yeah, I am going to bring Espion, Charizard and Torterra, but I am thinking right now about who else. Not Zapdos because he needs rest and well. I think he would be intimidating to the kids. Latias made a giggle. Yeah, he is getting annoyed with getting splashed. Anyway, yeah, I'll come, I would like to see what it's like. The Latios made a smile towards her before he spoke. Thanks Latias, so I assume you're not going to be showing off then. Latias tilted her head, not amused. Do I look like Charizard? Ash made a laugh towards this as she had mentioned the flying Pokémon. Yeah, I guess not. Latias made a stuck smile towards him. I thought you knew me better than that. She immediately took off heading back to the home and Ash smiled looking at her. I certainly do Latias. He immediately went flying after her as they were making their way back to the home. Chapter 3, Young Generation. Today Ash was on his way towards a school for young children, prepping them ready for when they will go out on their journeys with Pokémon. He was currently past Viridian City and would soon be arriving at the school to chat and give the young ones some experience with Pokémon up close. Ash had to carefully choose his Pokémon today. He had selected the 6 accompanying him today. As always, Pikachu was coming along as them two never go anywhere without each other. Ash had decided some Pokémon like Zapdos would be too much for the kids to comprehend, so he was out of the equation and he had brought along Snivy, Torterra, Lucario, Espion and Latias for obvious reasons. Everyone excluding Pikachu and Latias were in their Pokeball, but Latias was walking in human form to remain discreet. Ash looked to Pikachu and said, so looking forward to playing with the kids, Pikachu. The mouse Pokémon looked away and sulked. I don't mind kids except when they get touchy. I wouldn't have come. Ash smiled happily, but I guess we gave you no choice. Pikachu quickly nodded. Yeah, that was not fair at all. You all teamed up on me, so I had no choice. Ash and Latias made a grin to each other and Ash said, admit it Pikachu, you like playing with kids. Pikachu made a sigh and said, as long as they don't touch my cheeks, tail or ears. I will be fine. It was true, earlier they put Pikachu in a situation where he had to come along and wasn't given a choice. Flashback. At the champion home. Ash was putting his hat on and readying to go. Latias floated next to him and Ash turned to her. So Latias, ready to go see some kids today? Latias nodded quickly and happily spoke, yeah, this will be a new experience for me. The young champion looked to see Pikachu sat on the couch looking at the TV and Ash said, Pikachu, you coming? The mouse Pokémon immediately shook his head, no thanks, I will pass. Ash was surprised by this. Really, you don't want to come? Before he could answer, Espion ran over and said, I am coming. Ash smiled and gave Espion a slide on his ear. Thanks Espion, but Pikachu, why aren't you coming? Pikachu looked down and said in a not bothered voice, look, I don't want to be dragged around by kids today, and I have done it plenty of times too. Ash shook his head and said, come on Pikachu. All he got for an answer was, no thanks. Ash looked down a little and looked to see Snivy, who was sat next to Pikachu. Hey Snivy, do you want come along today? The grass snake Pokémon looked up to him and said, sure, I do need to get out a little anyway. Pikachu immediately became shocked by this as Snivy jumped off the chair and walked over to Ash. What, you are going to leave me all alone? Snivy made a sigh towards this and said, you can always come along Pikachu, then you won't be left all alone. Pikachu looked down and cringed, no, I don't want to go. Snivy's smile dropped, come on Pikachu, it might be fun. The mouse Pokémon shook his head quickly, no way, I am not setting foot on another school, ever. Flashback end. Pikachu sighed towards this, yeah, I had no choice when Snivy wanted to go along. Ash made a sigh towards this and said, maybe some time out will be good for you. Why can't you be as enthusiastic as Espion or Latias? Pikachu looked to him and made a massive smile for a couple of seconds before he looked back to the road to see a building coming into sight. Well, that's a little better, Pikachu. They saw the small school was ahead of them and Ash looked to Latias. You may want to go invisible now, so we can give you a grand entrance. Latias made a giggle towards this. Okay. She immediately changed form back into her Pokémon form and then went invisible. Ash only knew she was there because his aura abilities were able to sense her aura, as it is strong in most if not all legendaries. They arrived at the main entrance to see a playground along with a big area in front of the main building. They looked around to see someone step outside and immediately noticed them. It was a woman in about her 20s who ran up. Ah, Champion Ash. It is an honor to meet you. I'm Trisha, and I am a teacher here. Ash returned it. Nice to meet you, Trisha. He turned to Pikachu, still getting used to people greeting me like that. Pikachu made a grin as Trisha looked to him. We are very grateful you were able to come today to meet the kids. Ash kindly said towards the teacher, I am happy to. I always like to advise or be able to teach others. Trisha nodded and said, if you would like to follow me, we can begin right away. Ash followed behind her and said, I decided to bring some of my Pokémon today, if you would like the kids to see some Pokémon up close. Trisha smiled hugely to this. That is kind of you, Champion Ash, if it isn't a bother. Ash made a sigh and said, please, just call me Ash. And it isn't, they are all calm Pokémon. Latias, who was cloaked and followed Ash, smiled, going to compliment us all day, Ash. The young champion smiled, got to speak the truth, Latias. They entered the school through the main door and Trisha said, is this your first time at a small school? Ash immediately shook his head, no, I have been to a lot in my time as a trainer. The teacher happily smiled, saying to him, great, then this should be easy for you, Ash. They approached their destination with a room with many windows and a door to the outside. Ash waited outside as Trisha stepped in with another teacher who was much older. The older woman stepped out with Trisha and said, Champion Ash, it is an honor, we can't thank you enough for taking time to come today. Ash immediately spoke, oh, please, I am happy to attend, makes a change in my schedule. The woman smiled happily, my name is Eleanor, I am the head of this small school. Our class is inside. Basically we would like you to say a few things to them and then we will let them outside for their break. Ash happily replied to this, I have brought some of my Pokémon with me so, maybe they could see some up close outside. Eleanor was quick to reply, what a wonderful suggestion. That was very kind of you. Eleanor then stepped back in as Trisha waited with Ash, class. Eleanor saw the 20 kids who were present immediately settle down and she spoke, class, before you have your break. We have invited a special guest today to talk to you about Pokémon and how to best live with them. The kids got excited as one shouted, who is it? Ash smiled to Pikachu as he was getting an introduction, let's meet him, kids. Please welcome, Ash Ketchum, the Pokémon champion. Ash took this as his cue to walk along with Trisha and he smiled to the kids who immediately got overly excited, the champion, that really powerful guy. Wow, the champion, is this a dream? Ash was amused by all the comments he was hearing and said, hello kids, pleased to meet you all, as you heard I am the current champion. But please just call me Ash and I am happy to be here today to talk to you about Pokémon. The kids excitedly bombarded him with questions and Ash sighed a little as Eleanor spoke, kids settle down. One by one they all settled down as Ash begun, now kids, before I get started, I want to know what you know already. Ash looked to see they all giving him their full attention, so what do you know about Pokémon already? Some of the kids put their hands up and Ash pointed to one, they are animals and we play with them. Ash was surprised by that answer and said, you are correct there that we lay with them. He pointed to another child, we play, care and be with them. Ash smiled happily to that, that is correct, a good answer. So let me say some things. The kids all paid attention as Ash begun, so, a Pokémon, it is a being, with lots of power and amazing wonder. They live in our world all over. And they give us, a lot of paths to take in what we do in life. Ash looked down a second before he spoke. Now, I want to tell you a couple of things. I have a few rules that I believe you follow if you are to become a great person with Pokémon. Can anyone tell me what rule 1 would be? One kid immediately put his hand up and Ash pointed to him. Is it, make sure they are okay? Ash nodded happily, that is part of it. Rule 1, your first priority is to make sure any Pokémon you have is healthy, fed, and happy and is loved and cared for by you. That is Rule 1 inch. The kids were amazed by that answer as he continued. Rule 2, don't push your Pokémon too much or overwork it, or abuse them. They have feeling and limits themselves. Ash saw the kids were acknowledging it. 3. One of the most important is to enjoy your time with Pokémon, and make sure they enjoy their time with you. So you know you are great friends. All the kids were clapping to him with one saying, you are so smart. Ash being flattered by the compliments until one kid said, do you treat your Pokémon nice? Ash made a smile towards this. Let me tell you this, I think of my Pokémon as my friends and partners, where we gain our achievements together. Take Pikachu for example right here. They all looked to finally notice the Pikachu sat on Ash's shoulder and they got excited as Ash continued. Pikachu here is my first Pokémon. My best friend and main partner. We have been through many adventures together. The kids were all murmuring in excitement as Ash looked on to see them all anxious to see what happens next until he hears Eleanor intervene. Now class, we are going outside now and Champion Ash has a treat for all of you. One kid stood up happily. Has he brought Pokémon? Ash made a smile to this while Trisha went to the door and opened it. Alright, come on kids, let's get some good weather. Trisha then opened the door as the kids all stood up and begun making their way outdoors. Ash made a smile and said, they are all quite lively. Eleanor nodded and spoke, yes they are all excited to become trainers. Ash took his cue to walk outside with Pikachu still on his shoulder and Latias floating beside him in cloaked form. Once they got outside they had saw all the kids patiently waiting for them. Mr. Champion. Ash made a sigh towards this. Kids, please, just call me Ash. A 9-year-old boy excitedly said, can we see some of you Pokémon? Ash made a smile as Pikachu jumped on a bench next to him with Trisha and Eleanor standing behind him. Of course, it is why I brought them. Ash took 2 of his Pokeball. Alright, let's go. He threw the 2 Pokeball which released their energy to reveal Snivy and Espion. The kids all got excited. Cool. Ash then said to Latias, alright Latias, ready. Latias smiled and then tapped her Pokeball which absorbed her into the ball. Ash then gripped it and enlarged it. I also believed you aren't likely to experience certain Pokémon, so I brought this one especially for this occasion. He immediately threw up the Pokeball and unleashed the energy and formed Latias. She then flew down and made a spin around Ash before taking position. The kids were all excited by seeing all the Pokémon and Ash pointed to them all one at a time. Okay, this is Snivy, a starter Pokémon from the Unova region. This is Espion, a psychic-type Pokémon, and finally Latias here, a dragon and psychic Pokémon. The kids were immediately taken in by the sight of all of the Pokémon. Immediately they kids had all approached to observe the Pokémon as Pikachu and Snivy stood together watching. Ash looked to a couple of kids who were closely observing Espion, who was sat on his back legs looking at them all. Ash knelt down saying, do any of you know what is special about an Espion? A girl said, is it because she is a girl, she is so cute. Espion became shocked while Ash couldn't help but made a small laugh. The girl looked confused. Did I say something wrong? Ash stood up and spoke. Espion is actually a boy, and he is special because he has the ability to detect objects in the air waves with his red orb. The girl made a giggle in embarrassment as Espion spoke to Ash in telepathy. Well, that was a bit of a shock. Ash made a chuckle towards this. I assume you thought Espion was a girl due to his color. The girl nodded and Espion made a sigh as Ash continued, don't worry, Espion doesn't mind. Some of the kids looking at Latias as she floated over them were amazed. Wow, she is flying, that is so cool. A boy then spoke, flying looks so great. Latias was smiling to all the compliments as Ash noticed this and smiled, enjoying yourself Latias. The Ian Pokémon nodded and saw Pikachu and Snivy were happily running around with some kids playing with them. Ash made a smirk to this, and he said he wasn't enjoying himself. Espion came and stood next to Ash. So these kids, are they getting ready to become trainers? Ash looked to Espion and knelt down next to him. Yeah, they are. They are currently too young, so we are here to give them experience up close with Pokémon. The Sun Pokémon nodded towards this as he looked to see one of the kids following Pikachu trip over and prepared to fall down. Espion reacted quickly by using Psychic and catching the boy. As he was held back up, he was confused, as was the kids, until Espion stood him back up. He then released the boy and Ash stroked his ear and he enjoyed it. Well done, Espion. The boy was confused. What just happened? The young champion smiled towards the child. Espion just used Psychic, which saved you from falling over and hurting yourself. The boy, amazed by this, said, that is so cool, thanks Espion. The Sun Pokémon made a smile and nodded. However, before anything else could be done, they heard a voice, there you are, Ketchum. Everyone looked to the entrance to see a boy who looked about 15 enter the gate and approach Ash. So you are the new champion. Ash made a nod. That is correct. Is there something I can help you with? The boy immediately nodded and said, yes, I want a battle. Ash listened as his Pokémon caught the attention of this. May I ask why? Not that I am refusing. The boy pointed to him. Lance was a legend, he had experience, but you're only a kid, and how could you possibly defeat Lance? I want to challenge you for the champion position, a full battle. As if a kid could take the champion position, this should be easy. Ash narrowed his eyes a little. You seem very confident for someone young, and arrogant it seems. The trainer glared. Say what you want, so battle me, or are you scared? Ash looked towards Eleanor. Do you have a battlefield? Eleanor stepped forward. Yes, we have one for dummy battles between the school's Pokémon to teach the classes about the rules of battle. Ash nodded towards this, saying, may we use it? I think this could give the kids a look at how a battle truly works. Eleanor nodded. Sure, I think it would benefit the kids as well. Once that was said, they all went around the building where a Pokémon battlefield existed, and in a few moments Ash positioned himself on one side and the trainer on the other as all the kids came and sat on the benches to watch as Eleanor and Trista stood beside them. Ash had withdrawn Espion and Snivy back to their Pokeball, and Latias went invisible without anyone noticing to surprise the trainer. I didn't catch your name. The trainer immediately spoke. I am Tim from Cerulean City. This shouldn't take long. Ash shook his head and said, so a full 6-on-6 battle, Tim. Tim nodded as he threw a Pokeball. Go. The Pokeball opened and revealed a Machoke. Ash smiled and he readied a Pokeball. He aimed it and threw it up, spinning into the air, until it opened up and splashed out energy to reveal Lucario with his eyes closed. In a second he opened them and readied in a battle stance. Ready to go, Lucario. The Aura Pokémon nodded. Ready, Master. Ash made a sigh at this until he focused. Alright Tim, you can have the first move. Tim nodded towards this. A steel fighting type. Not match for a fighting type like Machoke. The young trainer then shouted, now Machoke, use Mega Punch. Machoke's right hand turned a fist and powered up in energy and ran towards Lucario. The kids saw Ash did not command and were confused. Just as Machoke was ready to strike, now Lucario block it. As Machoke threw the fist forward, Lucario held out a paw and caught the fist and stopped it in its tracks, with Tim shocked. What? Ash then commanded, use Power-Up Punch. Lucario held his free fist back and powered it up in red energy and shot it forward, smashing Machoke in the face. Machoke went flying down into the ground, taking massive damage. Once Machoke came to a standstill, he was out. Tim was shocked by this. What? Lucario radiated in red energy for a moment as his attack power raised. Tim glared and recalled Machoke to the Pokeball as the kid sat amazed. So this is a real battle. Tim readied the next Pokeball and threw it. Try this one. This time it was a Rhyhorn that came out the Pokeball, and Ash smiled to this. Okay, let's continue. Tim then ushered a command, use Takedown. The Rhyhorn charged forward, heading for Lucario. Dodge it. Lucario somersaulted over the Rhyhorn, who came to a stop. Take down again. The Rhyhorn attempted another attack and it hit into Lucario's back, making him merely lose balance for a second. Use Dragon Pulse. Lucario powered up a sphere in his right paw and immediately shot it at Rhyhorn, exploding and sending him into the floor. Tim was shocked to see Rhyhorn was knocked out too and got shot a glare at Ash. Trisha, amazed, said, "Wow, another one hit. Either Tim needs to train more or they don't call Ash the champion for nothing." Tim threw out another Pokeball and this one was revealed to be a Dragonair. Now Dragonair used Dragon Pulse. The Dragon Pokemon powered up a sphere and fired it. Use your Dragon Pulse as well. Lucario fired another sphere and they collided for a few seconds before cancelling each other out and causing smoke. Lucario used High Jump Kick. Tim couldn't see anything due to the smoke but suddenly saw Lucario fly out with his right foot lit up in energy and smashed into Dragonair, who fell back badly wounded but not down. Dragonair, hang in there. Use Dragon Tail. Dragonair powered up its tail and prepared to strike and went for Lucario. Use Bone Rush. Lucario formed a staff with its two paw made of blue energy and intercepted the Dragon Tail. Lucario quickly spun and smashed the Bone Rush into Dragonair's side, sending him down and out. Tim was shocked that his attacks weren't doing anything against Lucario as he returned Dragonair, and Ash said, "Do you want to stop the match?" Tim shook his head. "No way, we aren't losing." Ash, seeing this, made a smile. "That's the spirit. Believe in your Pokemon." Tim threw his fourth Pokeball to reveal a Jinx. Ash did grow a sign of concern to this due to the no abilities of a Jinx. Use Attract. Jinx immediately winked and countless hearts begun flying at Lucario. Use Bone Rush to protect yourself. Lucario formed another staff of blue energy and begun spinning it with his paws, which begun intercepting all the hearts and breaking them apart. Tim was impressed as he waited. The heart stopped and Lucario immediately angled the Bone Rush and threw it as an arrow, which hit straight into Jinx, sending her flying down, surprising Jinx. However, the Psychic Ice Pokemon was still able and slowly stood up. Use Power Up Punch. Lucario jumped forward and prepared to hit, but Tim smiled. Use Double Team. The Jinx immediately multiplied and Lucario hit a fake and smashed his fist into the ground. The Jinx then came back to form one right next to the surprised Lucario. Now Wake Up Slap. Jinx then made a powerful slap against Lucario's face and made him fall on the floor on his back. Ash was impressed with his strategy with Jinx as Tim said, "Now use Lovely Kiss." Jinx used her hands and grabbed Lucario's face and begun to pucker up her lips, ready for the Lovely Kiss. Lucario Quick Force Palm. Lucario pressed a paw against Jinx's chest and it immediately imploded with energy, sending Jinx into the air, shocking Tim. Now wrap it up with Iron Tail. Lucario's tail powered up in energy and he jumped into the air and made a spin before smashing into the Jinx, sending her plummeting into the ground. Tim was shocked badly by this as Jinx was now down as well. Lucario landed back down in front of Ash. Tim returned Jinx to the Pokeball and hesitated for a moment, knowing only 2 Pokemon were left. Ash waited as Tim looked down. "Okay, that's it now. The match is over." Ash nodded and walked next to Lucario and said, "Excellent Lucario, you did very well." Lucario looked to Ash and made a little bow. "Thank you, Master." Ash face-palmed a little. "Lucario, I told you, I am your friend, not Master." Lucario nodded, "Of course, Master." Ash looked away for a moment, clearly not amused, until he saw Tim upset and walked up to him as the kids were impressed. "Wow, Ash is so cool. He didn't even lose one Pokemon." Lots of excitement were around in the group as Ash stood in front of Tim and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Tim, I will be honest, that was a very good attempt. Your Pokemon were raised well." Tim, still looking down, said, "But how? I didn't even beat one Pokemon." Ash smiled to this. "When I was your age I was seeking to become strong instantly, but now I understand the strength of your Pokemon is not the most important thing. Sure, Pokemon can become strong, but the bond you have with them is what is important. You did a very good attempt because you and your Pokemon worked together in the battle, and that is very good. Sure, you have lost, but that is not what is important. You gave it your all, and that is what truly matters." Tim looked up to Ash, taking in the young champion's words as Ash said, but I will admit, you were overconfident as you assumed a victory would come just from the trainer and not his Pokémon. Never underestimate your opponent or his Pokémon and then you can stand a chance. Tim nodded towards the champion. Oh, okay. Ash then smiled again. Now I believe your priority is to get your Pokémon to a Pokémon Center and make sure they are nursed back to health. Tim, realizing this, made a smile and nodded yes. Okay. Tim turned around and prepared to walk away but looked back. Thank you, Ash, sir, for opening my eyes. You are worthy of being champion and that helped me understand where I need to go now to improve. Ash nodded to this. Good luck, Tim, and I look forward to seeing your progress next time we meet. Tim nodded. Yes, Ash, sir. Tim then walked away heading for the entrance as Pikachu ran up beside Lucario. Pretty good, Lucario. The Aura Pokémon nodded and smiled. A good test. Pikachu then smirked. I bet you was a little let down you couldn't have that kiss with Jinx. Upon hearing this, Lucario narrowed his eyes a little. Pikachu, I am not crazy unlike you when it comes to kissing. Pikachu immediately shrunk down a little as he was told straight by Lucario. Ash made a smirk and stepped forward. Well done, Lucario, how do you feel? Lucario immediately replied, now I would like to sit down and relax for a bit. Ash nodded and smiled as he looked back to the direction Tim went. I guess advising the trainers is a positive of the role of champion. Chapter 4, An Ambush. Ash was in the tech room in the champion home along with Pikachu and Alfred, who were busily looking up information. Alfred was sitting at the computer while Ash stood next to him with Pikachu in his usual place on his shoulder. They were looking at information. So have we any more ideas to the stones yet? Alfred, who was typing, merely said, nothing more than what we already know, I am afraid, sir, except for one little detail. Ash was curious towards this. What would that be? Alfred then showed a picture of the keystone which was in the bracelet. Apparently the stones are linked towards the keystone they connect to, and the power of the bond and trust between the trainer and Pokémon manifest this. Ash, now understanding this, said, and what about the Pokémon, which are able to benefit from this power? Alfred pulled up a list. After searching through many sources and working closely with Professor Oak with it, we have determined these are the confirmed Pokémon so far. Ash looked on the list which Alfred had made and he was surprised by the different Pokémon he saw. And especially that some he owned were part of the list. So, Charizard, Garchomp and Lucario have the potential of this power. Alfred smiled. Indeed, sir, and some of the stones haven't determined their link yet, so some of your other Pokémon could have the potential if we looked further into these stones. Ash was confused by one thing. Are we any closer to understanding exactly what is caused when these stones are used? Alfred looked to the young champion and said, that is still open for debate, sir. I guess only when the stones are used and when the bond is very strong, I guess they will work, and we will find out for sure. Ash looked to the case which was opened, which had all the stones placed in. He walked up to them and looked at them for a moment before he closed the case. We can look at experimenting later. For now I need to see what the Pokémon need to do right now. Alfred nodded and said, well, I believe I have done all I can for searching for information. The rest must be using the stones themselves. Ash nodded and smiled. Thanks, Alfred. Alfred nodded as he continued on the computer. Ash walked out with Pikachu and they headed down the corridor to the lounge where he could see Espion sitting next to the couch and saw Snivy and Latias resting on the sofas. He smiled as he noticed Lucario sitting down meditating with his ears raised on the other sofa. Ash then looked around to see everyone outside relaxing, in the pool, practicing their moves on the battlefield or just sleeping. Ash looked around and he made an idea as he looked outside. Hey guys, I feel like going for a walk in the forest, anyone interested? He hoped many would be interested. Unfortunately none of the Pokémon nodded or answered with a yes. He nodded and walked back in and looked to see Lucario still meditating and knew he wouldn't be interested and looked to the others. Hey, any of you fancy a walk in the forest? Snivy shook her head and Pikachu jumped off and sat beside her. Latias smiled and looked up to him. I would love to, Ash, but I just feel a little tired right now. Ash nodded and gave her a slide on her forehead. Alright Latias, you take it easy then. He did look to Espion, who smiled happily. I'll go, Ash, I do fancy getting outside. Ash smiled happily towards the sun Pokémon and spoke, "Thanks Espion. Well, just you and me then. Let's get going." Espion smiled happily and stood up on all four of his legs and stood beside Ash as he said, "We will be back in a bit." "Okay." Latias nodded, and as Ash picked up his key to the house and then said, "Alright, let's go Espion." The sun Pokémon happily smiled and said, "Okay, let's go." As the pair moved towards the door, Ash looked back to Latias, who was relaxing, and said, "We will be back in a while." "Okay." Latias made a nod and said, "Enjoy yourselves." Ash then opened the door to the front yard and said, "Alright Espion, let's go." They both stepped outside and Ash closed the door behind them. The pair then made their way down the steps until they were on the front yard and before the gates, which were open due to the outer gates being closed. Ash had a quick look back to the house and said, "Espion, do you think becoming champion was the correct idea after all?" The sun Pokémon was confused by this question. "Yes, I believe it was the right decision. We get a title where we are the strongest of the region or regions in our case, and we can mentor younger trainers or inexperienced ones. And we help keep the region safe from crime, and we can explore and do what we want at our discretion as well. What is wrong about that, Ash?" Ash smiled at this. "You know Espion, I don't think I have ever known someone as open-minded and cheerful as you." Espion smiled happily to this comment. "Well, I am glad I am having a positive effect." The young champion sighed to this and gave Espion a slide on the back of his ear, and Espion made a purr towards it. "You such a positive person, Espion. You sure have changed from when you was an Eevee, not far from 2 years now since you evolved." As they began their walk out of the gate and then took a left onto the grass and made their way into the forest, Espion happily spoke along the way, "And it was all because of you, Ash. My best friend." Ash felt touched by that comment as Espion continued, "It was because of you I have the life I wanted and the happiness I have now." Ash felt extremely touched and his spirit lifted to this as he said, "Surely you are exaggerating a little. I mean, don't you miss your siblings and Amy?" Espion shook his head and narrowed his eyes a little. "Nope, I do sometimes miss my sisters. But I despise my brothers, and Amy may have loved me, but she always preferred them over me." Ash looked down a little as Espion smiled again, "But that is not the case with you. You care about all of your Pokémon and give us all an equal amount of care. That is why I like you so much as my best friend, and I care about your happiness." Ash smiled deeply to this comment. "That means a lot, Espion. You have been a great friend and have helped me out of a lot of situations." Espion smiled as he replied to this, "What are friends for?" They smiled as they walked on into the forest. They had gone a bit of a distance from the home as they walked around. Ash saw some forest Pokémon like Pidgey and Caterpie about and the occasional Nidoran. They found an apple tree and Ash smiled, "Hey Espion, shall we have a snack?" Ash threw up his hand and held it open, aiming at the apples. Suddenly 2 small blobs of aura energy formed and Ash released them at the tree and it cut them off. Ash stepped forward and caught them both. He took a bite out of one and then knelt down and offered it to Espion. "Thanks, Ash." Espion then took the apple in his mouth and sat down on his back legs and placed the apple down and begun eating at the apple. Ash continued to look around as he ate his apple. It was very fresh for an apple and the taste was very juicy but delicious. Ash saw a few Pidgey land and take some apples before flying off, most likely heading back to their colonies. Once he finished his apple, he prepared to talk to Espion until suddenly the sun Pokémon shot his head up quickly. Espion immediately begun looking around cautiously. Ash looked around and said, "Espion, what is it?" The sun Pokémon did not answer him but continued to look around the surroundings. Ash was worried. "Espion, what is it?" This time the evolved Eevee answered him, "I sense something." Ash continued to look around and he closed his eyes as he begun to use aura vision. He looked around and could not detect any aura of any beings. Except for Espion's. They looked cautiously until Espion suddenly looked left to see a sphere flying at them. Espion then jumped and pushed Ash out of the way. "Ash, look out." The shadow ball smashed into Espion, injuring him due to the super effective move, but not badly. "Espion." Ash looked up to see a Jengar land down in front of them laughing. Suddenly a Weezing and a Drowzee stood around them which blocked any chance of an escape. Suddenly 3 men dressed in black uniforms came and stood behind the Pokémon and Ash glared, "Team Rocket, what are you doing here?" Suddenly they saw an object flying straight towards Espion who quickly dodged and landed beside Ash. The young champion looked to see it was a sort of flower that was dark-colored. He was confused, what is? He suddenly saw it more clearly and thought, wait a minute. I know that flower, Black Tulip, which means. Ash looked to see a 4th Rocket member land behind the Jengar and say, "Hello champion." Ash made a glare, "Domino." It was indeed Domino and she said, "Well Ash is it, I am surprised you know who I am." Ash was slightly confused by this but remembered his old friend Mutwo had wiped their memories of their last encounter. "Well, if you know what I have done to Team Rocket over the years." He couldn't finish as Domino spoke up, "Yes, you certainly have been busy champion, but that doesn't matter now. You are merely a pest." Ash glared and shouted, "Why are you here?" The Rocket Elite merely laughed before saying, "Giovanni desires that after all you have done we procure one of your Pokémon for, shall we say, experimentation." Ash was shocked by this as Domino pointed to Espion, "And we have one right here, so easy pickings." Ash glared and shouted, "No way are you taking Espion." Domino smirked as a Rocket Grunt shouted, "Jengar use Dark Pulse." The ghost Pokémon fired a beam of dark energy towards Espion, "Jump quickly." The Sun Pokémon zoomed into the air and the Dark Pulse went hitting into Drowzee who took a lot of damage from the attack and Ash commanded, "Espion use Iron Tail on Weezing." Espion's tail lit up and he spinned down on Weezing sending him into the ground and Espion landed next to him. "Great, now use Psychic and send him into Drowzee." Espion nodded and his eyes lit up grabbing the poison Pokémon and lifting him up. He then fired him straight into Drowzee sending them both into the ground. Ash smiled until suddenly a shadow ball crashed into Espion while distracted. Espion fell down and was hurt a little from another super effective attack, Mean Look Jengar. The ghost Pokémon fired a red ring which enveloped around Espion. "Good, now Espion can't escape us if they attempt to run." Espion stood up to face the Jengar, "Now sue Dark Pulse again." Jengar fired a second beam and Ash spoke, "Espion use Shadow Ball." The Sun Pokémon quickly jumped up and formed a sphere before firing it down on the Jengar and making him fall back. Espion landed as Drowzee and Weezing stood back up. Weezing used Hyper Beam, Drowzee used Zen Headbutt. Weezing shot open its mouth and proceeded to build up energy as Drowzee charged with blue energy formed around its head. Espion Psychic on Drowzee. The Sun Pokémon reacted quickly and his eyes lit up as Drowzee was grabbed. "Now send him into the ground." Espion threw down and noticed Weezing fire the Hyper Beam and jumped up just in time to dodge it. Jengar noticed but wasn't concerned as Hyper Beam merely passed through him as he was a ghost type and Hyper Beam a normal type move. Domino was impressed. "Wow, they certainly don't call you champion for nothing. You would be an excellent elite in our organization." Ash shook his head, "I will pass." Espion used Quick Attack on Weezing. Espion nodded and was enveloped in energy before striking into Weezing. Drowzee used Psybeam. Drowzee fired 2 beams from his eyes. "Jump Espion." The Sun Pokémon jumped up into the air, Shadow Punch. Ash and Espion was shocked to discover Jengar appear above him and he smashed a Shadow Punch down at him before sending a second one to crash him into the ground. Espion was struggling a little after taking so many super effective hits and the Jengar was quite strong. Drowzee Thunder Wave, a small ball of electricity shot and hit Espion who immediately cringed badly as electricity sparked over him as he became paralyzed. Suddenly Espion's eyes glowed slightly and a beam shot at Drowzee who cringed too and electricity sparked off of him to paralyzing him. Synchronize, clever, now Jengar, use Dark Pulse. Jengar fired yet another Dark Pulse and due to the paralysis effect Espion could not move fast enough and got him being shot back. Espion, no. Weezing used Slam. Espion fell to the floor weak and Ash ran over to him and knelt down. "Espion, are you okay?" Even with the strain of the electricity he nodded and stood back up slowly. Drowzee used Psybeam now. Both Ash and Espion were shocked but saw Drowsy couldn't move either and Ash smiled. Now Espion used Shadow Ball on Drowsy. Espion stood up and this time was able to fire an attack and shot a Shadow Ball into Drowsy, sending him down badly hurt by this. Espion smiled to this and Ash said, "Great work, now use takedown on Weezing." Espion leaped into Weezing and smashed him down into the ground and Espion jumped back until taking some recoil damage. Both Weezing and Drowsy were down but a sludge bomb attack crashed into Espion, weakening the sun Pokémon. They looked to see Gengar was strong still and Espion now breathing heavily. Shadow Ball Gengar. Ash retaliated with a command, Shadow Ball to Espion. The two Pokémon fired their attacks and shot them into each other. They held against each other for a moment until suddenly Espion's broke through and slammed into Gengar, showing Espion was still the more able Pokémon. Gengar got up slowly, clearly hurt. Ash smiled, "Great Espion, we can do this." Espion nodded and prepared to continue until suddenly they heard a voice, "Playtime is over." They looked behind them to see Domino run up and throw two tulips spinning towards them. They weren't fast enough as both attached to them. Suddenly a massive wave of electricity shocked off the tulips and hurt them both badly. Ash fell to his knees as the electric current was strong and Espion, already hurt badly, fell down. Once the current ended, Ash grabbed the tulip on him and threw it off as he was still hurt and had trouble moving. "What are those things?" Domino smiled and she got on the radio with an earpiece, "Bring it in now." Suddenly they saw a helijet come over. And changed into hover mode. Domino walked over to the battered Espion and placed a device on its side and suddenly a rope fired down from the jet which immediately took the form of a cage and surrounded Espion. The Sun Pokémon conscious saw this and shouted, "Ash." The young champion was shocked beyond belief and shouted, "No Espion, you won't take him." Domino had a tulip extend into a staff and she lunged at Ash, "Stay down." Ash reacted by putting a hand up and aura radiated around it into a small shield blocking the staff. Domino was intrigued, "Oh, this is a surprise. The champion can also manipulate aura. That's pretty cool." Ash managed to send Domino back when he imploded the shield as she landed on her feet. He noticed the cage with Espion and begun to get lifted towards the jet which hovered over them. Espion. Ash built up in his palm what appeared to be an aura sphere and shot it towards the rope. It looked like it would hit but suddenly a shadow intercepted it and it exploded. Ash saw Gengar smiling with the three grunts after they returned the other Pokémon. Ash grunted as Espion screamed, "Ash." The young champion was in terror over this as the cage entered the jet. Domino spoke, "Thank you for your hospitality, Ash. Your Espion will be in trustworthy hands, I assure you." Suddenly rocket packs were present on the rocket members and they all shot up towards the jet and entered it as it closed up slowly. Ash grunted and still struggled to move as the electricity was still affecting him slightly. The jet turned around and begun to fire up and move away. Ash finally snapped out of it and begun running after it. "No, stop." The jet increased speed and begun to move away. Ash glared angrily, "No, you don't. You're not taking Espion." Ash immediately had energy begin to envelope him as he jumped up and he immediately begun to change form. In the energy his eyes lit up in the energy as red until he came out of it in his Latios form and gave chase to the jet as he folded in his claws. In the jet, Domino walked onto the cockpit and said, "Set a course back to Diamond Base." And informed the science team to prepare for experimentation immediately on a psychic class Pokémon. The pilots nodded and Domino smirked, even on its own that Espion was managing to put up a good fight. Imagine if we had Pokémon as strong as that for all of our grunts. We would be unstoppable. All of a sudden the jet shifted after an explosion occurred on its side. Domino lost balance and hung onto a chair. What was that? The pilot spoke, "Something had hit us." Suddenly they turned on a screen to look behind and it showed they were being followed by a Latios. Domino was shocked. "A Latios, so Ash has more than just Latias or Zapdos." Ash, who was chasing the jet as it took a left, formed a sphere of dragon energy in the form of a dragon pulse and fired it onto the bay door of the small jet, causing some damage. Domino glared, use the stun gun and shoot down that Latios, we can't afford to lose the Espion we gained. On the outer part of the jet under it a small gun came online and pointed at Ash. It begun to power up in electric energy and fired. Ash quickly rolled over and dodged it barely, no you don't. Domino then ordered the pilot and they turned back heading in the direction of the champion home, which made Ash smile, but the turret fired again and he powered up a protect shield guarding him from the attack. Ash flew closer and a sphere powered up in front of him and he fired it at the turret in the form of Luster Purge. The turret was destroyed and it caused some damage to the jet. Ash flew up alongside its bay door. He then powered up a claw in Dragon Claw and aimed it into the side of it. He began tearing at it. Eventually it caused an overload and the door begun to open up slightly. Ash saw it open full and he flew into the back. He saw the cage Espion was in and shouted, Espion. The sun Pokémon smiled, Ash, you came. The Latios nodded and prepared to move forward. Suddenly a dark pulse knocked him down and he fell back a little, ASH. Espion, who was too weak to intervene, could only watch as Ash was falling out the jet but dug his claws down holding on barely. He then saw Domino with Jengar alongside her, sorry Latios, but Espion can't return to your master. We have work to do. Domino then threw a tulip on Ash which shocked him with another electric current and Ash roared in pain and Espion was shocked, ASH no. The Latios lost his grip and he fell out of the jet and with the current still flowing he went falling down in pain. He saw himself hurtling into a lake and fell into the water. Domino smiled and pressed a button which brought the door back up, alright, make way to Diamond Base at once. The jet immediately turned around and begun flying off at a fast speed, disappearing quickly into the distance. On the edge of the lake a flash of light and energy occurred. Suddenly Ash back in human form came crawling up the side of the lake and stood up slowly. He felt hurt and fell to one knee and he looked around. He could not see the jet within his sight anymore, which sent him into a state of terror, no. Despite being wet he had a tear begin to form in his eyes as he realized his friend just got taken. He finally broke down and shouted, Espion. Back at the home, everyone was happily relaxing in the day. Latias was resting calmly on the sofa. But all of a sudden she heard a noise in her head, Espion. She immediately shot up hearing the voice and looked around to see Lucario shot up as well. Lucario, did you hear that too? The Aura Pokémon quickly nodded, yes, it was Master. Latias flew outside quickly immediately full of worry. She saw Charizard on the balcony and said, Charizard, come with me quick. I think something happened to Ash. Lucario ran outside and said, Ash is in danger, I heard it in my aura. Charizard, not questioning anything, quickly spread his wings and took off as everyone overhearing this took their attention towards them in worry. What's happened? Latias or Charizard didn't answer as they flew away heading off. As Latias shared a mind link with Ash, she knew where to find him. They flew quickly and Charizard questioned, now, what is going on? Latias quickly spoke back, I heard in my mind link to Ash, I heard him screaming in terror. Something happened to him in Espion? Charizard, hearing all of that, was now pushed into going along. Eventually, after the flight did not take too long, they came upon the lake and caught sight of their trainer. They saw he was on his knees and drenched in water. The pair flew down quickly and Charizard landed in front of him as Latias floated next to him. Ash, are you alright? Ash, however, did not respond as he was in shock and was sobbing quietly over this. Charizard went and grabbed Ash and stood him up. Ash, are you okay? Ash looked up to Charizard as Latias spoke, Ash, where is Espion? Ash looked down and said in sadness, they took him. The two Pokémon were confused as she said, who did? Ash looked up and finally broke down as Latias held him, Team Rocket, they took him. Latias and Charizard became shocked over the revelation that met their ears. Chapter 5, Struggle. Today was a shock everyone, an attack by Team Rocket in their area was a shock. They couldn't understand how Team Rocket knew where they would be or where they were. Likely a sleeper cell in the Pokémon League, but the more shocking and devastating fact was a teammate was abducted and taken away by the team. Latias and Charizard had dragged Ash back to the home to give him some help with his injuries, but his thoughts were more towards his great friend who was taken and the horrors that were possibly going to be inflicted upon him. In the lounge in the house, Charizard, Garchomp, Sceptile, Staraptor and Snivy were all waiting in the lounge waiting to hear of how Ash is. They could hear a little bit of heated arguments going on in the room. In the treatment room, Latias, Pikachu and Lucario were all standing around Ash, who was in agony at the moment. Alfred was preparing Ash a drink of berries in addition to some herbs to give him an energy boost. Ash was in absolute terror over what could be befalling Espion at this moment. "It is my fault." Everyone listened as he continued, "I couldn't save him. I wasn't strong enough to stop them. And now Espion pays the price for it." Lucario stood next to him, "Master, there was nothing you could do, they were overwhelming." Ash did not acknowledge him and simply looked away as Alfred came forward, "Here, Master Ash. This will help with the pain." Ash glared to the drink and stood up, "How can I be drinking when he is out there in danger?" Ash began to move to the door and Latias grabbed his arm, "Ash, you need to rest, you are hurt." Pikachu intervened, "Ash, you are not in fit state to go anywhere, you need to heal." Ash ignored them and pushed the door open as anger was evident in his eyes. He walked into the lounge and said, "Charizard, let's be ready to fly." Charizard was struggling at this as Latias flew up to him again, "Ash, we don't know where he is." The young champion merely brushed them off and walked outside, "I don't care, I will search forever if I have to. I am not letting Espion be abused by those criminals." He was about to call for Charizard until Lucario ran up, "Master, you are in no fit state to move, you need to heal." Ash merely said, "I am fine, I cannot rest while he is captured by those terrorists." Latias, losing her patience, flew ahead of him, "Ash, listen." The young champion froze and looked to her, "Yes, you are hurting, so are we. We want to find our friend as well. But how, we don't know where they took him, and considering it was a jet they left, it must be far away with lots of land to cover. Ash, we can't help him right now. As much as we want to change this. He is gone and we need to heal you up and then find out where they took him instead of going on a blind wild goose chase." Ash, upon hearing this, immediately broke down and fell to his knees as tears were evident in his eyes. Latias floated down and Pikachu, Lucario, Snivy, Charizard and Sceptile gathered around him as Latias said, "Ash, we need you healed and we need you with us all." Ash sobbed as Latias sat in front of him, "I failed my promise, Latias." The Ian Pokemon was very confused until Ash spoke again, "I promised Amy, I would look after him and give him a great life. But look what has happened, if I didn't go out on that walk. He would still be here now, and we wouldn't be in this situation. I failed Amy. I failed Espion, I couldn't save him from being taken." Latias, immediately knowing the truth of his words, pressed her lips against his cheek and tried to settle him down. Latias then spoke to him, "Ash, you never failed him. You gave a great life. I know because I was there the entire time when he joined the team as an EV." Ash looked up to her with tears still evident, "But how, he was captured and now, he is going to be tortured and worse." Latias pressed her forehead against his and said, "Ash, we will get him back, but we all need to be able and we need to find where they have taken him first. We will, but not yet, we need to prepare and you need to clear your head and focus." "Okay." Ash, still unable to let go, stayed there while Pikachu spoke, "Ash, buddy. This was not your fault. None of us saw it coming. And we know you did everything you could." Ash looked to his partner and said, "Pikachu." Snivy now spoke, "Ash, you have never led us the wrong way. You are a great person who does he best you can towards everyone you care about." The young trainer was being touched by this, and one by one all of the Pokémon came around and begun praising him for his work, which made him lean down as he couldn't take it. "You guys, you are all the best, I couldn't get through this without any of you." Charizard smiled and lifted Ash up. He nodded to the young champion, who formed a very weak smile, and he said, "Thanks everyone, I need some time to get around this." But at the first chance we get, we are going to get Espion back. As soon as I thought things through, we will get Espion back. The Pokémon all nodded and Ash slowly walked back in with Alfred holding the cup. Master Ash, take this, you will need it to restore your strength and energy. Ash looked to the cup and slowly took hold of it as Alfred spoke, and don't worry, sir. I have a few ideas on how to locate Espion. The Pokémon G-Men have operatives currently undercover and I can contact them about this. Ash was surprised to hear that. You mean the group Lance is in? The elder nodded slightly. Indeed, he is as well. I can contact them and inform them of the situation. We can make a start there. Ash immediately nodded and smiled deeply. Thank you, Alfred. Please do it. We need to find him before true harm comes to him. Alfred made a bow to this. I will get onto it. Straight away, sir. You have my word. Alfred turned and walked away while Ash sat down on the couch and looked at the drink. He begun pondering the thought of Team Rocket. Why Team Rocket? I don't understand. Why are you obsessed with stealing Pokémon, and trying to take over the world? Can't you just be happy with the world we have? The Pokémon all saw he was needing time and Charizard, Sceptile and Lucario made their ways outside followed by Garchomp. Sceptile jumped down next to the pool and saw Torterra was on the battlefield practicing against dummy targets. Garchomp jumped down and was a little saddened. I can't believe this. Team Rocket took one of our own. This is personal now. Torterra hearing this turned around and walked up to Garchomp. I hope the little guy is okay. I looked out for him when we were at the lab when he was an EV. Ash tasked me sometimes when we were training him when I would help with building his strength. Sceptile walked up and joined in. I had been working with him on his speed, teaching him many kind of maneuvers. But, even that wasn't enough to help him today. Man, did I go wrong somewhere? Charizard intervened and stopped them. No you didn't, we all pitched in to help him. Garchomp stood forward and said, well one thing is for sure when we find out where they took him. Team Rocket are going to pay for attacking our own. Zapdos was listening to the conversation as he stood on the wall of the yard's edge. He was looking into the distance. Even he felt a bit of sorrow towards Espion. They were both introduced into the team around the same margin of time almost 2 years ago. The electric legendary had a thought, so humanity still has a long way to go after all. He looked back onto the balcony to see Pikachu and Snivy standing on it together. It was clear today that no one was in a good mood now after what has befallen the team. Ash was in no mood at all to train, or do anything really. Not while one of them were still unavailable. As he was taking small sips from the drink and felt his body becoming stronger, but the pain of the electrical attacks by Domino would not heal easy. Meanwhile, far away, in an undisclosed location, in a dark room there were 3 people in Team Rocket outfits with one being Domino. She was stood with 2 grunts as a big screen came online in front of them. Domino made a smile as she pressed a button and it connected to someone else. What is the mission status? Domino made a nod. Giovanni, sir, we have completed our mission. While we did encounter great difficulty in completing it, we have managed to secure one of the champion's Pokémon. On the screen Giovanni in his chair smiled. Excellent work Domino. I trust the difficulty was inflicting to you. Domino shook her head. No, we caught the champion alone training with his Espion. While they did prove great difficulty alone and almost were able to escape our grasp, we captured the Espion. But our transport was damaged by a Latios which belonged to the champion. Giovanni's eyes went a little wider. A Latios, so Ash more than we thought. What became of the Latios? Domino bowed down saying, we managed to fight off the Latios but I ordered not to capture as I deemed it too dangerous and the possibility we could have lost the Espion if something went wrong. Giovanni closed his eyes and sighed for a moment before he smiled. That was probably the best decision. While I am disappointed to miss out on a Latios, you still accomplished your mission. What is the status of the Pokémon? Domino made a snicker towards this. The Pokémon is hurt but we have improved its condition and it is ready for the experiments immediately. Giovanni made a smile and closed his eyes. Good, Domino, I want only the best scientists to perform the experiments. That Pokémon is extremely valuable to us. Considering the champion had trained it. Giovanni made sigh before continuing, commence the experiments immediately. I look forward to seeing exactly what we can learn or obtain from it. I will be expecting regular reports. Domino nodded towards this. Yes, sir. We will begin immediately. And you will expect the first report in the next few days. Giovanni smiled and said, once again Domino, you prove your worth as an elite. I will contact you when I have a new mission for you. Dismissed. Domino bowed as the screen showing the leader of Team Rocket disconnected and then shut down. Domino snickered and turned to the two grunts. All right, you heard Giovanni, task Dr. Zagger and his team to conduct the experiments immediately and no one else. The two rocket grunts nodded and turned away. Yes, ma'am, right away. The two rocket grunts immediately exited the room and Domino turned back towards the blank screen smiling. Also, if the champion attacks another one of our bases, which he most likely will now, we have leverage against him. Team Rocket's goal will soon be becoming a reality. Chapter 6, Developments. Morale for the group was a low right now. 2 weeks and 4 days have passed since the tragic incident of Espion getting abducted by Team Rocket. The team were now fearing Espion's health considering Team Rocket's methods. Every day the team have been forming search parties led by Ash to search over Kanto. Even a couple had to stay out a few days to search. Unfortunately they only were able to find an abandoned Team Rocket base. They did investigate but unfortunately they could not find any information as it appeared to have been abandoned for years and was being surrendered to nature to claim it. At the house. Latias, Snivy, Torterra, Unpheasant and Staraptor were the only ones present at home with Alfred, who had currently provided them with food. They were all eating while Latias was outside on the balcony waiting patiently for the others to return. She was wondering why it had took them a long time to return, but they were on something important, so it was understandable. She suddenly heard a voice. Latias, you may as well eat something, take your mind off things. Latias looked to soup which Alfred made for her, which consisted of fruit and berries. She looked down to it placed on a table on the balcony. She sighed and nodded to Snivy, who was sat on the table. I guess Snivy. I just hope they found Espion now. After everything happened and how long he has been lost. I am worried. She then leaned down and took a sip out of the soup. She made a smile and said, it's great, I guess. Alfred does make some good food. Snivy nodded as Snivy took a bite from some poke food on a bowl in front of her. Suddenly though they heard flapping and the pair looked to see Zapdos approaching, who was carrying Ash and Pikachu along with Charizard flying alongside them. They landed down at the bottom of the stairs. Ash jumped off Zapdos's back and gave him a nod as Pikachu was on his shoulder. Charizard landed beside him as Ash took out 3 Pokeball and let out the Pokémon inside, which were Sceptile, Lucario and Garchomp. He looked down disappointed as Latias floated down. He looked down a moment as Charizard stood beside him. Latias approached in front of him as saw he didn't look happy. She placed a claw on his shoulder and said, any luck? Ash shook his head slowly. We did find an abandoned base that belonged to Team Rocket, but it was years ago. So it didn't have anything we could use to find the other bases. Latias looked down to this, and still no sign to where he might be. Ash cringed and shook his head more. It has been ages since Ash has been able to form a smile. Not while one of his partners was captured by Team Rocket. His feelings were still the same, but the only way anyone would see him truly smile is if they find their missing friend and return him home. Ash looked up to the sky and thought, I'm wondering now, do I have the right? He returned to looking down as Latias caringly said, Ash, don't worry, we will find him. Ash however wasn't inspired by this. He was taken almost 3 weeks ago. Who knows what those monsters have done to him? He is there waiting for a rescue that isn't coming. Pikachu quickly intervened. Whoa Ash, now is not the time to throw in the towel. Espion is alive and I know he is alright. His Pokeball hasn't deactivated, so he is still alive. Ash knew Pikachu was right. The Pokeball belonging to Espion had not deactivated, which happens when the Pokémon bonded to it either passes away or the trainer deactivates it manually. Ash however looked down. Who am I kidding? I am the champion, and I am expected to be a symbol, to inspire trainers in the two regions, yet how can I protect them when I can't even protect one of my own Pokémon? Ash cringed a little to this. I am a failure of a champion. Pikachu, tiring of Ash in pity, immediately shocked him, which sent Ash into a wave of pain. Ash immediately made a groan when Pikachu ended the shock as Ash fell to his knees before glaring towards his main partner. What was that for Pikachu? The mouse Pokémon was simply glaring at him. Ash, stop being all wrapped up in self-pity. You are better than this. The young champion looked down hearing these words as he listened to his partner speak. You alongside us all earned the position of champion in the Kanto and Johto regions, and we earned that position through a lot of work. And now you're thinking that we aren't worthy of holding the title anymore. Yes, maybe it is tough right now. But that is what Team Rocket are hoping for. Ash was completely overwhelmed by what Pikachu was barking at him. Now Ash, pull it together. We will find Espion and Team Rocket. And when we do, Espion is going to be coming home and Team Rocket are going to be brought to justice for their actions. Okay. Ash took everything that was just thrown at him. He looked back down for a few seconds as everyone awaited what he was going to say. Ash immediately looked back up and looked seriously at him. You're right, Pikachu. I guess I have been too focused on myself and I have been ignoring all of you. Everyone smiled to see Ash's spirit has now been reignited thanks to Pikachu's pep talk. Charizard tapped Ash's back and smiled. We got your back. Team Rocket can't hide too long. Ash smiled and was about to form a smile until he heard a voice. Master Ash. He looked to see Alfred at the balcony. Master Lance has called, he wishes to speak to you. Ash immediately fixed his eyes to that as Pikachu came along on as they rushed up the stairs. Latias decided to come along as well. They entered the house as Alfred led the way down the hallway. They came up to the door of the tech room and Alfred led the way into the room where the computer was still on, where a beeping icon on the screen was seen. Alfred sat down and pressed a couple of keys before the icon activated and immediately brought up a screen of live feed of Lance, the former Pokémon champion before Ash. Ash, are you there? Ash walked up in front of the screen and nodded. Yes, Lance, I am here. What's wrong? The former champion begun. I have recently left a Team Rocket research facility after acquiring intel from the place. And I have information you may be interested in. Everyone in the room paid immediate attention towards him. I have managed to grab a manifest of list for a base known as Diamond Base, to the northeast of Pewter City. According to the information I have gathered, it is a base where a majority of Team Rocket scientists are said to be aside from their main HQ. And this is one of the locations that Team Rocket conduct their experiments in research and developing new technology and energies. All this is done through experimenting on Pokémon. Ash, Pikachu and Latias immediately were shocked by this discovery. Experimentation on Pokémon, why? Lance closed his eyes as he looked down. They apparently have been able to create new technology from what they are learning from Pokémon and graft new energy sources apparently. But here is the worst part: some of the Pokémon don't survive the procedures. If they do, they are very weak in addition to being mentally and physically weak from the experiments. Ash was struggling to find words. You mean Team Rocket, they sacrificed the Pokémon? Lance nodded. Yes, I am getting ready to shut down that facility and save a lot of innocent lives of Pokémon. And I am requesting your help. Who knows what may been in that facility, and I am hoping someone may be able to watch my back. Ash without any hesitation nodded as Lance continued. I have also got 2 more pieces of information regarding this facility. One is the pass code to enter the facility. So entry won't be a problem. Ash nodded to this. Good to hear. And the other piece? Lance looked down. It is a message I managed to record that was in the database. It is from a scientist known as Dr. Zager. Upon hearing that name, Ash tensed up. I know Dr. Zager. I encountered him in the Unova region, trying to create a new energy source and trying to catch some legendary Pokémon from there. Lance agreed and quickly said, yes, his message is addressed to the leader of Team Rocket. Giovanni. Ash, hearing that, remembered his encounter with Giovanni in the Unova region when he tried to claim the weather trio, Thundurus, Tornadus, and Landorus. Lance begun the message, here is the next report per your request, sir. Our experiments on the subject provided for us are proceeding with fascinating results. More than I had predicted. It is exceeding targets and we have made developments in some new technology designs already. I will send you the results within the next report I send you. I don't know how you managed to acquire this Pokémon. But if we had more that were raised in this way, more powerful evolved Pokémon would be perfect. Unfortunately, our experiments have taken a toll on the Pokémon. It is growing weak already despite its endurance. I would recommend we slow down for a brief moment to allow it to recover so we can continue. Losing a Pokémon as valuable as this Espion could be disastrous for our experiments now. However, the decision is with you on how we go now. I await your reply, Giovanni, sir. Ash tensed up after that message. He said, Espion. Could that be? Lance was quick to nod, thought that would catch your attention. After Alfred told me about your Espion and once I saw this message, I have no doubt it is your Espion in the message. Ash immediately felt anger come to him. If Zager has done anything to him, I'll. Lance quickly stopped him. I know how you feel, Ash, but don't let your anger control you. Once we cripple the facility, the authorities can come and secure the site. Shutting down that facility will cripple their experiments. Ash stood up in a serious manner. I have two reasons for shutting down that facility. Lance, ignoring that comment, said as he showed up a map, here is the facility's location just northwest of Pewter City. A red dot appeared above the location of Pewter City as a small blue dot formed just slightly below red dot. Meet me at this location and then we will proceed to the facility. Ash nodded. Alright, will do. I will leave immediately. Espion and the Pokémon in that facility will not suffer any longer. Lance made a smile. I concur, I am already en route from Celadon City. I will meet you there soon. Lance out. Suddenly the connected call ended and Ash looked at the new Pokédex that Professor Oak had made. It was attached to a small wristband but would expand when it used. It showed up a map to reveal the information was transferred to his Pokédex. His was the first and currently the only of its kind, as it was expensive to make, and Oak dubbed it the C-Dex, which was handed to Ash a month ago. Ash then, well, no time to waste. Ash immediately stopped when he caught sight of the case which contained the stones provided by Professor Oak. He had a thought as he remembered a quote from Professor Oak, the bond between trainer and Pokémon at its strongest can bring out their greatest strength into one. Ash approached the case and closed his eyes for a moment. Everyone was wondering for a moment until he opened his eyes and picked the case. Everyone was surprised by this. Ash, what are you doing? Ash turned towards Latias and said, I think it is time to finally find out what these stones do. Professor Oak gave them to us and it is time to find out and do what he requested of us. Ash then took it and proceeded to exit the room with the case, and Latias, Pikachu and Alfred followed him. He made his way down the hallway as Pikachu said, So Ash, are we going straight away? Ash stopped and he struggled for a moment. Pikachu, I want to stay here this time. Latias and Pikachu were shocked at hearing this as Pikachu said, What, but I always go with you. Ash put the case down for a moment before saying, I know. But I don't want to risk you this time. Ash looked to him, this is going to be very dangerous, and I don't to run the risk of losing you to Team Rocket either, like Espion. I couldn't take it. I want you stay, just this once. Please Pikachu. The mouse Pokémon looked down as he was pondering this. Even Latias was surprised by this action as Pikachu looked back, to be honest. I am surprised you didn't ask sooner. Ash listened as Pikachu continued, I am a little shocked but I understand. Okay Ash, I'll stay home for this one. But I expect something back. Ash made a smile for the first time in ages, thank you Pikachu. Don't worry, how does ketchup sound? Pikachu immediately lit up, that will do. Ash nodded and turned to Latias. You as well, Latias. I don't want to risk you either. Latias looked down. I wanted to go, to help save Espion and the Pokémon, but, I understand. Ash looked to her. Yes, if you went, that would make you a prime target. Latias looked to him and smiled before nuzzling his side. Okay, Ash. I will too. But promise me you will come back safely. Ash nodded. I promise. I will come back and Espion will be coming back as well. Latias smiled as Ash picked up the case and walked back into the lounge where he saw on the balcony many of his Pokémon were waiting. He walked out and set the case on a table before turning to them. All right, everyone. Lance has located a Team Rocket base called Diamond Base to the northwest of Pewter City. He says it is used as a research facility for experimenting on Pokémon, and more importantly we believe Espion is there among them. All the Pokémon immediately tensed up. We are going to meet up with Lance just south of the base and then we will head in and take the base and save the Pokémon and bring Espion home. The Pokémon agreed as Ash continued. Now. For this I am taking Charizard, Lucario, Garchomp, Sceptile, Staraptor and Torterra. The 6 Pokémon nodded as one by one Ash readied them in their Pokeball aside from Charizard. Ash placed the 5 Pokeball on his belt before turning to the case. Charizard approached and stood next to him along with Pikachu and Latias. He opened the case to once again find the keystone attached to the bracelet along with many other stones. Ash found the one he was looking for after Oak had advised him a few days ago. He took it out and held it. Charizard, you have been with me and Pikachu all the years we had on our journeys. Now I am relying on you most for this rescue. Charizard nodded. I have your back, Ash. Ash noticed on the side of the case there was some weird metal plates. He grabbed them and saw they were attached together with a little circular indigestion on it. He was confused as he saw patterns that resembled Pokémon a little as there were a couple more in the case as it was a very big case. Ash looked to the stone and saw the indigestion. Does this fit here? He moved the stone and pressed it against the indigestion and surprisingly it fitted perfectly. Ash now realized this was a stone holder of sorts. All right, Charizard, can I put this around your neck? Charizard without hesitating nodded and lowered himself as Ash attached the stone and the metal plate necklace around his bottom neck and secured it on. Ash then looked to Charizard and made a faint smile. That suits you, Charizard. Charizard made a smile. It looks pretty cool. Ash then looked to the keystone and took hold of the bracelet. It is time to find out what this does. Ash then took the bracelet and slipped it onto his left arm wrist. He looked at it to see the keystone was angled perfectly. He looked outside the wall perimeter into the distance. Team Rocket. You will pay for what you have done. Chapter 7, New Power. Having discovered the location of another base belonging to Team Rocket. The one called Diamond Base, which is constructed for the main research programs and Pokémon experimentation. Their off-site research location from the main HQ, which was still in an unknown location at the moment other than being in the Kanto region. And added to the fact that among the tortured and test subject Pokémon was likely to be Espion, that pushed Ash more than anything to head to this facility. But with the knowledge that Dr. Zager, someone Ash has encountered in the past, and knowing of how brutal he can be with his experiments, it made him worry about Espion's safety. He was arriving at the destination that he was to meet Lance, who was going to be accompanying him with the raid on the Team Rocket base. Ash was currently riding on Charizard's back. He would fly himself in his Latios form, but due to the need of meeting Lance he would be best in staying in his human form just in case he was spotted approaching the landing site. They were almost there as Ash looked. His thoughts kept turning towards Espion, who has been suffering for almost 3 weeks. He was hoping he would finally be able to rescue his friend. Spending so long without seeing him and knowing of the implications that could have come onto him not just physically but mentally as well. He looked on his map on the C-Dex to see he was approaching the point where he would meet Lance. Alright, Charizard. Let's fly lower now. We don't want to be seen as we are almost at the base. Charizard acknowledged the young champion and immediately dived lower just under the tree line. They flew on a bit longer before Ash spoke. Alright, let's set down here, Charizard. Charizard shifted his body and landed down on the ground in the tree area before Ash jumped off. Ash smiled happily, thanks Charizard. The pair began moving forward as they looked around. There was no sign of Lance, which worried Ash a little. He stepped forward until he saw some bushes, but ahead he could see a small facility. But no labeling or the size would usually make it difficult to define, but since this was the location Lance specified, there was no doubt in their minds. This must be the Diamond facility. He suddenly heard a voice behind him and Charizard, indeed it is Ash. The young champion immediately recognized the voice and turned to see it was Lance with his Dragonite. Good to see you, Ash, it has been a while since we have seen each other face to face. Ash nodded and they shook hands. You too, Lance, wish it could be in better circumstances. Lance then stood beside him. There is the facility and I do have the entry code for gaining entry, but once we enter, we don't know what we are going to encounter in there. Likely there will be many rocket grunts in there. Ash narrowed his eyes a little. As soon as we get in there I am going to find Espion. I am not letting him suffer any longer. Lance nodded. Then after we are through the man part of it we will split up and I will find the captive Pokémon. They should all be held in one location when not being experimented on. Ash nodded to this as Lance continued. I also want the chance to capture Dr. Zager if he is on site, so once I have freed the Pokémon I will get after him. Ash nodded. Sounds like a plan. If we split up we can divide their attention. Lance smiled to this. Precisely, so that is our plan. I have already took the liberty of informing the authorities, but it will be some time before they are ready to mobilize for this, so that gives us time. Ash nodded as the four looked to the facility entrance. Let's go. Lance nodded and they all begun to make their way out of the bushes and towards the entrance, which was not guarded. They approached it and stood in front of it, and it would appear as if it was abandoned. Lance saw a keypad and immediately went to it and begun punching in a key. Ash looked around the door to check for cameras, but he did not find any present. Lance, are you absolutely certain about this place? The former champion nodded as the door came online and opened up slowly. Well, the key code I got worked, so this must be the place. Ash walked in first with Charizard following close behind him. Lance followed close with Dragonite. Ash looked around in the corridor that not that much was there to see. He was confused about the lack of security as well. This seems a little easy, doesn't it? Lance nodded. Yeah, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe this is really just another abandoned base. They opened a door after to find a massive circular room with 3 other doors. They looked around to still find no sign of struggle. This makes no sense, Team Rocket abandoning many bases. They walked forward, or we are walking into a... Suddenly as they stepped into the middle of the room the lights all died and they were in complete darkness, a trap I would say. Lance nodded. Yeah, I was expecting this sort of. After a few moments the lights came back on and they all looked to see many rocket grunts with their Pokémon released, consisting mainly of Rhydons, Golbat, Golem, a couple of Skarmory and Venomoth. There was at least 20 grunts surrounding them with Pokémon. One grunt shouted out, we knew you would be coming, you didn't expect us to let you simply walk in, did you? Lance sighed and said, not really, but who will benefit from that? Another grunt quickly shouted, us, obviously you don't seriously think you can take all of us. Ash grunted as he stood close with Charizard. Suddenly a large screen came online on a wall where a person dressed like a professor was on the screen. So you come at last. Ash immediately recognized the man, Dr. Zager. The doctor smiled. Well, I am glad you remember me from the trouble you caused in Unova. No, look at you, a full champion. I must say I am impressed with you. Ash then spoke up, where is Espion? Dr. Zager made a laugh to this before he continued, don't worry, he is safe. Right now in our possession. Ash grunted, he is coming with me. Zager shook his head, I don't think so, your Espion is Team Rocket property now, he is very valuable for our research and I highly doubt you could get out of your situation right now. Surrender immediately, and you and your Pokémon will not be harmed, much. Lance immediately shouted, release all of the Pokémon now, there is not right to experiment and abuse them. Dr. Zager on the screen shook his head, I am afraid not. These Pokémon are mere tools for our use. Ash glared as Zager spoke, take them both now. A couple of grunts then spoke, Rhydons, use Slam. Golem, use Rollout. Two of the attacking Pokémon charged straight towards Charizard, use Dragon Claw Charizard. The fire Pokémon had both his claws charge up with green mystical energy before he first smashed Rhydon back down, and he avoided Golem before hitting him down as well. Zager, who was watching, was impressed. Not bad, your Charizard could make a potential specimen too. Ash was disgusted by this and shouted, never. Lance then shouted as two grunts attacked him, Dragonite, use Ice Beam. Dragonite powered up and fired the Ice Beam, freezing a Venomoth and then a Tauros who attempted to charge him. Ash looked around to see the odds was severely against them. Skarmory used Sky Attack. One of the steel birds flew at them with enveloped in energy, Charizard Flamethrower. Charizard fired a torrent of fire at the chagrined Skarmory, who felt badly affected by the super effective attack and crashed down. Ash saw a Rhydon charging with a powered-up fist. Charizard, look out. The fire Pokémon looked behind in time as he got punched in the face, but it didn't affect him too much. Use Mega Punch. Charizard's fist immediately charged in red energy before he smashed down the next Rhydon. Dr. Zager, who was intrigued, said, a good attempt, but it is no use. Give up now and save yourself the trouble. Ash shook his head before looking to the keystone on his wrist. He looked towards Charizard with the metal-plated necklace with the stone attached to it on his neck. Charizard, you ready for this? The fire Pokémon quickly nodded. I am ready, let's do this. Ash then held up his arm a little and Lance noticed the keystone. What is that, Ash? The young champion said, something Professor Oak gave me, and now Charizard and I will find out what it does. Ash held the keystone in position as he said, alright Charizard, let's do this. Ash took his other hand and pressed his fingers on the keystone, which clicked, and then suddenly energy began forming around it. It spread quickly until it formed 4 energy lines which spread out as everyone watched. The energy spewed towards Charizard as suddenly his stone began to react and send energy back until they connected. Charizard and Ash both watched until the connected energy sparked up and flowed back into Charizard's stone. Suddenly Charizard began being consumed in purple mystical energy and disappeared into it. Everyone could see his shape begun to morph. His wings expanding, claws going sharper. His entire body becoming bigger. 2 red eyes colors suddenly were seen. Everyone was confused by this as they saw the energy intense before it flickered before expelling off of Charizard. What they saw next shocked everyone. Charizard, color had changed to a black color with his wings longer and parts of it separated as well as pointy ends. Small claw-looking spikes erupted off his sides where his arm joints were. His claws were significantly longer and his was taller in advance. His ears were pointier and small jets of blue energy were coming off the sides of his mouth going alongside his face. Charizard's eyes now opened and his eyes were changed to a red color. He then tensed up and made a massive roar that shook half the room up. Ash saw the necklace Charizard wore had disappeared, but he wasn't concerned about that now as he saw his friend's changed appearance dramatically. All the rocket grunts were in shock, as was Zager, who was watching. Lance and Dragonite were even shocked. Ash then said after comprehending what just happened, Charizard, you evolved. Charizard looked around himself to see his flames had changed to blue on his tail and the ones erupting out of his mouth. I feel full of energy, power. Ash made a smile upon seeing this but realized Team Rocket were still around. Alright Charizard, let's do this. The black-colored Charizard roared up, which made all the rocket grunts shiver a little. Zager, while impressed, said, what are you waiting for, take them. The grunts all snapped out of it and went into action. Rhydon used Stone Edge, Golem used Heavy Slam. Ash was prepared and shouted back, alright Charizard, block it. The black Charizard threw his wings in the way as the stones came flying against him. The normal super effective move looked like it did not do much to the now powered up Charizard. The Heavy Slam Golem was charging at Charizard, who simply threw his claws out and grabbed it before it could slam into him. Ash was amazed by this and looked up his Seedex and pointed it at Charizard. New information on Charizard. Scanning now. It took a couple of seconds before it came back displaying information on the screen. Ash read it and was shocked to see this. Charizard is now a dragon type instead of flying. And his ability is, Rough Claws, which increases physical attack damage. Ash saw Charizard holding the golem. Charizard used Dragon Claw. The black Charizard immediately dropped the golem on the floor and his claws begun to radiate in green mystical energy. The energy then spread all over his lower arms and around his claws. Charizard went and hit both claws into golem and sending the Pokémon flying. Flamethrower. Charizard tensed up before he fired a powerful torrent of blue flames instead of red. Ash was amazed. His power has gone up. The blue flame shot into a Rhydon and after a second of burning the fire exploded, catching Rhydon and a couple of nearby Pokémon as well. Lance, who was watching, was completely amazed by what was going on with Charizard. He looked to that bracelet on Ash's shoulder and said, "I have got to get me one of those." He looked to Dragonite, who agreed, "Alright Dragonite, let's help him out." Zager was amazed and floored by the power of the evolved Charizard. "Impressive, I don't know what that powers it, but we must procure it. Capture Charizard immediately." The grunts were shocked by this. "Are you kidding, sir? We don't have a chance." Ash took a chance to strike Charizard now up in the air and use Flamethrower. The black Charizard launched into the air and built up another torrent of blue flames and unleashed it onto a few of the grunt Pokémon before it exploded on them. Ash, seeing the tide was turning in their favor, shouted, "Now Charizard Dragon Tail on the ground." Charizard's tail, instead of going blue, it lit up green before he went crashing down on the floor with the tail exploding and causing damage on the ground and shaking up all of the grunt's remaining Pokémon. Ash, Lance and Dragonite, who were well clear, were watching in amazement. Ash turned to Lance, "Now Lance, go, I can handle this, go find the Pokémon." Lance was at first unsure, but seeing how powerful Charizard was, he agreed, "Okay, once I have freed them I am going for Dr. Zager. I will try to find the location of Espion as well." Ash nodded, "Thanks Lance." Lance then went running towards the right exit with Dragonite while Ash was mopping up what was left of the grunt's Pokémon. Charizard now Dragon Claw. Charizard's claws were once again enveloped in the mythical energy and the energy expanded out around Charizard's claws and arms. He flew down and clawed at the Pokémon as he zoomed around the room, taking them down. Rhydon use Ice Beam. A Rhydon who was yet to be hit powered up an Ice Beam attack and fired it at the black Charizard. Once he saw this coming, Ash shouted, "Now use Flamethrower." Charizard, while his claws were still charged, powered up, held back and fired the blue flame, impacting the Ice Beam, but immediately broke through, smashing into the Rhydon before exploding. Charizard then went and landed down in front of Ash. He saw all of the Pokémon were now down, which made all the grunts panic. They returned their Pokémon as one shouted, "Retreat, this is out of our league." All the grunts begun running away while Ash smiled towards Charizard. "Wow, Charizard, that was amazing, this power sure works." Charizard held a thumbs up, "Yeah, I like it, we got to name this power after." Ash looked to the screen with Dr. Zager and said, "What a powerful group of Pokémon you have, they sure have, they have so much potential in them, but too bad it is all being wasted on something as pathetic as Pokémon battling when they could help humanity rise in power." Ash shook his head, "No, we don't abuse Pokémon like that. They are individuals like us and have the right to live too." Zager shook his head, "There are mere tools for our exploitation. If you excuse me now, I have a facility to put on alert." As soon as the screen went off, an alarm begun sounding with the red lights coming online. Ash and Charizard looked around to see the base was on alert and Ash said, "We need to find Espion quick before they can take him." Ash took out a second Pokeball and threw it, "Now Sceptile, let's go." The Pokeball opened to reveal Sceptile, who readied, and he looked to Charizard, "Wow Charizard, that is a new look." Ash then said, "We can talk about it later, right now we need to find Espion." Sceptile snapped away from it and nodded, "Right." Ash then pointed, "Let's get moving down that way." He pointed towards the direct route in front of them which lead out of the main room. "We need to move quickly before they can take Espion again." The trio nodded as Ash took out his Pokeball. Charizard were too. Suddenly Charizard flickered before he became enveloped in the purple energy until he morphed back down. Suddenly the energy dissipated to show Charizard had returned to his original form. Ash then said, "Oh, it must be a temporary evolution." He did notice the necklace Charizard was wearing had reappeared with the stone, but we could use it again. Charizard nodded, "Thanks Charizard, return." Charizard was returned to the Pokeball as Ash took out another Pokeball. "Alright Lucario, I choose you." Lucario was released from his Pokeball and he said, "This is the facility master." Ash ignored Lucario calling him master and said, "Yeah, Espion is in here somewhere." Charizard cleared the way and we need to move now to find Espion. Lucario nodded, "Yes master, I will take the lead." Ash and Sceptile agreed as the trio begun to run down the hallway Ash had pointed at and begun to make their way further into the facility which was on alert. Meanwhile further in the facility Lance had found a control room where on the other side of the window on the other end he could see cages lined up with Pokémon locked inside. He was disgusted by how far Team Rocket had gone with all of this. He looked to see a few computers but he made his way onto one as Dragonite was behind him covering the door in case any grunts appeared. Lance looked onto the computer and immediately got to work. Team Rocket have gone too far this time. Now to free these Pokémon. He began pressing many buttons and keys as he worked to override the locks on the cages to free all the Pokémon. Suddenly a grunt saw into the room and said, "Hey intruder." He prepared a Pokeball but it got swiped by Dragonite who held it and shook his head at the grunt. The grunt then got grabbed and rope was there and Dragonite begun binding him up on his legs and wrists. Lance nodded, "Thanks Dragonite." He continued clicking many keys until he finally acquired his target. "There we go, now." He pressed on final key and suddenly all the cage doors begun to open. Most of the Pokémon were in pre-evolution forms such as Eevee, Nidoran, and Caterpie. But there was some evolved Pokémon among them as well. As all the Pokémon begun to jump out of their cages and begin running a voice was heard, "Warning, test subject Pokémon cages have been unlocked and opened. All Pokémon are loose. Capture teams to respond immediately." It was obviously an automated 6 voice. Lance then begun searching the database again. He looked through many files such as manifest lists. Now where is he? Lance found what he was looking for. "Ah, there it is." Lance immediately pulled out a communicator and readied it. Deep into the facility Ash had made his way deep into the facility where Sceptile was using Leaf Blade on a Rhydon who was knocked down instantly and was out. "Nice work Sceptile." Ash having heard the announcement earlier smiled. It does sound like Lance's part of this is going well. Suddenly on Ash's C-Dex however it displaying a red light. Ash pressed the light and the screen expanded a little to reveal a connection. "Ash, can you hear me?" The young champion immediately responded, "Yeah, I hear you freed the Pokémon." Lance's voice came back, "Yeah, I just got Dragonite to lead them out. Anyway I have found your position on the cameras and I have located where they are holding Espion and you are very close." Ash immediately was interested as was Lucario and Sceptile. "Where is he?" Lance was quick to reply, "He is being held in a room called E3 which is down the hallway coming up on your left. I also have found Dr. Zager as he is heading for an air pad. I don't see your Espion with him so he must be in the room. I am heading after Zager." Ash nodded to this. "Alright, I am getting Espion and getting him out. Good luck Lance." After that he ended the communication and he said, "Alright room E3 coming up on our left. Let's go." Sceptile and Lucario nodded and they all begun running further down the hallway. The base alarms were still going off which was to assume most of Team Rocket's main scientists like Dr. Zager are evacuating. They came to where more hallways go spilt off and they took an immediate left. They went running down the designated hallway and passed by one door names E1, "We are nearly there." They carried on and eventually passes a room called E, and were on their way to the end. Suddenly they found their destination, room E3 but a Team Rocket grunt was in front of it. "Hey it's the champion. I enjoyed us thrashing you last time. And now it is going to happen again, go Jengar." The grunt released the same Jengar that was used to assist in capture Espion. Ash glared to this and shouted, "Sceptile, use quick attack and double leaf blade." Gengar was still landing from deploying from the Pokeball and was caught by surprise as he got slashed twice by two leaf blades and went hurtling up. Lucario Dragon Pulse. Lucario ran up and powered up his sphere and jumped above the currently hurtled Gengar and slammed the sphere, send him into the ground. Now Dark Pulse. Lucario, still in the air, powered up the dark move and fired the beam down on Gengar, causing an explosion. Lucario landed beside Sceptile. Gengar was found to be down after the multiple attacks. The Grunt was shocked, but how? Ash walked up as Lucario stood up the Grunt. Ash looked to see the door was sealed shut and was very strong. Ash took out a Pokeball. This looks reinforced, but not enough for Torterra. Go. Ash threw the Pokeball and Torterra was materialized and stood in front of the door. Torterra used Earth Power and smashed the door down. Torterra's body lit up and he raised his top legs before smashing them down for cracks to appear, and a pillar of an explosion shot up and smashed into the door, smashing it open with some smoke. Ash smiled to this, "Thanks very much, Torterra." The continent Pokémon nodded to this, glad to help. Ash then returned Torterra and he made his way into the smoke accompanied by Sceptile and Lucario, who had let the Grunt run away. Once they had a clear view of the room, they were immediately shocked to their core. They were two scientists belonging to Team Rocket currently present who was frightened by the champion's presence. It was dark with only a light in the center with a couple of screen and two tables full of equipment like syringes or other items. But what was seen on the table made Ash become reduced to despair as he made a heavy gasp. He could see his Espion curled up on the table, shaking with his eyes closed. He sported many cuts, a couple of bruises, some points where needles were used. There was countless scratches and marks all over his body as well. Ash stepped forward to the table and said, "What have they done to you, Espion?" The Sun Pokémon didn't respond as it was shaking in fear and fright while also being injured and hurt badly. Espion. Still no response, and Ash looked completely upset by Tiz as he placed a hand on Espion's side, which made him quiver in fear. Soon though he turned to anger and looked to the scientists. "What have you done to him?" The scientists were in fear as they backed up. "We didn't do this, it was all Dr. Zager." Ash stood up and shouted, "Liars." Soon enough energy begun to spark off of Ash in the form of aura energy. Sceptile and Lucario was both shocked by this. Ash. Lucario ran up, "Master, now is not the time for anger. Espion needs help." Ash, after hearing this, looked back to the evolution and was upset but turned to the scientists. "What have you done to him?" One scientist held out a clipboard with a few papers. "Here, it is a report manifest of everything that has been performed on Espion. Please don't hurt us." Ash took the clipboard and glared, "Get out now before I change my mind." The two scientists immediately began running for their lives. He suddenly heard shivering in Espion's voice, "So, dark, so, sc, scary, pl, please, don't, hurt, me." Ash, hearing this, was in pieces as he placed a hand on Espion's side. "They are not going to hurt you anymore, Espion, I promise." The scared Espion slowly begun to open his eyes. Upon seeing them, Ash was cast into further shock. His eyes looked bloodshot with red, completely overwhelming them. Espion's vision was blurry and couldn't make him out. Who? Ash immediately spoke, "It's me, Espion, you're safe." Espion, recognizing the voice, said, Ash." Espion's eyes immediately reclosed and was shaking again. "So, dark." Ash was in pieces, he even felt tears coming. But he snapped out of it and got onto the sea decks. He pressed some keys. Suddenly a symbol appeared for a brief moment until a voice was heard, "Yes, Master Ash." "Has the mission been successful?" Ash immediately spoke, "Alfred, I found Espion. But he is in a very bad condition. He needs help immediately. I want you to contact Dr. Brock Slade in Pewter City. Get him to the house immediately. Espion is in a very weak and bad condition. I need Brock to help him." He suddenly heard a voice respond, "Yes, Master Ash. Right away." Ash made a nod. Thank you Alfred, we are our way back now. Ash ended the connection and said, come on Espion, you are coming home. Ash then wrapped his arms around Espion's body and lifted him up with some struggling and heavy groaning from the sun Pokémon. Ash then held his arms around and had Espion's face and lower body facing Ash as he had his arms wrapped around him. So, Dark, please, help. Ash immediately stood up holding Espion. It is okay Espion, don't worry, you're coming home. Ash begun walking away from the table. Sceptile and Lucario begun to walk beside him in shock of how brutal Team Rocket had been to Espion, and the physical and mental condition he was in was frightening to be exact. Ash was in bits over Espion, but his sadness turned to anger as he thought, Team Rocket. You are going to pay for this, you have gone too far. Ash looked to see Espion was rubbing against him trying to find comfort in his state. Chapter 8, Survival. An hour and a bit had passed since the raid on the Team Rocket base known as Diamond Base was raided by Ash and Lance. The base was in the process of being evacuated just as the police arrived on the scene to assist Lance is wrapping up as a number of rocket grunts and a few scientists were arrested and had their Pokémon released from them. However, the majority were able to escape from the attack, including the base commander Dr. Zager. Lance had tried to capture him but he arrived at the air pad too late as Zager was able to escape in a hover jet and managed to escape along with the majority of the science team along with a report on their experiments. Ash however had left immediately after his part of the plan was accomplished. He had more pressing matters than trying to capture members of Team Rocket. Among the Pokémon encountered was his Espion, who was found in a critical condition and had to have medical attention as soon as possible. If the scratches, marks, bruises and cuts weren't enough, his bloodshot red-covered eyes would have been enough to convince Ash. They were currently traveling back towards home on Charizard, who was flying quickly. Ash was sat with Espion lying against him, who was still in terror and undoubtable pain. He was still shaking and Ash could feel it on his fur. However, in the raid Ash has learnt something new. The stones he received from Professor Oak indeed had a new power. It did something which evolved Charizard into something more. A more fierce and powerful Pokémon. A new form of evolution that materializes from Bond. But this turned out to be a temporary evolution as Charizard did revert back to his original form, but this shows that the new powerful can be used again. Ash however wasn't thinking to that. His concern was towards his evolution. Espion was extremely thin in weight, obviously due to a lack of food, and he looked like enough to qualify as half-dead due to the condition of his body. Ash knew that Team Rocket was extreme when it came to Pokémon, but he never thought they would go this far. Especially towards a living being. This told him of how truly evil humans can be. This made him thought, I remember in Unova, he said that humanity was abusing Pokémon and using them as tools. He looked up as he had another thought, in Team Rocket's case that is true. Ash immediately looked to Espion, who shook again and was still shaking. So, Dark. Ash becoming increasingly worried. Espion, we are heading home, don't worry. Stay calm. Ash was stroking his hand against Espion's side to try to settle down the sun Pokémon. However, due to how overwhelmed Espion's mind was of terror and memories, it was difficult for Ash to make a difference. Espion, you are safe now, Team Rocket can't hurt you anymore. Charizard, who was flying them home, was listening to how Espion was acting and how Ash was trying to settle him. Charizard did feel sorrow towards this and anger towards Team Rocket. Ash was worrying and Charizard quickly interrupted. Ash, calm down, the kid will pull through. If there is one thing I know, he is as stubborn as you are. The kid will pull through. I know it. Ash looked to him to see how supportive he was being. Ash made a smile towards this. Thanks Charizard. Ash looked ahead to see home was now in sight. Ash made a smile and said, there it is. Let's go Charizard. Charizard flew faster as they flew down in altitude. Ash looked, but his smile immediately dropped as he saw Espion again. Then stroked his head saying, Espion, we are home now. The sun Pokémon slowly opened his eyes and Ash broke down in guilt over seeing his bloodshot eyes again. Espion's vision was still fuzzy and could barely see home. Espion shook again, dark, hurt. Espion closed his eyes quickly and Ash looked down. What did those animals do to you? They now arrived where they could see a couple of Pokémon which included Latias, Unpheasant, Crocodile and Zapdos who were outside. Latias saw Ash and immediately said, "They are here." Ash took hold and held Espion in his arms again around his back so Espion had his face towards Ash as he was lying against Ash again with his ears dropped down low. Once they came to a landing, Ash immediately slipped himself of Charizard's back and held the weak and tortured Pokémon. Latias immediately approached and was shocked to see this sight. Espion. Seeing all the torture put onto Espion was frightening. Pikachu and Snivy both approached and they too were shocked. Ash, what? The young champion looked down. Team Rocket, they. Ash stopped and he walked forward carrying the Sun Pokémon who was cradling in Ash's arms. Suddenly he saw Alfred appear around the corner with a man in a doctor suit which appeared to be Brock Slate. Ash. The young champion, knowing help has arrived, spoke. Brock, that goodness. Espion. He. Brock looked at the Pokémon and to say he was shocked was an understatement, seeing the mental and physical state of Espion was drilling into his mind. But he snapped out of it. Let's get him to the medical room. Ash nodded and begun carrying the tortured Pokémon with Brock and Alfred leading as they made their way down the hallway with Pikachu and Latias in close pursuit. Ash then asked Brock, "Will you be able to help him?" The doctor nodded. "Yes Ash, I came fully prepared and with your supplies I can get straight to work immediately." Ash nodded as Alfred opened the door to the medical room to see a towel has been laid across the main medical table. Ash walked him and gently set him down on his side on the table. Brock immediately turned on a monitor and took a wire. He then placed it on Espion's front leg and placed it on and attached it via a small tape. He placed a second part close and activated the monitor. He immediately looked to the monitor to see it was a pulse rating of his heart rate, for all the trauma he went through. His pulse is elevated obviously to fright and terror. But is not too bad. Ash then stood beside them as Brock spoke, but the real problem is knowing if there is anything in his system. Ash immediately remembered the clipboard data pad he was handed by the rocket grunt and took it out. Will this tell you? Brock saw this as Alfred was preparing an orange berry juice and a smooth cloth. Brock looked it over and was shocked. Wow, they sure have done a lot. Orange berry shot. Tranquil Mike. Power X. Ash was confused by the last one. Power X. Brock turned to him. It is an illegal power-enhancing substance for Pokémon which is made and sold in the black trade. It is often used by unethical trainers to power up their Pokémon. And they appear to have given him a high dose of this. Ash was worried about this. Will it affect his health? Alfred now was the one to speak. Usually it doesn't, but in high concentrations it can cause effects. Brock begun his work and begun to look over Espion. The Sun Pokémon was still shaking badly and now especially that he could feel many hands. Alfred finished the orange berry mix and handed it to Brock. Here. Brock accepted it and begun dipping the cloth into the orange juice. He then squished it before he readied it. He then begun to gently rub it over Espion's cuts one at a time. Espion did feel a little sting towards this but remained unchanged in his condition. Ash stood and watched them, seeing Espion was not stopping in his shaking at all. Brock looked to Ash and said, "Ash, maybe you should head out a second, it might take a while. I will call you if something happens." Ash looked towards Espion's face who was still in fright. He occasionally tried to curl up again but Alfred held him so Brock could treat his sides and chest. Ash looked down and said, "I will be back in a minute." Ash then turned and hesitantly walked out of the room slowly before looking at the Sun Pokémon one more time. He looked to see Pikachu, Snivy and Latias were outside the room as they saw how upset he was. Latias then kindly said, "Ash, this was not your fault." The young champion however wasn't in a good mood and said, "We should have found him quicker, I should have found him sooner, just look at him." Ash then turned and walked away from the room and towards the lounge. He remembered he hadn't let the other Pokémon out their Pokeball yet and went to correct that immediately. He walked onto the balcony outside the lounge and took grip of the Pokeball, and one by one he let Sceptile, Lucario, Torterra, Garchomp and Staraptor. Charizard stood beside them. They all stood on the balcony as Ash smiled to them. I can't thank you enough for your help. We managed to bring Espion home, but as you saw, he is not well right now. Team Rocket have done terrible things to him, who knows what else they would have done. Charizard stepped forward and said, we all were there for you and we would again. All the Pokémon nodded and Ash smiled as Latias, Pikachu and Snivy stood behind him. Charizard, because of you we have now discovered what the stones do. I was amazed. Sceptile nodded, yeah, I only caught a glimpse, but by Arceus was it something to see. Pikachu quickly said, can you show us? Ash looked down. He would rather be tending to Espion, but seeing as Brock and Alfred had everything under control he said, alright, just once. Charizard opened his wings as Ash readied the key stone. Ready Charizard. Charizard nodded as everyone cleared away. Ash then pressed the keystone and purple energy begun erupting towards Charizard's necklace where the stone was, and they responded. Suddenly it flowed into Charizard and he was enveloped in purple energy once again. Everyone looked to see his form morphing and growing bigger. Eventually when the energy ceased, everyone immediately were amazed by what they saw. Charizard was the color black on his body with red eyes. His claws were sharper, his wings had segments in the wings, claw-shaped points erupted on his arm joints and his ears were longer in addition to blue flames erupting out of his mouth. Pikachu was the first to find words, awesome. Charizard evolved. Garchomp was amazed and said, wow, what is this power? Ash then stepped forward. I do know that Charizard grows stronger in all forms. He becomes a fire dragon type in this and his ability changes to rough claws when he enters this form. Everyone was admiring this form and Lucario stepped forward, and Master, Garchomp and I also have the ability to use this power with you. Ash was quick to acknowledge this, yes, 2 of the stones are believed to be linked to you too. Garchomp then quickly said, can we see what happens to us Ash? The young champion looked down and said, later, right now I want to focus on Espion. Lucario and Garchomp both understood as Ash pressed the keystone and Charizard was enveloped in energy again until he changed back to his original form. Latias was stunned by this, so it is a temporary evolution. Ash nodded as he walked back into the house towards the hallway. Suddenly he heard shouting, Espion, calm down. Please, you must calm down. Ash, upon hearing this, he immediately ran down the hallway and looked into the room to see Espion shaking uncontrollably. Espion, please, you need to be calm. Ash immediately ran and leaned forward and placed one hand on Espion's face and the back of his head and gently rubbed his hands around. It's okay Espion, you're safe, you don't need to be scarred anymore. Ash kept gently rubbing and trying to calm him. He kept at it until the sun Pokémon did begin to calm down from his shaking a little. Eventually he settled back down to the calm shaking he was doing earlier. Brock nodded towards this, thanks Ash. Brock continued on Espion's side, placing a couple of bandages on the more serious injuries. Alfred was preparing some crushed oran berry to feed to Espion to help it regain some of his strength. Ash was upset by this and said, what did they do to him? Brock shook his head saying, I don't know Ash, but this is very serious. Even if Espion recovers from all these injuries, I don't think he will be walking away as the same Espion you know before he was taken. He will no doubt have mental scarring from this. Ash upon hearing this got up and said, I will just be outside. They both nodded as Ash turned away and stepped outside the room for a moment. He was in pieces over everything that had happened. He looked down as Latias came beside him. Ash, the young champion immediately replied, this was my fault, I could have done better. I could have saved him when he was being taken. Ash went against a wall and slammed his arm around it. If I was stronger, Espion wouldn't have had to endure this. It was own failing that this happened. Latias went beside him and placed a claw on his back. Ash, this wasn't your fault. Team Rocket is to blame here. Not you. Ash looked to her and said, but I wasn't strong enough Latias, if I was I could have saved him from this. Ash was beginning to have a tear form until Latias gave him a nuzzle on his cheek. Ash, you can't do everything, even as the champion there are things you won't be able to achieve. But you may blame yourself, but Team Rocket are to blame here. They took Espion, they tortured him and you rescued him. To me that is far from being your fault, Ash. You have done your best for him. Now he is on the road of recovery now. Ash looked to Latias upon hearing that but saw he was still upset, and Latias went and pulled Ash into a kiss. The young champion calmed down quickly towards this as the feeling helped him settle down. When she sensed he had settled down in their mind link, she separated her lips from his and said, "Now Ash, take a deep breath. You are now going to see to it that Espion will heal from this, okay? You need to be there for him now. Ash, while Brock and Alfred may help his body, I am sure he will still suffer mentally and you need to be there for him." Ash immediately after stood up straight and nodded, "You're right, Latias. I just need time to blow all this over me." Latias smiled to him and gave him a nuzzle again. Ash smiled towards her. "What would I do without you?" Latias couldn't help but giggle a little. "That is a very good question, Ash." Ash however stopped smiling as he walked back down and stood outside the treatment room watching Alfred and Brock as they were working on the tortured Espion. Ash was standing for minutes and minutes as he watched them. One by one their first priority was working on all the cuts, scratches and bruises first to reduce the chance of infection. Brock was currently looking towards Espion's eyes. He carefully leaned forward and placed a finger before gently opening Espion's eye to investigate it, but as soon as this happened Espion immediately went into a panic. No. Don't hurt me. Espion began shaking furiously and Ash immediately came and placed his hands on Espion's face and sighed, "It is okay, Espion." Brock was stunned and said, "Espion can do telepathy." Ash shook his head. No, Espion never had been able to do telepathy. Alfred looked to Brock and said, "It is most peculiar, but maybe the torture and experiments they put on him caused him to develop telepathy." Ash was shocked by this. What did they do? Ash held Espion, who was shaking badly, and decided to respond with his telepathy which he developed when he gained his Latios form. "Espion, it is okay. You are safe now. No one is going to hurt you." Espion, suddenly hearing that voice in his head, stopped shaking badly but not completely. He then opened his eyelids slowly. Even though he was still blurry he spoke. Ash." Ash immediately nodded. "Yes, Espion, it is me. You are safe, you are home." Espion immediately moved upon hearing Ash's voice and leaned his head against Ash's chest. Don't leave me, please." Ash stroked Espion's ear as he reclosed his eyes. "I promise, Espion, I am not leaving your side. Ever, I never will, never again." Espion was still shaking but not as bad as before. But if he is going to recover it is going to be a long time for sure. Brock saw how Ash was managing to keep Espion calm but saw it would take a lot for the Eve evolution to pull through and he said, "Ash, I think it may best if I stay overnight just to make sure I can have Espion fully recovered physically." Ash nodded immediately towards this. "Yes, of course Brock, we have a spare room you can use." Brock nodded to him. "Thanks, Ash." Later in the evening. Everyone was beginning to retire for the evening, mainly consisting of the Pokémon. Brock had decided he had done everything he could for the day as it was getting dark now that the sun had gone down. Ash was sat in the treatment room beside Espion, who had bandages around his cuts and a couple of bruises. Alfred had retired for the evening and went to his personal room. Latias however had not went to sleep yet as she waited for Ash. She saw Ash sat next to the sun Pokémon and Latias spoke, "Come on Ash, there's nothing more that can be done tonight. You both need rest." Ash looked to Latias too and then back to Espion. He stood up and said, "I don't want to leave him tonight, he needs company." Latias smiled and said, "Ash, you have a really pure heart. And that is why I love you." Ash made a smile to Latias before she continued, "All right, I'll head up, if you don't come up, good night." Latias came up and kissed him on the cheek, which made Ash smile again before she turned around and floated out of the room slowly. Ash looked to Espion, who looked like he was resting on the medical table. He was going to step out the room to check the others went to sleep. Don't leave. Ash looked back to see Espion's eyes were slightly open as if his condition with his eyes were slightly improved, but seeing as he could sense the air waves that was more likely. He turned around and approached him. "It's okay, Espion, I am just going to check on the others." Espion began to shake a little again. "Please, don't, leave." Ash looked down towards him and approached him. "Okay, do you want to sleep in the lounge, Espion?" The sun Pokémon while still shaking moved his head slightly, which did look like a nod. Ash then acknowledged this and he stood up again and gently wrapped his arms around the Espion. He then gently picked him up, which caused Espion to groan and breathe heavily a little. Ash then held up Espion around his back and begun to carry him out of the room. He slowly walked down the hallway towards the lounge carrying the Espion. He arrived in the lounge and could see the moon coming up from looking to the balcony. Ash then moved on to one of the couches and laid Espion on it before he came around and sat beside him. Espion opened his eyes slightly, still with bloodshot eyes. He then struggled badly, but he could see Ash as he was sat next to him and felt pain, but he struggled forward as he laid his head against Ash on his lap and against his lower chest. Ash made a smile as Espion made himself comfortable, and he could feel that Espion's breathing was normal, which was a good sign. Ash then stroked across his side as he thought, "I am going to make sure you get better, Espion. I promise you." Ash then decided he was going to stay down on the couch and make sure Espion is kept company tonight, as it looked like he would need the support for a long time yet. Chapter 9, Symptoms. It has been a couple of days since the raid on Diamond Base. The police have shut it down and all existing data has been recovered, and all the Pokémon that were held there were either returned to their trainers or re-released into the wild. People had once again heard of how the champion and former champion had teamed up to deal with it before the police would come to clean up, and they were once again inspired for their courage and bravery in looking after the region. For Ash, however, it was just the stepping stone to the next phase. His friend Espion, he has begun the mend of recovery. He still had many physical injuries, like he can't move properly yet. But that was alright compared to his mental condition, which was worse. He had been having nightmares of his time, but anything else was yet to be discovered. Ash was stood in the lounge along with Pikachu. Snivy was currently having a drink and Lucario was meditating and clearing his mind. Everyone else was either outside or elsewhere in the house. Espion was standing on the other side of the room with some bandages over his serious wounds, but they were beginning to heal. Ash was holding a bowl of Pokémon food with oran berries mixed into the food for an energy increase. He placed it on the floor in front of him. "Come on, Espion, this food will help you." The sun Pokémon looked to his trainer and slowly nodded. He began to walk over, but he had to limp slightly as his legs were in pain and he had to move carefully. Ash was a little saddened that Espion still had long to recover yet, but he was optimistic he would be able to recover. Espion trotted over slowly as he groaned a little with his eyes open. His originally bloodshot eyes have been recovering well and his vision was restored mostly, and his eyes have begun to go back to their normal purple color. Eventually he reached the bowl and he slowly laid himself down next to it to take the weight off of his legs. Ash was on his knees and carefully and gently stroked his forehead and the joints at his ears. "Alright, Espion, you eat up." The sun Pokémon made a slow nod towards him and said, "Oh, okay, Ash." Espion immediately leaned his head down and began to slowly eat at the poke food. Ash smiled to see him calmly eating slowly. Ash was aware that Espion needed to eat a lot in order to build up plenty of energy so his body could naturally recover from all of the wounds and whatever could still be coursing through his body. Ash stood up and looked and walked into the kitchen area. He looked around and he opened the main fridge. He looked in to see some water in a bottle and took it out. He then opened it and had a small sip of the drink. He immediately felt refreshed. He suddenly saw Alfred walking out from the hallway and Ash immediately spoke, "Hey Alfred, do you know if I have anything on my schedule?" Alfred was quick answer his question, "You have nothing so far, no one has contacted made request, sir." "May I inquire as to why, Master Ash?" Ash smiled and said, "Well, I want to make to look after and help Espion recover right now. He needs a lot of time. And I want to train up with my Pokémon some more first for the week." Alfred nodded, "Nothing upcoming at the moment, sir, so you are clear for that." Ash nodded to this and kindly said, "Thanks Alfred." The senior bowed his head, "You're welcome Master Ash." While the young champion did appreciate the kindness, he was wishing people didn't refer to him as Sir, or Master, but I guess it was their choice of how to respond to him. Ash began walking towards the balcony as he passed Espion and some of the others. He arrived on the balcony to see Charizard, Garchomp, Torterra, and Crocodile on the battle arena field practicing on target dummies. He could see Zapdos flying around outside of the perimeter in the nearby forest. He suddenly saw Latias come flying out of the pool and flew up drenched as she flew up in the sky before making a flip and flying back down. She saw Ash and floated down beside him. "Hey Ash." Ash smiled towards the Ian Pokémon who floated alongside him and said, "Enjoy the pool." Latias was quick to nod happily towards him. "Yep, it is nice and cool today." Ash was amused as Latias turned to see Espion who was being careful and calm in his eating. She did lose her smile after seeing some of the bandages over his body and some of his injuries still present. She then calmly asked, "How is Espion doing?" Ash lost his smile a little and said, "He is recovering. I am just worried about him during the evenings or if there is any sort of damage we haven't found out about yet." Latias nodded to this and Ash smiled again, "But I am optimistic he will recover well, but I am not doing anything with him, training or exercise until he has recovered fully and if he wants to as well." The Ian Pokémon agreed with a quick nod and said, "Yeah, the best course of action and not surprising of you either Ash, always placing the needs first." Ash immediately nodded to her, "Of course, what kind of person would I be if I didn't?" Latias made a smile and placed a claw on his shoulder, "Not a very good one." Ash sighed towards her, "Well thanks." Latias made a little giggle and was about to speak until they looked to see Lucario end his meditation and he stood up. Ash then said as Lucario approached, "Master." Ash made a face palm before speaking, "Lucario, how many times do I tell you, I am friend not master." Lucario continued, "I know master, can we do some training today?" Ash sighed but this immediately formed an idea in his head and he turned towards the case which contained the mysterious stones. He had agreed with Charizard to name them but they still had yet to. Ash then looked to Lucario, "You know, we found out you have the ability to do the evolution like Charizard can, so shall we find out?" Lucario immediately got excited by this, "Yes please, master." Ash was still not amused by him but he walked over to the case with Lucario and he opened it up. He looked around the stones looking for the correct one but as they were all slightly identical. He knew that they made a small flicker of energy when they are reacted to the Pokémon they are bonded to. They searched through and tested them all by getting Lucario to hold them until they came across the correct one which made a small glow until it dissipated. Ash then saw that 3 more metal platings which hold the stones on the Pokémon were available. Ash picked a smaller one up and saw it was the size of a wristband. Ash then got an idea as he slipped the stone onto it and he then said, "Let's put this one on your wrist." Lucario nodded and showed his left arm to Ash and he slipped it onto his wrist before putting it around and fastening it as it worked like the necklace on Charizard. Once it was attached Lucario looked at it and saw it was fitting perfectly. Ash then said, happily, "Alright Lucario, let's go and see how it works for you." Lucario nodded as Latias was telling Pikachu and Snivy who wanted to come along and see this. Ash looked into the lounge to see Espion was finishing the vital food and Ash walked up to him. Ash knelt down and said, "Espion, how are you feeling?" Espion looked to him and winced for a second, "Better than I was, days ago, but it still hurts." Ash nodded to him and said, "Do you want to have some rest?" The Sun Pokémon quickly shook his head as he slowly stood up, "Want to see this evolution?" Ash was a little concerned, "Espion, I know you want to do things but you can't push yourself. Your legs can't handle it yet." Espion while he still felt weak despite the days of healing was being stubborn like Ash could be, "I can do it." Espion slowly turned around and slowly walked out to the balcony with Ash watching him in amazement as the Sun Pokémon walked over to the steps slowly. As was everyone else who were watching. Espion looked towards the steps to get down and he did stutter for a moment in worry but he shook his head wanting to prove he was recovering. He slowly stepped onto the first step, and despite feeling some pain he pushed on as he slowly made his way down the steps. Ash stood there completely amazed by how Espion was walking on. Ash looked to Latias and Lucario while Pikachu and Snivy had already made their way down while they were watching too. They then decided to walk down the steps as well. Espion suddenly winced on his front right leg, which concerned Ash for a moment, but he saw Espion make it to the bottom of the steps and his legs did shake a little when he stood still. Ash walked down and met him at the bottom and said, "Are you sure you're okay, Espion?" The sun Pokémon looked to him and slowly made a nod, "Why yes." Espion then slowly walked further until he arrived in the battle arena, which all of the Pokémon caught sight of him and were impressed that despite his state he was recovering quickly. Espion then slowly sat himself down and lied down as Ash walked in, keeping a close eye on him. He then spoke up, "Alright everyone, clear the way, Lucario is going to have some special training." Everyone was curious but did as Ash looked to see Zapdos land on the wall of the battlefield along with Staraptor and Unpheasant. They were all watching as Lucario stood into the field and Crocodile spoke, "What kind of training?" Ash smiled towards him and said, "Look at Lucario's wrist." Lucario showed it and everyone immediately understood when they saw the stone on his wrist. Ash then spoke, "You ready, Lucario?" The Aura Pokémon nodded quickly, "Ready to begin, Master." Ash made a sigh towards this, but he readied as he held up his arm and saw the keystone on his wrist and he was ready to press it. "Alright, let's begin." Ash pressed the keystone and suddenly energy begun spooling out of it and heading towards Lucario's stone, and they too joined energies for a moment. Eventually Lucario begun to become consumed in purple energy as his form too begun to morph. Everyone was looking in amazement. Espion had missed seeing Charizard's time, but he was seeing this one. Lucario begun to have changes as his tail begun to get bigger. His aura-sensing appendages on the back of his head begun to grow longer and became bulkier around some parts as well. Other changes were done but weren't noticed until the purple energy dissipated. Everyone saw before them a massive change. Lucario's cream-colored fur became longer over his body and it even stretched to his tail. More spiked have grown over his body, mainly at his feet, hands and his shoulder area. His thighs have slimmed down in fur. Black markings appeared over his face and parts of his body, and crimson-colored fur appeared on his paws, feet and the end of some of his appendages. Lucario eventually opened his eyes as he felt power emanating through his entire body. Ash was amazed and spoke, "Wow, Lucario, you look amazing." Lucario looked all over his body as everyone did look amazed at the power. "I feel stronger." Ash smiled towards this and said, "You do look it as well, shall we test out your power?" Lucario nodded and he got into a combat stance ready. "Alright Lucario, try a bone rush." Lucario held both of his paws outwards. Suddenly two blue points appeared until they formed into two blue staffs. One in each paw, and he then readied them as he aimed at one target dummy. He lunged at it and with one swipe the dummy instantly was chopped into pieces. Lucario then jumped back over in front of Ash and dissipated the energy staffs. The group was already immediately impressed as Ash thought before he gave his next command, "Alright Lucario, try an aura sphere in the center of the battlefield." Lucario nodded and he lunged into the air and threw his paws together, but he already moved the out as he formed a power purple-looking aura sphere which was almost twice the size of the original aura sphere. He then shot it down towards the center and upon the contact it immediately erupted, causing a huge explosion going up into the air. Everyone could feel a bit of a shockwave from it. Eventually the explosion ended and Lucario landed back down next to Ash. The smoke cleared to see an impact mark in the center of the map with Ash smiling, "Wow Lucario, that is powerful like Charizard." Everyone was amazed by the power and Ash said, "Alright Lucario, let not get carried away any further." Ash then looked to the keystone and pressed it, which made Lucario become enveloped in purple energy again. His form begun morphing back down and when the energy disappeared he returned to his normal form. Once he managed this, Lucario looked around to see he was back to normal and said, "That was, wow." Charizard then shouted, "Yeah, it is quite exhilarating, isn't it?" Lucario quickly agreed, "Quite Charizard." Ash immediately looked to Garchomp. Alright, I know you can do it as well, but let's have a look at yours tomorrow. Okay, give the battlefield some time to heal up. Garchomp nodded and said, no problem, I don't mind. Lucario walked back over and was immediately chatting with the group as Ash spoke. Alright everyone, go and relax. This didn't take long as half of the group went darting for the pool, namely, Pikachu, Snivy, Garchomp, Lucario, Sceptile and Unpheasant. Charizard and Torterra along with Latias remained as Ash noticed Espion remained sat down and Ash said, Espion, are you okay? The sun Pokémon slowly managed to stand up on his legs and spoke. I want to train. Ash was shocked when he heard this. You want to train Espion? No, I am sorry Espion, but no, you need to heal up first. You can't push your body too much or it could be bad for you. Espion stood into the field slowly and said, I can do it Ash, I just want to know, how capable. Still. Ash shook his head, I can't Espion, I don't want to risk your health. Espion shook his head, I can do it. Ash shook his head back in response. Espion. The sun Pokémon feeling down about this said, please Ash, just one try. Ash was very hesitant about it as he didn't want to risk Espion, but seeing how Espion was looking at him pleadingly and wanting to genuinely try, he sighed, okay Espion, just one, but that is it. The sun Pokémon felt a sign of relief towards this. Thank you Ash. Espion then slowly angled himself around to face the battlefield and the dummy target as two were still set up and one was close. Ash had a thought about this and said, okay, let's try Psychic on the nearest dummy target. Espion being trying to focus as his eyes did begin to glow blue for a moment. Energy did envelope the target but it immediately dissipated as Espion's eyes were flickering quickly as he struggled. Espion immediately had the energy disappear and he winced badly. Ash seeing this immediately said, alright Espion, enough. The sun Pokémon determined said, one more try. Espion's eyes lit up again but he struggled to establish a connection as there was barely a flicker this time before he lost the energy connection again. He looked down. Stop now Espion. The sun Pokémon felt frustrated a little. Why? Espion looked down as Torterra, Charizard, Latias and Ash all watched him. Come on Espion, let's. He could not finish as suddenly Espion's fur begun to light up in purple mysterious energy. Ash looked on and said, Espion. As soon as Espion's eyes reopened they were consumed in purple energy as suddenly he leaned down and moved his head forward as suddenly a massive wave of energy shot off of him and went into multiple items on the battlefield which damaged them, and when the shock wave of energy ended on Espion they all made a small explosion shattering them to pieces. The group were shocked at what they saw and Espion collapsed down as he could no longer stand on his legs. Ash ran over and kneeled down. Espion, are you okay? The sun Pokémon did shake a little but he made a small nod and Ash said, what was that? He looked to the destroyed objects and said, I have never seen a move like that before. Latias flew over and said, do you think that could be something else Espion developed when you know what happened? Ash looked up in shock and said, it must be, but, what was that? I have never seen an attack like that. Espion feeling a little weak from doing that said, can I rest near the pool? Ash didn't hesitate to answer him, yeah come on. Ash seeing he felt very weak Ash got his arms and picked the sun Pokémon up with some slight groaning. The young champion then went and carried him out of the battlefield and towards the pool. He took Espion and laid him down just beneath the balcony's edge and he immediately lied down in the sun. He stayed knelt down and asked, have you ever used that before, that power on the battlefield? The sun Pokémon shook his head to answer, no, I know how I did it, but I never, ever knew about it, until now. Ash stood up and said, you rest here in the sun for a little okay? Espion nodded as Ash said, I am going to look it up in the tech room, see if I can find out what it is. Ash then turned away to leave the tortured Pokémon to rest in the sun and regain some energy. Ash made his way up the stairs towards the balcony to see Alfred stepping out onto the balcony with a big empty crate in his hands. It was big but not too heavy for him. He placed it on the side of the balcony as Ash walked up to him. What's that Alfred? The man turned to Ash and said, "It is just an empty crate I am disposing of now, sir. It was carrying new supplies for the medical room and now I just need to dispose of it." Alfred was breathing a little, which did concern Ash. "Are you okay, Alfred?" The man immediately nodded. "Yeah, I guess I am not as young as I used to be, sir, now that I am in my late 40s. Ash immediately smiled and said, "Here, Alfred, I'll take it, get yourself a drink." Alfred made a smile and said, "That is very generous of you, Master Ash." Ash smiled happily towards him. "It is the least I could do, Alfred, you have been very good to me and the Pokémon." Alfred immediately bowed his head towards this, "And it is my distinct honor to be looking after your needs and your Pokémon's, Master Ash." Alfred prepared to lift the crate, but he immediately slipped on his hand and he lost grip on the crate and it went falling off the side of the balcony. Ash looked over to see it was falling towards Espion. "Espion, look out, above you." The sun Pokémon looked up and only reacted in time to see it land on him and trap him inside as it flipped upside down. Ash immediately went running downstairs until he heard a shout in terror and some struggling towards the crate, which scared Ash. "Espion." Ash jumped over the bottom as everyone noticed this, as suddenly the struggling on the crate immediately stopped silent. Ash ran over and quickly gripped the crate and lifted it off and threw it to the side, and what he saw after was frightening. He saw the sun Pokémon hyperventilating and shaking uncontrollably, lying across the floor. Ash immediately sat down quickly and held up Espion against him. "Espion, what's wrong?" Pikachu quickly jumped out of the pool and stood beside them. "Ash, what's wrong with him?" Ash shook his head. "I don't know, a crate trapped him and now this." He suddenly heard Espion, "So, dark, can't, escape, trapped." Ash was shocked as he said, "Espion, it is okay, you are safe." Suddenly, however, all movement on Espion's body ceased along with breathing, which concerned Ash greatly. Espion. He heard no response and then placed 2 fingers along the lower left side of his face and tried to feel a pulse. Ash was immediately horrified. "No." He called Pikachu. "Pikachu, quick, use some electricity, he's suffering a heart attack." Everyone heard this and immediately were watching as Pikachu stood beside the sun Pokémon and immediately sent a small wave of electricity focused on his chest. Ash, who still held Espion, did feel the effect of the electricity but shook it off. He then checked his pulse again and waited, but every second alarmed him further until he felt a faint beat on the pulse. Ash immediately made a huge sigh in relief. Espion's heart had started again. "Thanks, Pikachu." The mouse Pokémon nodded. "I guess I make a good deliberator." Ash sighed as he checked Espion's mouth and could feel him breathing as he placed his hand in front, but he wasn't moving soon. He was still shocked at what happened to this. "Espion, what happened to you, out there, what did they do to you?" Latias quickly flew next to them. "How did Espion suffer a heart attack then?" Ash was quick to respond, "That was a heart attack out of sheer terror. Something happened to him." Latias looked to the crate which had caused this. Latias then understood that the crate falling on Espion had something to do with this. Suddenly they heard Espion breath heavily again as she continued to shake. Cage, darkness. Ash looked to the crate after hearing that and he realized the cause. It was the crate. He must have been locked in a cage when he was not being used and he was trapped. So. Everyone came to the realization that his mind was scarred even worse than they had originally thought. Claustrophobia, Ash realized this too, so this could kill Espion. Ash held Espion, who had settled down slightly, but he was still full of fright as he lied against Ash. Latias quickly said, "But this may not be the only thing Espion has developed." Ash looked down to this as he held Espion in his arms. "What did they do to you, Espion? What have done to you? This, I will never forgive Team Rocket and Zager for this." He said that in anger as he cradled his terrified friend as he realized that Brock was right. Espion would never be the same as he previously was now that he has developed phobia along with his mysterious new power and telepathy. He was wondering how they were going to move forward with this now. Chapter 10, Arrival. It has been a long time since the events of Diamond Base. 3 long months have passed ever since Ash rescued Espion from the clutches of Team Rocket. In the time Team Rocket have not been encountered ever since or heard from, and Ash was suspecting another PRD of going silent. Unfortunately, in Diamond Base, Dr. Zager was able to erase the major data in the computer system like other base locations until he evacuated. In the time, everything has begun to improve for the group. New powers have been discovered within Charizard, Lucario, and Garchomp, and all have been tested on them, with their power becoming stronger. Ash had finally been able to work out a name for the new evolution he discovered after discussing it with his Pokémon. They had dubbed it Mega Evolution, and no one objected to the idea. Ash did however know the possibility of other trainers possessing this ability, and if the name he gave it was the correct one or not would soon be found out. In the past 3 months, Ash has mainly resorted to training and doing practice battles, pitting his Pokémon against one of the others. Shortly now, the all-famous Wallace Cup hosted by the contest master, Wallace, was scheduled this year to be held in the water city of Altamari. Latia's hometown, and the very place where Ash's life was forever reborn as a Pokémon-human hybrid. A new Pokémon stadium had been built on the edges of the city. It was believed to help increase tourism and flock more trainers into the city, and it was doing a pretty good job of it. Ash had received a message from Wallace himself to come to Altamari and meet with him. Ash suspected it had something to do with the Wallace Cup, but a sort of holiday in Altamari would provide him with the opportunity to visit some old friends as well and have a break from Kanto. Ash was currently riding on Zapdos, who was keen to see the city of Altamari. Pikachu on his shoulder along with Latias flying alongside them. They were currently over the ocean far away from Kanto at the moment and approaching the city in a while. Pikachu looked to Ash and said, "You sure everyone at home can be okay?" Ash was quick to nod to this. "Yeah, Alfred is home to look after them." As much as I would like him to come on a vacation as well, unfortunately he refused, saying he was happier to look after the home. Latias flying alongside them said, "Well, at least he is dedicated." Ash shook his head a little. "Next time I am going to make him have a vacation." Zapdos, who was flying, made a smirk as Latias asked, "You know, Ash, I am surprised you didn't want to fly yourself." Ash shook his head and said, "Nah, I am more happy to be on Zapdos. It gives me a chance to bond, and besides, what if someone spots us while I am changing form? Could be a boat below us." Latias shook his head. "You know, a bit of time stretching your wings won't hurt, you know." Ash made a sigh and said, "Alright, but next time, as there would be no point now." The Ian Pokémon was confused by this and asked, "Why is that?" Pikachu made a grin towards this, "Because we are arriving there now." Latias looked to see Altamari was indeed in sight now, and she made a smile as she looked onto the city. Seeing the water city coming closer was giving her a feeling of comfort and content as they came even closer. "Feels good to be seeing my childhood home again." Ash smiled towards her and said, "Yeah, it is a good feeling. I always feel like this when I am coming back to Kanto and Pallet Town when I was traveling around the regions." They were now about to arrive at the perimeter of the city limit, and Ash spoke, "Alright Latias, better cloak as people will recognize you here." Latias understood, and he did not waste any time cloaking herself. Ash then quickly said to Zapdos, "Alright Zapdos, take us down lower, let's land at the dock area." Zapdos made a nod and he began to lower his altitude a little. People of Altamari were receiving rumors of the Ash coming to the city. Altamari was within the Johto region's jurisdiction unless it chose independence, which it has not. A couple of people at the main dock area who were going about their daily business, if it was fishing, working on the dock. Some of them caught sight of the approaching legendary Zapdos. Some of them were stunned at first. It was not until they caught sight of Ash, who was riding on Zapdos's back, did they now understand. "Oh my, look, it is the champion." Another person said, "Really, Ash Ketchum? He is here." Ash, who was riding on Zapdos, passed over the edge of the dock, and Zapdos prepared to land as he continued to lower his altitude and flapped his wings at a slight faster rate to come in for a smooth landing, which led to some powerful wind bursts on the people slightly. Zapdos set his claws onto the ground as he stopped flapping but made a howl out to display his dominance until he tucked in his wings. Ash made a smirk towards this and shook his head. "You are such a show-off, Zapdos." Zapdos made a smirk in return, just intimidating the people a little. Ash made a sigh towards this. "There is no need, you know." Ash then angled himself and jumped off Zapdos and stood next to him as people were watching in amazement. Ash took a step forward in front of Zapdos and took a sigh towards this. It is good to be back. Latias, who was with him in cloak, smiled. It feels great to be back home. Before anything else, two news reporters ran up. Champion Ash, can we spare a minute of your time? Ash made a sigh and spoke. I see why not, but I do need to be going, so I can't stay long. The first reporter spoke. This won't take long, I assure you. Ash narrowed one eyes a little but nodded as one activated a recorder. So Champion Ash, rumor has it you are here to take part in the Wallace Cup of sorts. Ash shook his shoulders. Actually, I don't know if that is the reason. Contest Master Wallace requested me to come here and speak to him. Whether the Wallace Cup is involved, I do not know yet. The reporter nodded and proceeded to his next question. Very well, may I ask a personal question regarding activity in the Kanto region? Sources claim you are currently combating an evil organization known as Team Rocket. Is this true? Ash tilted his head a moment to answer. I can say I have been involved in assisting against Team Rocket, but that is all I can say regarding that matter. The reporter quickly flipped to his next question. Has your position as champion taught you many things ever since you claimed the title? Ash made a smile towards this question, which was more pleasant. I can say it has been teaching me things about myself and my Pokémon. It has allowed me to strengthen my bond with them as we work towards great goals. Like one day I went to a school to educate some youngsters on what it truly means to work alongside Pokémon and how to live happily with them. There were two officers who were watching the scene in case anything happens. Every day I am still learning new things. It is a really exciting and honorable role, and I am glad to be able to be given it by two great regions. The reporter nodded and said, Thank you, Champion Ash. Now we have heard from a source that Team Rocket attacked you directly and stole one of your Pokémon. Do you have anything to say about this claim? Ash immediately narrowed his eyes a little, as did Pikachu. Zapdos, who heard this, stepped towards Ash behind him and was sparking electricity glaring towards the reporter. Zapdos was about to do something, but Ash raised his hand. It is okay, Zapdos. Ash then stepped forward. I do not wish to comment about that claim, and I find it insulting. The reporter, however, did not back down and did appear a little harsh towards this. So if this is true, champion, then how dangerous is Team Rocket truly, and if so, how capable of a champion can you be if one of your own Pokémon were captured? Zapdos immediately began sparking viciously towards this, and Pikachu glared. Latias narrowed her eyes towards this as well. Ash then simply said, This interview is over. Ash then turned to Zapdos and smiled. Thanks, Zapdos, return. Ash then began to walk around the reporter, who followed him. Your reaction to this question must mean it is true. Ash was beginning to lose his patience until the two officers stepped forward. All right, that is enough now. Stop harassing the champion or we will have an issue. The reporter stopped and said, But the people deserve to know about this fraud. The officers said, Leave now. The reporter got annoyed and slugged off as he was blocked. Ash then turned to the officers. Thanks, officers, for that. The first officer said, You're welcome, champion. We apologize to the behavior of the reporter and welcome to Altamari, sir. Ash smiled. Thank you. The officer then spoke. While you are here, sir, we were actually requested to meet you and take you to accommodation which has been arranged for you during the duration of your stay, sir. One of the summer houses, sir. Ash kindly said, Thank you very much, I would appreciate it. The guards nodded and then begun to lead Ash away from the busy area. It took them a while directing across Altamari, but Alfred had phoned ahead for Ash to ready him with some accommodation upon arrival, and the request was met. Ash wanted to go see some of his old friend, which were Bianca and Lorenzo. After a while of walking they arrived a part of the city which was more open. The officers then spoke up. Here we are, sir, there should be someone waiting for you to hand you the keys. Ash was quick to nod. Thank very much, you have been helpful. The officers bowed their help. It was our pleasure, Champion Ash, and enjoy your stay in our city. The officers were quick to take their leave, and Ash looked in front of the house he was escorted to see a man waiting out the front. He looked to Pikachu and he walked forward to greet the man, who saw him and walked forward towards him. Welcome to Altamari, Champion Ash. I trust you had an enjoyable journey here. Ash nodded and they shook hands before the man continued, your caretaker, Alfred called ahead and informed us of your arrival and we have provided you with this summer home for the duration of your visit. Ash nodded, thanks very much for that. The man nodded, here is the key to the home and I have a letter addressed to you as well, sir. Ash received the items off of Ash and the man finished, now sir, the mayor of Altamari wishes a welcome to you and apologizes he can't meet in person due to complications today. And once again welcome to Altamari and hope you enjoy your stay. The man bowed before quickly taking his leave and leaving around Ash immediately. Ash was a little confused by this, they sure do not waste time sorting things out and leaving from the scene, don't they? Latias, who was cloaked next to him, said, people here are like that sometimes. Pikachu quickly intervened and said, let's head in the house. Ash snapped out of it and looked to the summer house and smiled, yeah, let's head in. Ash walked forward with the key and placed it into the keyhole of the door and unlocked the door. He then pushed it open and walked into the house with Pikachu and Latias now uncloaking as they closed the door behind them. They walked in and were instantly impressed. The house had a big lounge with 2 couches and a big television. A kitchen along with a toilet downstairs. And there was a staircase. Ash looked around and was impressed immediately, wow, Altamari sure don't disappoint, I will give them that. Pikachu immediately jumped off and ran onto the couch and sat, ah, this is the life, I am almost fulfilled. Latias made a giggle at this while Ash sighed to this, and let me guess the only thing missing, is ketchup. Pikachu held a thumbs up, correct. Ash shook his head, you are hopeless Pikachu, you really are. Ash then looked to the letter he remembered being given by the man who gave him the keys as well. He opened the letter slowly and looked to it. Latias then floated alongside him, what does it say? Ash read it for a second before saying, Dear Ash Ketchum, champion of Kanto and Johto. I am sending this to you so we can make arrangements. I want to meet with you tomorrow to discuss my proposition for you and inviting you to Altamari for this year's Wallace Cup held at the new Seoul Stadium. Meet me at the entrance of the Seoul Stadium tomorrow morning. With regards, Wallace, Contest Coordinator Master. Ash finished reading and Latias said, I wonder what the Seoul Stadium will be like. Ash, who was also full of curiosity, spoke, yeah, I can't wait to see it. Well, according to the first message Wallace sent me, the Wallace Cup will begin in 2 days. So we have time to settle in. Latias instantly nodded and said, can we go see Bianca and Lorenzo? Ash looked around to see the home and said, yeah, but can we tomorrow? I want to give everyone time to settle in first and also check out this great room. There is no need to rush, Latias. Unless you want to go now. Latias, while wanting to go see her friends, understood Ash's logic that the summer home was worth investigating and seeing how great it was. Nah, it is okay, I can wait till tomorrow, and Altamari is a massive city, so let's settle in first. Ash, happy she was agreeing, said, great Latias, now let's see what this place is like. Ash said as he gripped 2 Pokeball. Chapter 11, Reunions. It was a grand new day in the city of Altamari. Rumors have been flying around city that Champion Ash had arrived to the city. People were wanting to find him and talk to him, issue him a battle or interview him. But with the city being so large, it was not going to be easy to locate him. Outside the Seoul Stadium where this year's Wallace Cup was going to be held, preparation was in full swing. Ash stood outside it looking up to see it was massive for a stadium with Pikachu who was on his shoulder. Yesterday late afternoon they arrived in the city and were immediately taken to their summer home, which has impressed them greatly. Pikachu, who was on his shoulder as he usually would be, said, wow, that is quite the stadium, how do you compare it to the Legend Stadium and the Indigo Plateau? Ash smiled towards Pikachu and answered him, I think on the outside Legend Stadium is more advanced and looks more refined, but we will find out soon. Ash then stepped forward and entered through the main doors as he was to be meeting with Contest Master Wallace this morning. Right on schedule, when they entered they found the very person they were looking for, talking to a person who was likely a member of staff in the stadium. How is the status of the stands? The person answered the Contest Master, they are finished now, Master Wallace. Preparation for the Wallace Cup is nearly ready. Wallace nodded and he looked and noticed Ash. Ah, Champion Ash, glad to see you finally arrived. Ash walked forward and said, "It's good to see you again, Wallace, it has been a long time." Wallace nodded his head as they shook hands with each other. "Indeed, 5 years now is it since you entered the Wallace Cup in Sinnoh?" Ash nodded, but he actually never realized that before. "Yeah, time does fly, doesn't it?" Wallace nodded and he said, "Yes indeed, when I last saw you, you were just a traveling trainer looking to make his mark, and now look at you, champion of the Kanto and Johto regions, you certainly have come a long way. I never actually watched your battle with Lance, so I missed quite a thing." Ash nodded quickly towards him before Wallace spoke. "Now Ash, I suppose you want to know why I asked you down here." Ash bowed his head as Wallace begun. "In that case, how are your contest skills?" Ash tilted his head a little. "What do you mean, sir?" Wallace made a big smile and said, "I would like you to perform an exhibition performance this Wallace Cup in celebration of the city of Altamari's completion of the Seoul Stadium and its first ever Wallace Cup." Ash now understood why he was asked down here and said, "Oh, really?" Wallace quickly nodded and continued, "And also, I would like you to be a judge alongside me as well for the duration of the tournament." Ash looked down a little and said, "That is very thoughtful of you, but I am not the best person for contests." Wallace amusingly smiled towards this. "Ash, nonsense, you contested very well in the Wallace Cup 5 years ago, and I am certain you have grown with your Pokémon. I am sure that you have ideas in mind." Ash looked down for a moment and after hearing his words said, "Alright, I guess, I may need to brush up on my contest experience a little, but sure, I'll do it." Wallace smiled happily and spoke, "Excellent Ash, thank you very much. Anyway, your contest performance can be a single or double Pokémon contest, how you decide to go." Ash nodded to the contest master and said, "Okay, sure, I guess after I take care of a few things today I'll get some practice in before I start." Wallace bowed his head and said, "Thank you again, Ash. Report here tomorrow." Wallace then flashed out a card from his hand. "This is your Wallace Executive Pass, just show this and you will be directed to where you need to go." Ash accepted the card and looked to it for a moment where there was blue coloring and a ribbon. Ash then put it in one of his pockets and smiled. "Alright Wallace, I will return here tomorrow, as I do have things I need to attend to today." Wallace bowed his head to him in understanding. "Of course Ash, thank you again. And see you here tomorrow." Ash nodded as they shook hands again and Ash turned away. "Thanks again Wallace for the opportunity and see you tomorrow." The two nodded to each other as Ash turned away and begun to exit the Seoul Stadium. He stood outside before Pikachu spoke. "So that is why Wallace asked us down here. For a moment there I thought he wanted us to enter the tournament." Ash made a smirk towards this. "You know, I probably would have, but seeing that he wants us to do this, I like it better this way, and it'll be our first experience as a judge as well of contests." Pikachu looked away in agreement, but suddenly they saw a girl approach them. She was easily recognizable with her red shirt, red 3/4 trousers, and her hair that stretched down a little. "Ah, hell Tia, sleep well." While it was Latia's in disguise, she nodded. "Yeah, had a great morning. I see you two did not waste time down here." Ash looked to the Seoul Stadium and said, "Yeah, I just spoke to Wallace and we are doing an exhibition performance in celebration of the completion of the Seoul Stadium, and I am also going to be a judge for this year as well." Latias grew excited by this comment and spoke back via telepathy, "I bet that will be pretty exciting, no wonder he asked you down here." Ash nodded to her and said, "Alright Tia, we can go see our friends now." Latias in her human form grew very excited, Bianca and Lorenzo. Ash then quickly nodded to her and said, "Yeah, you do remember where, right?" Latias nodded and quickly indicated to them to come. "Yeah, let's go please." Ash, amused by how impatient Latias was, nodded to her and walked alongside her as they left the vicinity of the Seoul Stadium. People were noticing Ash but were not bothering him, due to Ash being harassed by a reporter yesterday, which spread all over the city, so they wanted to respect Ash's space for a while. However, they could not stop admiring his presence for what he stands for to the Kanto and Johto regions. They walked further into the town as Latias was leading Ash further looking for their destination. Latias was walking through like she knew it on the back of her claw while Ash knew he could easily get lost through the city. Latias and Ash arrived in a small opening and she pointed to a house in front of them, that one. Ash looked to the house and could see it did indeed bear a resemblance to the house he had visited before over 2 years ago when he first left with Latias before they went to Unova. They looked to see a wooden garage door open to show a man pushing out a wooden boat completely man-made. Latias and Ash immediately recognized the man to be Lorenzo who had yet to spot them. Latias ran forward towards him while Ash walked up. "Hey Lorenzo." Lorenzo heard his name and could see Tia running towards him with Ash who he instantly recognized. "Ah, Ash, Latias." Latias in her human form immediately hugged Lorenzo and the elder returned it immediately after knowing it was her as there was still resemblance to Bianca's face. "Latias, it has been a long time, how have you been?" Latias smiled happily towards Lorenzo before replying in telepathy, "Great, the last 2 years have been amazing." Lorenzo looked to see Ash stood beside them and he said, "Ah, Ash, good to see you as well. I see you have been taking care of Latias and your Pokémon since you were last here." Ash nodded quickly, "Yep, we have all been through a lot together." Lorenzo nodded as he spoke, "Yes indeed, you have. Bianca and I saw you on T.V when you were challenging the previous champion. I can see both of you have grown from that. And Ash my boy, a Pokémon champion now. You sure have grown up." The young champion felt a little flattered by that. "Yeah, but it was thanks to Latias, Pikachu and all my other Pokémon that I am who I am now." Lorenzo noticed Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. "Ah, hello Pikachu, you look well as well." Pikachu happily replied to him, Pikachu." Lorenzo then quietened down a little as he said, "So Ash, how has your other form been for you?" Ash quietened down a little and thought for a moment on how to answer that question. "Yeah, I have been keeping it a secret from almost everyone and only few know. But it has been useful, it has helped me understand my Pokémon better and I can now see through the eyes of a Pokémon." Lorenzo smiled happily towards this. "Great, I am glad I has not hindered you." Latias then quickly spoke in next with telepathy, "So, is Bianca in?" Lorenzo made a nod and Latias immediately made a snicker and Ash got worried. "Latias, what are you planning?" Latias looked and giggled to him, "Let's surprise her." Ash made a face palm while Lorenzo happily handed the keys. "Sure, help yourselves in, she is in the lounge last I checked. She finished her work at the museum earlier." Ash then looked to Lorenzo, "So what about you?" Lorenzo looked to the big wooden boat and said, "I just need to get this in the water then I will come in shortly." Latias held the keys and nodded as Lorenzo went to push the boat towards the ramp down into a local stream. Latias then took the keys and handed them to Ash as she looked to a window that was wide open and she smiled evilly towards Ash who shook his head. "All right Latias, go ahead, I am not stopping you." She first checked to see no one was looking or was visible so she cloaked herself and changed form quickly and she floated up to the window. Ash shook his head again as he stepped towards the door which was still open and Ash said, "Wait, if the door was still open then why did Lorenzo give us the keys?" Pikachu shook his arms up in a confused manner, maybe he thought he closed it. "Anyway, it doesn't matter, let's go see Bianca's face." In the living room, Bianca was watching the T.V seeing if there was anything interesting happening on the TV. She made a huge yawn as she for some reason seemed a little exhausted today after finishing recently at the museum even though it was still early in the day. Suddenly she felt a breeze blow across her and she immediately sat up and she turned off the TV. She looked around behind her to see that no one was there except from a window she recently opened up. She sighed and thought, "Hua, I thought someone broke in then." She turned back around to face the T.V but all she came in contact was a red and white colored dragon Pokémon in her face. Boo. Bianca immediately fell back in fright and half fell off the couch as she made a scream. Bianca was breathing heavily for a moment until she realized who it was and smiled. "Latias." The Ian Pokémon nodded. "Bianca, it has been a long time." Bianca immediately stood up and pulled Latias into a hug and said, "Latias, you're home." The Ian Pokémon returned the hug and she said, "I have missed you, I am happy to see you again." Bianca then pulled back and said, "So what brings you here, Latias? What happened to?" She suddenly heard a voice behind her, "Hi Bianca, good to see you." She smiled as she recognized the voice and turned to see it was indeed Ash. "Ash, good to see you." They had a handshake for a moment until she said, "I had heard a rumor that you arrived in Altamari yesterday but I wasn't sure." Ash was curious to this as Bianca said, "How come you didn't come to see us yesterday?" The young champion answered the question, "We arrived in late afternoon yesterday and we wanted to settle into a summer house we have been given." Bianca now made a smile, "Ah, that's okay. What is the summer house like then? I bet it is pretty good." Latias decided to answer this question, "Yeah, it is amazing, plenty of space, so clean and posh. I don't think it stacks up to our home though in Kanto." Ash quickly stepped forward and spoke, "You know I am getting funded by the Pokémon Kanto and Johto League and the pay is excellent so maybe I might purchase it and we have a place to stay here then whenever we visit." Latias and Bianca nodded to him liking the idea until Bianca turned towards Ash, "So, champion now, huh?" Ash begun his head down a little but he spoke, "Yeah, I am still getting used to the idea a little that I became a champion but I don't regret it one bit, it is a pretty amazing role to fill." Bianca smiled and sweetly said, "To be honest I don't know anyone better suited to the role to be honest." Ash was a little touched by this, "Thanks Bianca." Suddenly they saw Lorenzo step back into the house and close the door behind him and he walked in to meet them, "So Ash, Latias, what adventures have you been on in the last few years?" Everyone seated themselves down at the couches and Latias begun in telepathy, "Some great adventures, we first went to Kanto and begun training. Then we went to the Unova regions and we went to stop an evil organization that tried to take over the region." Bianca stopped her there, "Wait, you put yourself in that kind of danger?" Ash then spoke, "No, we were asked to help, we didn't know it was that bad but we did and we managed to stop them. We then returned to Kanto and spent a year training for the Indigo League. Then we took part and won. After that the previous champion Lance was impressed with us and asked me to challenge him in the Elite 4-inch. Latias smiled towards this, "They were some tough battles but they were quite exhilarating as well. We managed to win and now we are in the champion position." Ash smiled happily as Pikachu agreed, "Yeah, they were quite a load of adventure." Ash gave Pikachu a slide on the side of his face, "You can say that again buddy." Bianca and Lorenzo remembering Ash's new powers spoke, "So how has it been as a Pokémon too?" Ash stood up and said, "It hasn't been a problem, in fact here look." Ash then begun to envelope himself in energy and he begun to change form. Eventually he morphed into his dark blue Latios form and he opened his eyes. Lorenzo and Bianca were impressed as Lorenzo spoke, "Seems like you have full control of the form now Ash." He nodded towards them but due to his Pokémon form now he had to speak telepathy, "Yeah, I guess you could say that, it actually has been amazing. Being able to fly and do things I never could." Ash then returned into energy and changed back into his human form as Pikachu was stood on a couch to allow Ash to change his forms. Once Ash changed back, "It has been a great experience, but only few like you two know about it except for all of my Pokémon who know. But that is it, as I fear of how people would react if they knew." Lorenzo nodded to him, "That is probably the best way to go but don't forget about one thing Ash." Ash was slightly confused until Lorenzo continued, "It is most likely your life cycle has been extended as Latios and Latias can live a lot longer than humans and you are not likely to age so quickly as other humans." Ash upon realizing this facepalmed before he spoke, "That had never crossed my mind. I never realized that part." Upon hearing Ash's reaction, Latias made a giggle at this as she said, "Well Ash, now you realize it." Ash made a relaxed sigh, "Thank goodness, I have a lot less to think about at this moment." Ash sighed a little until he heard a ping and he looked up his CDEX. He saw he had received a message from Professor Oak. He opened it up and it read, "Ash, thought you should know that many of your old friends are heading to Altamari for the Wallace Cup which I learned after they called me about when they were speaking to me about some information. And they will be arriving on the next ferry. Thought I would let you know about it. Professor Oak." Ash then switched off the CDEX and he spoke, "I wonder who is coming, probably some of my contest friends." He stood up and said, "I am going to see when that ferry arrives." Ash had read the message out loud, "I hate to leave so soon but I want to see what's happening with the ferry." Lorenzo was quick to nod, "Of course Ash, you can come back later." Ash nodded to this, "Okay I will. Latias, do you want to stay for a bit?" The Ian Pokemon nodded to him, "Yeah, I want to catch up with Bianca and Lorenzo. I can come find you later." Ash however was wondering to this, "How will you find me so easy, this is a massive city." The Ian Pokemon amused by this seductively said in telepathy, "I do know this city by the back of my claw, and I could use Sight Share to know where you are or I can simply rely on Mind Link just to find you." Ash, a little embarrassed to have been bested so easily, made an embarrassed chuckle, "Oh right." Ash then walked away with Pikachu on his shoulder and made their way to the door, "Alright, we will see you in a bit." They all exchanged goodbyes before Ash walked out of the house and he looked around. He then looked to Pikachu and said, "So, know how we get to the docks?" Pikachu shook his shoulders and said, "How am I supposed to know, Ash? You're the one with maps, not me, but then again you always end up getting us lost even with a map." Ash narrowed his eyes a little and said, "No I don't." Pikachu went wide-eyed and begun a rant at him, "Oh yes you have, remember when we were going to Celadon City last month and you believed you took the right direction? Well, how did we end up in Fuchsia City when it is on the other side of Celadon City to US, how does that work?" Ash held a hand and scratched the back of his head, "That was an accident." Pikachu shrugged this off and said, "Well, let's see if you can lead us this time correctly." Ash continued to narrow his eyes but he activated the CDEX and it extended its screen a little. Ash punched in a couple of taps on the screen before a map projected which showed the city of Altamari as well as their current location. Ash then searched and found the main dock area and said, "Not far to walk, see, the CDEX is reliable." Pikachu then smirked to this, "More reliable than you, buddy. That is for sure." Ash narrowed his eyes again and said, "Okay Pikachu, maybe I might not be the best guide in the world." Ash then begun walking down the first alleyway as he followed the map towards the dock that was indicating off of the CDEX. After minutes of traversing the maze that is Altamari, they walked through a section of building and arrived at the city limit, which was indeed the main dock. Ash smiled to this, "Wow, this thing does work." Pikachu nodded in agreement, "Yeah, the CDEX has life in it." They walked out and stood at the end of one of the piers and he could see a massive cruise liner in the distance. "Do you think that is the ship?" Pikachu quickly nodded in agreement, "I suspect so. Oak did message you saying that the cruise liner was on its way here." Ash looked to the CDEX to check the time on it. "Well, it is just midday now, so there is some good amount of time for people to arrive and get settled in for the Wallace Cup tomorrow." Pikachu then asked him quickly, "So how do you feel about being involved tomorrow?" Ash looked to Pikachu and said, "Well, I won't lie, I am actually honored by the request. I mean, every now and then we have brushed up on contest performances just in case, so I think we could do a good job tomorrow." The mouse Pokemon then became curious, "Do you know who you are going to use tomorrow?" Ash then placed a hand under his chin, "Not sure, I am thinking about it, but I am going to ask everyone later who would like to take part or not, then I am going to have to decide from there." Pikachu then said, "I think this time I am going to sit out of this one. I did the last one we did, so let someone else have a go." Ash nodded to this quickly, "Alright buddy, I'll just leave you out of it then." The ship was starting to come into the vicinity of the dock and it was clearly beginning its docking procedure. There were dock workers heading on with a staircase ready to latch on first thing when the cruise liner had docked. Ash was watching and it begun to bring back memories to him of how he last left Altamari years ago. He had Latias join the team and they had boarded the cruise liner back to Kanto. A few more minutes passed until the cruise liner had docked into position and the staircase moved across and attached to the side of the ship as people begun to emerge from the inner parts of the ship. In just minutes many people were pouring off the ship. Many with bags. And many of them were looking like they were Pokemon trainers and coordinators of multiple ages. Ash continued to look on as he was looking around and luckily for him, People were not taking notice of him as they were more interested in getting themselves sorted into arrangements, while he did receive a couple of looks from trainers who were able to recognize him immediately. He kept looking on and he wasn't seeing anyone he recognized. All of a sudden though he heard some speak out, "Ash, is that you?" He looked around further as he did recognize the voice until he spotted the person walking towards him, which was revealed to be Dawn. Ash smiled and walked to greet her. "Dawn, good to see you." Dawn ran up in front of Ash carrying a small bag and Piplup in her arms. Officially Ash is 18 now, but Dawn is only 15 due to her starting her career a lot later after Ash. "It has been such a long time since I last saw you, Ash." Ash retuned this. "Yeah, ever since Unova. I recall you went to take part in the Wallace Cup. How did it go?" Dawn smiled happily and spoke. "I came runner-up this time around." Ash was surprised by this. "Really, after how brilliant in the Grand Festival and the previous Wallace Cup you did?" Dawn made nod towards this. "Yeah, believe it or not, it was Ursula who defeated me. It was so close, but I made a big mistake which turned it in her favor and she won but the slightest of points." The young champion was a little surprised by this. "Ursula, has she improved greatly?" Dawn nodded happily. "Yeah, she did, but as much as I respect her skills, she is still arrogant enough to believe she is number one in the world." Ash shook his head towards this. "I honestly am not surprised by the way she was. I thought she might have matured by the way you describe it sounds like she hasn't." Dawn agreed completely to this statement. "Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she was here as well." Suddenly they heard another voice. "Hey, you two." The pair looked to see another familiar face from Sinnoh stepping in. It was Zoe as she showed her usual greeting pose. "Zoe, it has been a long time." Zoe stepped forward. "Yeah, it is good to see you all again." Ash, Pikachu, Dawn and Piplup returned their greetings to her. Ash then spoke. "So Zoe, how is Top Coordinator doing for you?" Zoe smiled happily. "Well, it is doing good. I am getting more access towards more advanced types of accessories such as new types of Pokeball contest capsules. And I am actually now a part-time judge in Sinnoh, but I am mainly still doing contests." Dawn nodded. "Yeah, lucky you. I still have yet to win a Grand Festival. I competed in the Johto Grand Festival last year but I only finished in the top 4, but I am confident this year, I am going to do it." Zoe happily spoke. "Good for you, Dawn." Dawn quickly spoke up. "Oh yeah, we have another top coordinator joining us shortly." Ash was curious. "Really, who?" Dawn smiled happily. "We met up on the cruise liner, as we both happened to be in the Johto region at the time competing for the Grand Festival, but she won this time last year." Ash was a little confused until they heard another shout. "Hey guys." They all recognized the voice immediately as they all turned to find a friend from Hoenn, May. They all smiled as she came up with a bag of her own for this as she was wearing her more green outfit. May is now 16 and just a year older than Dawn. She walked up and said, "Hey Ash, long time no see." Ash agreed as they shook hands. "After such a long time, it has been years, May, all the time since the Wallace Cup in Sinnoh." May nodded and Zoe said, "Hey May, Dawn told us you won the Grand Festival in Johto." May nodded happily to this. "Yep, now a top coordinator, it was close though. Dawn here lost in the semi-final to Drew and I just beat him in the final." Ash happily spoke up. "Well, congratulations May, top coordinator has been coming for you." May smiled happily until she remembered. "Oh yeah Ash, I just remembered, I was shocked when Max told me as I didn't see it, but is it true you're actually the new champion of the Kanto and Johto region?" Ash held his hands up to this. "Guilty as charged, I am afraid." Dawn happily spoke. "I saw it on T.V, Ash battled like I have never seen against Lance. That did not look like an easy battle." Ash looked down and shook his head. "No, probably the most difficult battle I have ever been in, but we just pulled ahead." May was astounded. "Amazing Ash, you certainly have changed a lot since I last saw you. A trainer like us and now a champion, what a way of flipping things over." Ash made a little chuckle. "Trust me, it isn't as hard as it sounds, but it still is a big responsibility, but I am honored to be able to wear the title." Zoe quickly spoke up now. "So Ash, what brings you to Altamari?" Ash happily spoke up, visiting some old friends, and Wallace asked for me to come. He wants me to be involved in the Wallace Cup, but not what you're doing. He has something else in mind for me. Everyone was curious about this, and before anyone could say anything Ash continued, and I am keeping it a secret for tomorrow, so no asking. They all ummed a little to this before May spoke, so shall we head and find somewhere to properly catch up? Ash smiled happily. Oh, a friend of mine knows the best sandwich shop around, we can grab some lunch there. The girls all agreed to this, and they began to head away from the docks as more people were currently making their way off the cruise liner and more ships were sure to arrive soon. Chapter 12, Appeal. Today was the beginning of the Wallace Cup. A worldwide famous contest tournament held by the contest master, Wallace. It was going to run over a few days due to the massive amount of contestants that have entered this year. Wallace was confident this was yet going to be one of the most fantastic years due to the first time in the city of Altamari. It was not long now before it was to get underway, and countless people were making their way towards the Seoul Stadium now as audience, or coordinators and trainers were making their way into the stadium. And special guests appeared to be entering as well, such as the mayor of Altamari, who wished to see how the investment of the Seoul Stadium was received. In the coordinator dressing and preparation rooms, May, Dawn and Zoe were readying up for the performance round. A couple of old faces too had reunited her for the Wallace Cup, such as Drew and Nando for instance were also noticed here. Dawn, who was dressed in a pink dress and her hair was tied to face her back like in the Sinnoh days. Zoe too was looking as her outfit in the Sinnoh Grand Festival. In fact, they were all using outfits they had worn. Dawn looked to Piplup and said, "Ready to go, Piplup?" Piplup nodded as May said, "So Dawn, it certainly is becoming a regular thing we be rivals. We only finished the Johto Grand Festival almost a year ago and now we are facing off in the Wallace Cup again." Dawn nodded to this, "Yes, but don't expect me to hold back." Zoe, overhearing them, spoke, "It has been years since I have seen you both in action, so I can't wait to see the new ideas you have both created." May nodded to her, "Thanks Zoe, you too." Nando, who was overhearing, stepped forward, "It certainly is going to be another successful Wallace Cup. I don't expect to be disappointed by any of you." Zoe smiled to this, "Yeah, I hope we get to battle again, Nando. It has been a long time." Nando played his little harp a little before speaking, "As do I Zoe, as do I." Dawn finished preparing and saw on the screen nothing had been announced yet as she turned away as the rest of the group conversed as May had drawn Drew into the chat. Suddenly Dawn heard a voice, "Ah, such a big reunion." Dawn looked to see it was Ursula and she said, "Hey Ursula, you ready for the Wallace Cup?" Ursula made a smirk towards this, "Of course, such a question wasn't even needed, but are you though? We both know I'll be winning again like last Wallace Cup." Dawn narrowed her eyes a little, "The tournament hasn't even started yet, so watch it." Ursula made a little snicker, "We shall see, although it has to be dumb luck every time you get through round one." Ursula turned away, "Just make sure you make me look good when we face off again, DD." Ursula then begun to walk away from her and Dawn glared. Anyone else Ursula spoke to she was actually pleasant with except for Daw, who she acted as if she had a vendetta against her. But Dawn was hoping to turn the tables on her this time. She stood back up and looked to see the group conversing. May was speaking, "So Drew, you set for the next Kanto Grand Festival next year?" Drew shook his shoulders before saying, "No need to rush, once I am done here I am going to take some downtime and then get ready for Kanto once more. Just be ready for a battle out of me here, May." May clenched her hand into a fist, "You bet Drew, I will be ready, I know you are tough, and I will give it my all if we battle again." Drew made a smirk, "Good, because I wouldn't expect much else from a top coordinator." Suddenly the screens all came online as all the contestants paid their attention towards the screens. On the main stadium, the screens too were all coming online. The Seoul Stadium has a roof which can be opened by retracting, and it was currently open as it was such a good day as the stadium was massive. The arena was mainly water except a lane of land extended from the trainer stands to a small arena island in the middle while the rest of it was water. The audiences all went quiet as the announcer went in front of the judge stands and had a microphone, "Good morning Altamari. Glad to be starting on such a beautiful day. I am your hostess, Vivian, and I welcome you all the start of this year's Wallace Cup, and Altamari's first stadium tournament. The entire crowds went into an uproar for a few seconds. Let me introduce this year's judges for you. Number 1, I give you Mr. Contesta. A man in a red suit stood up with a microphone too. Thank you, Vivian. This is my first time in the city of Altamari, and I must say such a beautiful city, which adds to the excitement today. Vivian then continued, our next judge, the president of the International Pokémon Fan Club. It is Mr. Sukizo. A small man in a blue suit stood up, remarkable, the city of Altamari, glad to be here. The hostess continued, and next Altamari's very own Nurse Joy. Joy made a bow towards them, hello and welcome, I am happy to be here to see such wonderful performances. Vivian then happily spoke, and now, I present to you, the striking waves of the sea, and the host of the Wallace Cup, I give you Contest Master Wallace. Wallace stood you and accepted the uproar of cheers before speaking, hello people of Altamari. I am pleased to be hosting the Wallace Cup in such a beautiful location. The water city of Altamari gives off a new setting which I am sure will set the table for many dazzling contests today, and I hope to see some new potential this year. Vivian then looked back, we also have a 5th judge that will be joining this year, but he will be revealed to us shortly. This did confuse people a little as Vivian continued, we have a lot of contestants this year and the Wallace Cup will span over a few days this year. Today all of round 1 will be held today of the appeal round, and this year 32 will be selected to advance forward on the following day. People were getting excited until the next announcement came. Now everyone, before we start off the first round this year, we have a treat for you all. Suddenly the roof of the stadium began to form as it appeared from the sides of the top and began to close up and make the stadium darker. Everyone was confused as the roof completely shut up. It darkened until a light casted on Vivian. Now this year a special guest we have invited here will be going to perform an exhibition performance for us with 2 Pokémon. People were getting interested as a second light casted over the small island on the middle of the arena, and the floor in the middle began to open up a little. Now ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you, the master of the art of Pokémon battle. The floor in the center finished opening up and a person in black clothing was seen rising, the champion of the Kanto and Johto region who has traveled all the way here for us all. I give you Champion Ash. Ash in the stage was wearing a black tuxedo with a black hat which stretched back and forth as he looked up. People all begun a massive uproar towards this and were cheering him. In the locker rooms, the gang were all shocked. Ash, doing an exhibition performance. Drew crossed his arms, well, this can't be too interesting, Ash is a battler not a performer even if he is a champion now. They all stood confused on what Ash was planning, but they didn't have to wait long. Once the clapping ended, Ash spoke up, hello people of Altamari, it is my honor to be here today for such a famous tournament. And I thank Wallace for the opportunity to show my Pokémon to you today. Everyone cheered again as Ash stood forward onto one of the pathways out of the center. Vivian spoke, now let the exhibition performance begin. Suddenly a loud ping started and the lights came on slightly brighter to help people see. Ash gripped a Pokeball which had a contest capsule on it. Now it is show time. Espion, let's go. Ash threw the first Pokeball into the air and it opened slowly as the normal Pokemon energy flowed out along with 2 energy lines spinning around it as the energy went onto the center arena. The energy lines then surrounded the main Pokemon energy and spin for a few seconds, and it then burst off to reveal Espion to everyone. Everyone was intrigued as Ash begun, now use Psybeam and create a ring above you. Espion looked up and his red orb glowed and the beam shot up as Espion's psychic directed it to form into a ring and floated about above Espion, now use Iron Tail on the sides. Espion's tail lit up and he jumped up and slashed his tail against the side, and suddenly a wave of energy shot out glowing brightly. Espion jumped back and rapidly shot multiple iron tails against it, sending multiple sparkling energy waves around the arena, dazzling everyone with the beauty of it. Until Espion imploded it, sending a big wave in every direction, and multiple people were immediately impressed. Now a line Shadow Ball shot. Espion begun building up a Shadow Ball and released it from him and created more as he used a Psychic to position them one by one, going higher at a time. What's this? Aligning Shadow Balls. What does Ash have planned? All the Shadow Ball were aligned perfectly in a circular motion above each other as they were held in place by Psychic. Alright Espion now. Psy-Force. Everyone was immediately confused by that calling as they never heard of such a move. Espion's eyes changed for blue and brightened into a more purple energy and his fur begun to radiate in energy. What is this? Could this be a new style or is it a newly discovered move? Espion then released the energy and a shockwave of energy flowed up destroying the Shadow Ball and getting them to explode like fireworks making many color displays. It was fascinating everyone that they didn't immediately see what Ash did next. Excellent Espion, keep it up, and now it is your turn to enter. Everyone saw Ash throw a second Pokeball into the air with another contest capsule. It went up into the display as everyone noticed it. What's this? Ash's second Pokemon is on its way up. The Pokeball reached the top of the display and it slowly opened up. The energy flew out with many energy lines following it as it formed the Pokemon, but the energy remained around it as it flew down. This was the effect of the contest capsule as the Pokemon zoomed near the ground and flew around Ash before coming to standstill at fast speeds. Everyone was waiting as the energy finally dissipated to reveal the second Pokemon, which was revealed to be the Ian Pokemon Latias. She vocalized up and the crowds were in a state of shock and amazement. Vivian spoke up again, what is this? Ash has brought out one of his known legendary Pokemon. The powerful and elegant Latias, which was known to be last seen at Ash's battle against Lance. Nurse Joy was mesmerized by this. Could it be, a guardian of Altamari here before me? The crowds went into an uproar seeing this as Ash spoke, ready for a good show Latias. The Ian Pokemon smiled to this, I'm ready for this. Espion stood beside Latias as Ash said, alright Espion, make another Psybeam ring. Espion smiled first and then another beam fired from his red orb and Psychic begun forming it into another ring and it flowed above them. Now Latias, use Safeguard and fly into the ring. Latias enveloped herself in mystical energy and she flew up into the ring. Suddenly her wings hit the ring as she passed through and some of the energy transferred onto her making her sparkle, and as she flew she begun leaving a sparkle. Now fly around Latias and Espion stand in the center. Espion moved into position as Latias flew around making sparkle trails which impressed everyone with the beauty of it. Now Espion Psy-Force and use light screen Latias. Espion begun becoming enveloped in energy as Latias followed suit and became cloaked in yellow energy as Espion shot out another shockwave towards all the sparkling patterns which exploded into one massive firework. Latias came flying out sparkling all over her as she flew down. The crowds all made an uproar in cheering as Contesta spoke, fantastic, such a beautiful display of powerful moves into one. Wallace was greatly impressed even by his standards, such a dazzling display, it is making me wonder what the ending of this performance will be. Ash smiled and he moved himself into the middle of the island arena next to Espion, which confused people. Now Latias Safeguard. He held out his arms as Latias tapped a claw on him and they both became enveloped in Safeguard mystical energy. What is happening now? Ash himself is getting enveloped in the energy. Just what has this champion got planned? Ash then said, now Latias fly up and use Mist Ball. Latias flew up a bit before she threw her claws together and begun building up a sphere of mystical energy and she sent it flying down towards Ash. Many gasps were heard by this as they assumed he was going to be hurt despite being covered in a safeguard. The mist ball landed on Ash and instead of exploding it covered Ash and Espion is a small mist. People were being very confused by this until Latias flew around the mist and begun to blow it away with her speed. When she had swept the mist away everyone was now in a state of shock. Ash stood along with Espion completely unfazed and in fact suddenly Ash had a change of clothes. They were the clothes worn by an Aura Guardian with all the blue markings and patterns all over. He also wore the gloves and hat as well and this had dazzled everyone to another applause. Now to finish this, Latias give me a mist ball and Espion onto Latias's back. Latias flew down next to Ash and generated him another mist ball and then she took it and placed it into Ash's hands with it powered up. Wow, first a change of clothes on Ash and now he is holding a move as if he is a Pokemon. Ash was a little tempted to sweat drop due to irony of the statement. Now Fly Up and Latias use Dragon Breath and Espion use Psybeam onto the Mist Ball. Latias then flew up with Espion on her back as they both readied their attacks. They held back and both fired their beams which ended up forming into each other as they flew down. Ash held up the Mist Ball as the beams impacted the Mist Ball. Suddenly, instead of exploding, the Mist Ball began discharging many energy waves that radiated in a full 360 around them in shockwaves which glittered the entire stage. Everyone was dazzled as they watched the beautiful display. Suddenly the energy expelled into one more massive firework explosion with Ash standing in the center of the stage with Latias on one side and Espion standing on the other. And that is the end of our exhibition performance, and what a performance that was as well. Now let's go to our judges to rate the performance. Contesta was the first to speak. There were some techniques I have never seen before, very unique and excellent. It was one of the most spectacular performances I have ever had the pleasure of witnessing. Mr. Tsukizo was the next to speak. Agreed, it was very remarkable. Nurse Joy stood up. It was a very beautiful display of two psychic-type Pokémon. The technique was executed beautifully and with himself being involved was amazing. Finally Wallace stood up and he stepped out of his seat and spoke. Never in my time have I ever seen such a fabulous display of the bond of trainer and Pokémon. I believe this was not a performance focused entirely of moves, beauty, or technique, but one that truly demonstrates how powerful the bond between trainer and Pokémon. And how they demonstrated it today was one of the best I have ever seen. This performance will remain in my memory for a long time to come. The trio smiled to the praise and Ash bowed to them. Thank you to all, for giving me the chance to show the bonds I have with my Pokémon. As the applause was coming from everyone, Ash turned to Espion and Latias and smiled. You two were just amazing. Thank you for this. Latias and Espion both smiled happily as Latias smiled. That was a lot of fun. I wish we could do this more often. Espion stood up in front of Ash and smiled happily. I was happy to, for you, Ash. I told you I was ready to go again. Espion wasn't wrong as Ash did hesitate about bringing on Espion, due to what happened to him months ago with Team Rocket. He is physically fully healed now, but the mental scarring was still there though, which does worry Ash. But Espion assured him and Ash was relieved now by this. He knelt down and stroked Espion's head. Okay Espion, I was wrong, you are ready again. Espion happily smiled, and I was happy to do it for you. Ash nodded as they stood up and all accepted the applause as Vivian spoke up. And now one more announcement. Champion Ash is going to be a judge alongside the others in the later part of the tournament after the first two rounds, as he will be a judge alongside the others in the championship round. Everyone clapped further to this and gave Ash a final applause. In the changing rooms, all the gang were absolutely astonished by the performance they had been given. May was the first to catch breath. Ash, he was amazing. Dawn agreed as she looked up. I have never seen such spirit in him in a contest before, and how he mastered that performance. It must have took practice over the years to be able to achieve something that great. Zoe and Nando were literally speechless while Drew spoke. Wow, Ash certainly has changed a lot since I last saw him. Maybe he does have some performance in him, but that was a shock. Ursula, who was watching, was certainly impressed by this. Maybe Ash has some skill, but I am sure even Dawn could do better than him, and she only makes it through by dumb luck. Everyone was watching as Wallace now spoke. And now everyone, now that the exhibition performance has now ended, we will now begin round 1 of the tournament, the appeal round. Ash had made his way off the stadium after his applause as Espion and Latias stood alongside him. He was watching as things begun to get underway. I did make the right decision to come here. Now I wonder how my friends will do. Ash then turned away and begun to return to his own private changing room, which was provided for him as he was not required to judge yet. Chapter 13, underway. In the Wallace Cup, Round 1, the appeal round was currently underway and midway through, as there was a lot of participants this year. It would then have 32 contenders move on to Round 2, where groups of 4 would be formed, which makes up 8 groups, and they would all face off, and the top 2 contestants would move on into the championship round and the quarterfinals begins. Ash, after completing his exhibition performance which received high praise, he was sitting in his private room still wearing his Aura Guardian clothes. He was given it from the Queen of Cameron Palace in good faith and for him being the Guardian of the Year and the fact Ash is an Aura Guardian too. As far as Ash knew there was only one other Aura Guardian beside him, which was Riley on Iron Island in Sinnoh. He sat on a couch with Espion and Latias. Pikachu had decided to stay along with the other Pokémon in the summer home as he wanted to rest after training with Ash earlier before the Wallace Cup begun. They were sat watching on a big screen that the next performer was May. Vivian spoke, and now ladies and gentlemen, our next contestant is the Ice Princess of Hoenn, and top coordinator, May Maple. A huge uproar of applause was given as she was well known in Pokémon contests. May stepped out into place as she waved a little in her outfit, same as the one in Sinnoh. She then set out one Pokeball with a capsule ready. The performance and second round would feature single Pokémon while the championship round would go for double Pokémon rounds. Latias looked to Ash and asked him out of curiosity, "So this is one of your friends from the Hoenn region?" The young champion was quick to acknowledge her, "Yes, I traveled with her throughout the Hoenn region in Kanto for when I was doing the Battle Frontier. She lost in the Hoenn and Kanto Grand Festivals, but last year she won in the Johto Grand Festival, making her a top coordinator. And as you can see, she is quite famous now for becoming 1-inch. Espion, who was sat beside Ash, said back to him, "One can say something similar is happening to you when we received the title of Kanto Johto Pokemon Champion." Ash made a slight sweat drop towards that before saying, "Yeah, I guess so. I wonder how she will do now, as she does have quite some competition like Dawn, Zoe, Nando and Drew and Ursula." May was given the go-ahead by the hostess and she threw the Pokeball. "Glacian, take the stage." The Pokeball went forward before it opened and purple energy waves flowed out with some ice glitter was spinning around it. The energy waves came together as the ice glitter flowed around and then formed Glacian. She stood on the field ready. Ash made a smile towards this, so she is using Glacian. Espion watched and saw on the screen Glacian and he smiled, seeing that Glacian does remind me of my older sister. Ash looked to him and smiled, "Do you miss her and your younger sister?" The Sun Pokemon nodded towards him, "Sometimes, they are the only two I am actually a little." On the field May begun her performance. Glacian, now let's start with Ice Beam Phase 1. Glacian then jumped into the air and shot an ice beam down on one side of the battlefield. She then begun building an ice pillar on it. She followed suit and created 3 other pillars in large square formation on 4 corners of the middle arena. Now Glacian Ice Beam Phase 2. Vivian spoke, "Seems as though May has been preparing a strategy for this." Glacian moved and fired an ice beam forming against one pillar. She then dragged the ice beam across as it formed a line of ice as she connected it to the next pillar. She took it all the way around until she lined it into a complete set as the ice line rounded all 4 pillars in a complete circle around her. May smiled, "Great Glacian, now use Ice Shard on the line and ready it." Glacian formed one shard at a time and released it on top of the line, and the shard one by one landed and begun moving around the line as it going in a circle like a train. "Now jump on Glacian." Glacian then jumped forward and landed on the shards as she went moving across with them. Contesta was impressed, "Very fabulous of how Glacian is using its element to move around like that." May smiled as it was time. "Now Glacian, use Multi-Shadow Ball." Glacian focused and fired a Shadow Ball onto the ice line 1 every 2 seconds, which were now rolling across. Glacian, after firing 10 Shadow Ball, jumped off back into the center. Everyone was now wondering what was going to happen next as May smiled. Now for the Ice Beam finish Glacian. The Ice Evolved Eevee held her head up and fired an ice beam up which directed and shot off in 4 directions, each ending up in a circle shape as they hit the ice line and made 4 slopes which aimed up and towards the center of the circle. Suddenly the Shadow Ball flung up these slopes 2 at a time along with the ice shards. They collided in the center and begun causing firework explosions, and the ice shards exploded into a glittery effect. Everyone was being mesmerized by this, and the judges were as well. Suddenly the final 4 Shadow Ball flew up along with ice shards, and they all exploded together into one final massive firework explosion which shined greatly over Glacian as well. The judges were all mesmerized by this, and Vivian said, such an amazing way of showing off ice power and ghost together into one. Contesta stood up and said, that was an absolute fantastic display, very well executed. Mr. Tsukizo said his usual line, yes, and very remarkable. Altamari's nurse Joy spoke up, that was a wonderful display, a smart and thoughtful strategy to incorporate. Wallace now stood up and spoke, a very unique performance. Ghost and ice energy blended in together to make a beautiful display. A very wonderful performance. May was receiving all the praise and the applause as Glacian stood next to her as she knelt down. You were amazing, Glacian. Glacian smiled happily and gave May a nuzzle as they celebrated their good performance. In the private room, Ash was impressed by the display and said, well, May never disappoints, as always a great display. Latias was impressed by this, as was Espion, as they all were admiring the pair. Espion then spoke, wow, they do make a good team. Ash looked to the sun Pokémon and said, yeah, May and I go way back. I met her during my travels in Hoenn and we went around together. She then came to Kanto to participate in her second Grand Festival. She had got Glacian there from Kanto as an egg before hatching into an EV. Espion hearing this was curious, it seems everyone has one of my kind. The young champion chuckled, no kidding there, May has Glacian, Zoe has a Leafeon, Ursula has a Flareon and a Vaporeon, and Gary, one of my friends and a Pokemon researcher like Professor Oak, has an Umbreon. In fact, a lot of people have an EV or an evolved 1-inch. Latias smiled happily to this, so basically, Espion's kind are very popular. Ash tilted his head a little to this and stood up, well, shall we head back to the summer house and check on everyone there? Espion and Latias nodded as Ash put the Aura Guardian hat back on and stood up. Are you changing clothes, Ash? The young champion shook his head, not yet, let's get home and then I will, and I kind of like them. Latias smiled seductively a little towards this, well, it does make you look very heroic, and handsome. Ash flattered a little said, thanks Latias. The trio exited the room and begun to walk out the room and down towards the main area. As they walked down they passed the area where they enter the arena, and Ash saw May was walking out of it, and he stood towards them with Espion and Latias, who had gone invisible just before coming out of the door. Ash smiled happily saying, hey May, impressive as usual. The top coordinator felt a little flattered by this, thanks Ash, your performance however was really something. May noted Ash's aura clothing, I see, you still have that uniform as well. Ash looked at it and smiled, well, I do like it, and the color suits me as well, I think. May smiled before she noted Espion stood next to Ash, so this is your Espion, Ash. She looks so cute. Espion looked awkwardly at this, and Ash couldn't help but be amused by this as Espion looked to him, why does everyone keep thinking I am a girl? Ash made a small chuckle to this, don't worry Espion, it likely has to do with your pink coloring which most likely causes this. Espion looked away and sulked a little. May noticed this and asked, what's wrong with Espion? The young champion chuckled to this, well Espion is actually a boy. May realizing her mistake was a little embarrassed by it, oh, I see, I'm sorry Espion. The sun Pokemon looked up to her, it's okay, I get it all the time. May was instantly shocked by hearing Espion's voice and said, how did Espion just speak? Ash seeing this said, Espion is able to use telepathy and my aura abilities enable me to understand Pokemon speech. May was astonished by this, really. That is amazing, you and your Pokemon Ash, you are all full of surprises Ash. The young champion smiled towards that as May took out a Pokeball, would you like to meet Glacian? Espion looked to Ash who nodded and he then nodded to, come on out Glacian. The Pokeball opened up and released Glacian out of the Pokeball as she stood next to her trainer, hey Glacian, you remember Ash, don't you? She looked up to see Ash and smiled as he knelt down a little and said, nice to see you again Glacian. Ash then stroked Glacian's ear which made her smile and she relaxed a little, I see you're as strong as ever Glacian after all these years. Glacian happily nodded to him, yeah. Ash the looked to Espion and he said, Glacian, meet Espion, one of my Pokemon. Glacian looked to the sun Pokemon who smiled to her, hi there, nice to meet you. Glacian nodded to him and said, "You too." Espion and Glacian were beginning a conversation with each other while Ash stood up next to May and they both smiled. May looked to Ash and said to him, "So when did you get Espion?" Ash looked to May with a smile. "I was traveling back from the Unova region when I went on a cruise. I met him as an EV when he was living with a breeder and artist called Amy and with his siblings. He and I grew close and then he wanted to come along with me." May smiled happily to this. "That sounds pretty cool." Young champion nodded to this. "Yeah, it has almost been 2 years now since he evolved into an Espion. He has gotten stronger every day." Espion and Glacian were having a separate conversation of their own as Glacian spoke. "So, how long have you been with Ash?" Espion smiled happily towards this. "It is over 2 years now since we first met now. I am glad I got to go with him as they have been the best years of my life." Glacian smiled happily to this. "That's good, though I suppose there has been some bad times along the way." Upon hearing this, Espion felt a little saddened by this and looked down, and Glacian looked confused. "Did I say something wrong?" Espion quickly looked up and shook his head. "No, not at all." Ash then stepped forward. "Well, Espion, we better head home now." Espion nodded as May asked, "You're going back to Kanto?" The young champion shook his head. "Oh no, we have a summer home here we are staying at for the Wallace Cup." The top coordinator, now understanding, said, "Oh okay, I will see you later, Ash." They all said their goodbyes before they parted, and Ash began to make his way towards the entrance. Espion was walking alongside him and Ash stopped and smiled. "Okay, you can come out now, the coast is clear." Suddenly energy formed next to Ash too, and it revealed Latia's human form, and she stood next to Ash. "I understand you need to remain hidden from most people, but May is a friend and she saw you on our exhibition stage, so what harm would it be?" Latias tilted her head a little before she spoke in telepathy. "Well, I don't know about you, but I wish to value my personal space. If I revealed myself to everyone, I would be getting crowded, especially here in Altamari, but in human form, it would all be okay." Ash sighed and said, "Yet you didn't be in human form to May." Espion now decided to speak. "Maybe, Latias wanted to be invisible and observe." Latias smiled to Espion. "Thank you, Espion. I just wanted to watch. Because I don't know her, but next time I guess I can appear." The young champion sighed a little and they decided to move on and head back to their home. Chapter 14, Catch-ups. The Wallace Cup has reached a deeper stage. Already, the Wallace Cup has reached the stage of the final quarter-finals contest. It is currently Drew versus Nando. Ursula, Dawn, and May were all confirmed to be in the semi-finals, while Zoe had once again been defeated by May in the quarter-finals. Ash's involvement in the Wallace Cup aside from the exhibition performance was going to be starting at the first semi-final battle, where 2 Pokémon will be used by each contestant and Ash will be judging alongside the current 4 judges. Ash was excited about being a judge but a little nervous as it was going to be his first time to ever be an official judge. But that was for another time, as right now Ash had invited some of Dawn, May, Bianca and Zoe over to his summer home. As May and Dawn didn't have their semi-finals matches until tomorrow, they had the time on their hands. Ash was standing in front of the house with Pikachu as Dawn, Zoe, Bianca, and May were approaching after getting a little sidetracked with something else. When they arrived, Ash smiled. "I see you all finally worked your way around this maze." Bianca stepped forward a little confused. "This a maze?" However, Dawn was quick to argue against Bianca. "This is a maze. Have you seen how many streets and lanes and alleys there are?" Ash then turned around and said, "Anyway, now that everyone has arrived, shall we head in now?" Ash then unlocked the door and he opened the door and walked in first, followed by everyone. As soon as everyone entered, May was the first to find words. "Wow, Ash, this place is amazing." They looked around to see how well made this summer home was, as there was a massive lounge. Zoe spoke. "So, this is life as a champion." The young champion smirked towards this comment, a little. Dawn looked to see Pikachu jump off Ash's shoulder and make his way over towards Snivy, who was sat down in the lounge. "Oh wow, are Pikachu and Snivy still?" Ash sighed to this. "Yes, they are, and they are not discreet." May was confused to this. "Wait, what does that mean?" Ash, realizing May isn't aware, said, "Oh, basically, Pikachu and Snivy there are together in a relationship." The four girls were immediately taken in by this and all made comments on it being cute. Ash made a sweet drop towards this as he didn't want to have discussions on the subject as they never hear the end of them. Ash suddenly hears a noise and looks behind him to see Espion walking into the lounge from the door to the backyard, which had a small battle arena and a garden area to relax in. Ash then squatted down as Espion stood in front of him. "You okay, Espion?" Ash gave Espion a scratch on the back of his ear, which the sun Pokémon enjoyed. "Yeah, Latias, Zapdos and I were relaxing in the garden while you were out. Been waiting for you." Ash smiled happily to this as Espion noticed all the girls. "So what's going on here?" Ash sighed a little and said, "Everyone here is admiring the love between Pikachu and Snivy, shall we say." It was now Espion's turn to sigh and look unamused by this. "Can we go one day without this? I think they need work on their discrete skills." Ash agreed with them as Zoe noticed Espion and said, "Wow, this is your Espion, he looked amazing in the performance." Espion felt a little flattered towards the comment and replied in telepathy, "Thank you, that is kind." Zoe was confused by this. "Wow, Espion has telepathy." Ash nodded towards this. "Yeah, the little guy developed it not too long ago." May, who had observed this after the exhibition performance, "I never asked Ash, but do you know how he was able to? It is amazing." Ash stopped in his tracks and looked to the sun Pokémon, who did make a shiver towards this and looked down. "Did I say something wrong?" May had asked after seeing their reaction, and the young champion quickly spoke, "Oh no. You see, I would rather not say as it is pretty personal and uncomfortable for Espion also." May nodded in understanding. "Okay then." Ash, hoping to move on the conversation, said, "Hey, why don't we go into the garden? I do have a battlefield out there so some practice can come in and relax." Bianca, who stood close to him, quickly nodded. "Good idea, let's go." Ash then turned around with Espion and the girls following him, and he led them all into his backyard where there was a benches and a small fountain along with a battlefield. Ash saw Charizard was taking it easy as he sat down lying against a rock. May smiled toward seeing him. "Wow, Charizard." The fire Pokémon looked and smiled towards May, who he recognized. Everyone else, however, were confused as they had never seen him before. Dawn looked towards Ash. "You have a Charizard?" Ash was quick to nod to the coordinator. "Yep, he is one of my first Pokémon after Pikachu. One of my Kanto Pokémon and one of my best friends." Charizard, hearing that, held a thumbs up towards that as Dawn smiled. "Wow, you two must have a big history together like you and Pikachu." Ash nodded in agreement as right on cue Pikachu came running outside along with Snivy as they stood together on the outer parts of the battlefield. Dawn smiled and said, "So how have you two been since I last saw you both in Unova years ago?" Both Pikachu and Snivy happily nodded to the trainer, indicating a positive answer to her. Dawn smiled happily towards the pair and stood back up. Ash looked around and said, "Hey, wait a minute, where is Latias?" Bianca agreed and looked around. "Yeah, where is she?" Ash looked around and said, "Give me a second." Ash closed his eyes and spoke out in mind link to Latias. "Latias." He waited and he got a response. "Yes, Ash, is something the matter?" Ash was quick to reply to her again. "Where are you, Latias?" "I am at the house." Ash once again heard a response. "I am with Lorenzo, we're taking a walk around the city right now, though I would spend some time with him." Ash felt a little down. "Oh, okay, will you come back soon?" He suddenly heard a giggle towards this. "I see you don't want to keep apart for long. Hee hee." Ash made a smirk while the girls minus Bianca were being confused by this. "Of course, you are my girl after all." He heard another giggle in his mind. "Okay, Ash, I will come by soon, see you in a bit." Ash opened his eyes as Dawn said, "What just happened, Ash?" The young champion had the cover story ready. "You see, my aura has developed well where I can sense Latias. She is currently flying around and will be back soon." The girls were in shock as Zoe said, "That is amazing, how did you materialize something like that?" Ash was quick to shake his head. "I will never know, to be honest." Ash looked around and noticed another one was missing. "Wait a minute, what about?" Suddenly May got worried and Ash head flapping as he looked behind him and smiled as he saw Zapdos flapping down and coming in for a landing. Ah, there you are Zapdos. Zapdos flapped his wings heavily one last time and landed beside Ash as the girls were worried by the sight as May spoke. What is Zapdos doing here? The electric legendary narrowed his eyes a bit, being confused towards the girls as Ash smiled. Zapdos is with me. Dawn quickly spoke up. Wait, Zapdos is your Pokémon? Ash nodded to her question. Yep, another one of my partners. Ash said as he rubbed his hand against Zapdos's folded-up wing on his side. Zapdos made a small smile as May spoke. Wow, that is awesome Ash, Latias and Zapdos. You are full of surprises. Ash made a grin towards this comment. I am happy to know and have him with us Zapdos. He has taught me some perspectives of what Pokémon feel about us. Everyone was having trouble understanding, but as Bianca took a step forward, wow, I have never seen such a Pokémon before. Zapdos, seeing she was getting close, made a little growl and Bianca backed up a little. Sorry Bianca, Zapdos sometimes isn't in a good mood and values his personal space greatly then. But I am sure Zapdos will be in a better mood later for introductions. Zapdos made a sigh. Yeah, I guess, I just want to rest for a moment after having a massive flight over the city and the ocean. Ash nodded to him. Alright, go have a rest then. I'll check on you in a bit. Zapdos nodded and walked himself over to a corner of the backyard with plenty of space before sitting down. May then asked, wait, why didn't Zapdos have a problem with you next to him if he wasn't in a good mood? Ash looked at her a little unimpressed. Because I am his trainer and we are friends. Zoe then stepped forward and said, hey Ash, can we have a battle? Everyone was caught a little off guard, but then May and Dawn joined in. Yeah, can we too? Ash felt a little flattered the three wanted to have a battle with him and said, sure I guess, but since Zoe asked first I battle her first. One Pokémon each. Zoe nodded and said, sounds good to me. Remember Ash, just because you're a champion doesn't mean you're going to win. Ash made a smirk towards this comment. Of course Zoe. I'm curious how come you all want to battle me? Dawn made a sigh. Beside the fact we haven't had one in a long time, we want to see how strong you have truly got. Ash, now understanding, nodded in agreement. I guess the same goes more me too then. Ash and Zoe took position on the battlefield while May, Dawn and Bianca took position on the sidelines as Bianca sighed. Ugh, I wish I brought my drawing equipment, then I could draw out the first battle I ever see up close. Ash made a grin towards this. You know Bianca, you could run and get it. Your house isn't far from here. Bianca shook her head before saying, and missed the battling. I don't think so. Ash shook his shoulders with a thought. So why did you if you want stay then? Ash then looked to Espion and said, alright Espion, you want to go first? Espion nodded to him and jumped onto the battlefield and readied into a battle pose. Ready. Zoe smiled towards this, a psychic type, so the perfect one would be. Zoe took out a Pokeball of her own and threw it. Mismagius, it's curtain. The Pokeball opened to release Mismagius from the Pokeball and floated in place, and Ash made a smile towards this as Zoe noticed this. Why is he smiling like that? The advantage is clearly on my side. Ash spoke up. You may have the first move Zoe. Zoe nodded to this. That could be a mistake. Mismagius used Shadow Ball. The ghost-type Pokemon took the initiative and fired the Shadow Ball straight at Espion. Now Espion, dodge it. Espion quickly slid to his left, dodging the Shadow Ball. Now calm mind. Espion's eyes glowed blue and energy enveloped over his fur for a split second as Dawn said, I see Ash is preparing Espion for an attack. Zoe spoke again. Nightshade. Mismagius fired a beam of energy straight at Espion. Dodge that too. In the blink of an eye Espion jumped to his right, easily dodging the attack. Great. Espion now use Iron Tail. Espion leaped forward straight at Mismagius. Double team go. The ghost Pokemon immediately duplicated and Espion hit a duplicate. Espion watched them all. Stay calm Espion, sense the real one and attack. Espion's red orb begun glowing as he sensed the energy of each of the Mismagiuses. Espion focused and leaped at one and swinged his tail and smashed it down, revealing to be the real one. Zoe was shocked by this. How? Ash smiled and said, Espion has been trained in his senses. Dawn was impressed, wow, Espion is so cool. Espion smiled towards Miss Magius who struggled up, alright Miss Magius use Shadow Ball. The ghost Pokémon fired another attack, dodge it now. Espion leaped to the right as Zoe smiled, now Miss Magius. Ash was focused on the first Shadow Ball that he didn't realize Miss Magius fired a second one as Espion was distracted to Espion. The Sun Pokémon noticed too late as a second shadow impacted into Espion and shot him back a moment. Great, now use Thunderbolt. Miss Magius fired a wave of electricity and smashed into the Espion, enveloping him in electricity and making him groan. Ash saw Espion was struggling slightly as Miss Magius did not let down on the attack. Ash simply smiled, which confused Zoe greatly, huh? Ash stopped waiting and said, now Espion Zap Cannon. Let's go. Espion opened his eyes and a sphere of powerful electricity formed up and he shot it towards Miss Magius. It went pushing against the electricity and freed Espion as it pushed through. Zoe was shocked as the Zap Cannon pierced through and exploded into Miss Magius, shooting him down to the ground. Zoe was shocked and looked on to see Miss Magius was taken down. No way. Ash smiled as did Espion as they stood victorious as Zoe smiled, you fought well Miss Magius. Ash knelt down as Espion ran over and stood before him, well done Espion. Espion smiled happily as Ash scratched the back of Espion's ear, thanks Ash, it was no challenge. Ash narrowed one eye, you have to give credit. Espion nodded, I know, it was a good attempt but I believe there is room for improvement. Ash nodded in agreement, isn't there for everybody? Ash stood up as Miss Magius was being taken care of by Zoe as it was being seen to be healed with an orange berry she had, nice one Ash, they sure don't call you champion for nothing. Ash kindly replied towards Zoe, thanks, you did a pretty good attempt. Dawn now stepped in Zoe's place, and now it's my turn Ash. The young champion nodded and said, alright Espion, why don't you rest for a moment, Pikachu, you're up now. Just as Espion went and sat beside Ash, the mouse Pokémon charged onto the battlefield and readied up. Dawn smiled, well, I guess I'll do the same after our last battle in Unova right before we parted ways. Go to Typhlosion. Dawn threw her Pokeball to reveal out her newly evolved Typhlosion towards Ash. The young champion was excited by this, awesome, I see Kalava evolved. Mine did too for when we took on the Indigo League the second time. Bianca who was stood with May said, wow, Ash sure is strong. May standing beside her agreed, yeah, I was inspired by Ash for when I was beginning my journey, the same with Dawn too. Bianca was watching and spoke, I had entertained the idea of being a trainer but I was happy to just stay here. May smiled happily looking towards her, doesn't mean you can't have a Pokémon. Bianca looked away with the thought as Dawn stood ready with Piplup stood beside her as she commanded, alright Typhlosion, let's show them how it's done, use Flamethrower. The fire Pokémon powered up and unleashed a torrent of fire heading for Pikachu, now use Double Team. Pikachu smiled and focused as he began spreading into duplicates. The flamethrower hit the duplicate where Pikachu was standing. Destroy them all with flamethrower. Typhlosion took the duplicates down one by one over the battlefield with the fires until they were all gone. Dawn was shocked, wait, where's Pikachu? Ash smiled and spoke, now use Electro Ball. Dawn looked around until she heard crackling electricity and her and Typhlosion looked above to see Pikachu fire a sphere, dodge it Typhlosion. The fire Pokémon jumped barely missing the exploding Electro Ball, quick attack. Typhlosion in midair still could not dodge the next attack which was Pikachu doing a quick attack and shot Typhlosion down to the ground. Pikachu then landed back down himself on the battlefield and faced Typhlosion who was slowly getting up. Typhlosion used Aerial Ace along with Fire Punch. Typhlosion jumped up as white energy surrounded him along with a fist being enveloped in fire and he charged at Pikachu, use Iron Tail and Electro Ball now. Pikachu's tail became lit up first before he formed up the Electro Ball and it attached towards the Iron Tail as Pikachu jumped forward. Typhlosion threw his Fire Punch forward as Pikachu somersaulted and slammed the Electro Tail into the Fire Punch exploding. It covered at least half of the battlefield. Pikachu came flying out but landed down and slid back in front of Ash and stood watching. Typhlosion wasn't as fortunate and went falling down badly hurt by the powerful combo by Pikachu. Typhlosion, are you okay? The fire Pokémon slowly got up and looked hurt while Pikachu was only mildly hurt and was still in good condition. Use Eruption now. Typhlosion lit up its back in fire and leaned forward and fired a powerful beam of fire towards Pikachu, Thunder Shield now. Everyone was confused until Pikachu shocked off electricity which formed a sphere of electricity covering him. The eruption beam hit and Pikachu was holding steady against it and Dawn was shocked. Ash waited for the right time, now Electro Whip. Pikachu went striking out the shield into the air with electric all over his fur with a line of electricity connecting to an electro ball as Pikachu swung it around using the electric line. Zoe was greatly impressed. Wow, I have never seen an electric attack used like that before. Pikachu spun the electro ball around him with the line as Typhlosion and Dawn looked on shocked. Typhlosion, get ready to dodge. Typhlosion tensed up and readied while Pikachu was beginning to fall down. Now Pikachu. Pikachu now begun somersault spinning really quickly and the electro ball went at a mighty speed. Fire. Pikachu released the electro ball and it went flying down at a massive speed. Typhlosion did not even have the time to attempt a dodge as the electro ball exploded into Typhlosion causing a small shockwave. Everyone tensed up and did cover their faces while Pikachu landed back down in front of Ash. Typhlosion was revealed out of the smoke to be down and out. Wow, that was so amazing. Dawn said as she stepped forward to help Typhlosion up, who was slightly groaning. Typhlosion, you okay? The fire Pokémon nodded and slowly stood up with Dawn helping him. That was amazing. Pikachu, how did you become so strong? Ash. The young champion was quick to speak. A lot of training, in addition to all the special work we had to put into it, but it got us there in the end. Dawn was awe-inspired by Ash as she led Typhlosion off to also give him some rest and heal him up. May then tensed up and made her way to position. Alright Ash, you are going to be a challenge so I will give it my all. Ash smiled happily towards this. Great, I would expect nothing less from any of you. May took out a Pokeball and said, now he was with me from the beginning and Hoenn with us Ash, and now I am putting my faith in him. Go Blaziken. May threw the Pokeball which unleashed to reveal her start Pokémon. Blaziken, who stood up and yelled up before assuming a combat pose. Ash made a smile to this. I remember the last time I faced Blaziken in Kanto in that contest. May nodded in agreement towards it. Yeah, we tied it in that contest and we have grown a lot stronger from then. The young champion nodded happily towards this and looked behind him. Charizard, want to go? Almost immediately he lifted off the ground and landed himself on the battlefield in front of Ash as Pikachu ran back onto Ash's shoulder and Espion beside Ash. May was slightly worried considering the reputation and power Charizard is known for having. The last time I remember when me and Charizard took on a Blaziken was at the Silver Conference. Charizard looked awkwardly towards Ash. Don't remind me about that one. Ash sighed a little. Sorry buddy, anyway let's do this. May nodded to him. Let's do this. Blaziken, use bulk up. Blaziken begun flexing his arms around and then became enveloped in red energy for a few moments before it dissipated. Nice, raising his attack and defense. Charizard used Dragon Breath. Charizard powered up and fired a beam of purple energy from his mouth. Blaziken, dodge it and use high jump kick. Blaziken was fast and jumped above the attack as his right foot lit up in red energy and swung towards his target. Charizard blocked that with Dragon Claw. The fire Pokémon had his claws envelope in green energy and lunged straight at Blaziken, who swiped his foot forward and crashed against Charizard's claws. The two held against each other for a moment until the energy imploded against each other and both ended up being pushed back. Blaziken used Mega Punch. Blaziken had his fists power up and he ran forwards once more towards Charizard, who waited. Block it now. Charizard held out his claws as Blaziken threw his fists forward, which were caught and held by Charizard, shocking both May and Blaziken. Great, now use Dragon Tail. Charizard's tail lit up and he quickly swiped it round, exploding into Blaziken and shooting him back down. Blaziken felt injured by the powerful attack but was still good to go. Hang in. Blaziken used Brave Bird. Ash was shocked by that. What, really? Blaziken jumped up and became enveloped in energy and shot down towards Charizard. Due to the close proximity it slammed into Charizard and it did push him back. Charizard felt some pain from the attack as Ash smiled, "Wow, I didn't know Blaziken could know that. Pretty impressive." May smiled accepting the praise until Ash seriously said, "Well, now it is my turn." Charizard used wing attack. Charizard's wings immediately powered up and he shot forward, and with his great speed he didn't give Blaziken time to dodge and slammed his wing into him, sending him down from the super effective attack. Blaziken fell to the ground and struggled badly from the powerful attack. "Blaziken, are you alright?" Ash smiled, "Now use Dragon Breath." Charizard flew above and fired a green-purple beam down, which also smashed into Blaziken, hurting him even more as he was taking one attack after another, and now May was worrying, "Blaziken, can you continue?" The fire Pokémon slowly stood up and nodded, "Great, now use high jump kick." Blaziken shot up into the air, aiming for Charizard, used Dragon Claw and Seismic Toss. Charizard blocked the attack and then grabbed his foot. He then spinned around for a few seconds before he finally flew down and lunged Blaziken down with a powerful throw, sending him into the ground with an explosion. Ash smiled while May was worried badly. Charizard came flying back down while landing in front of Ash. Blaziken was now revealed to be down himself, and May said, "But how are you so strong, Ash?" Ash smiled and said, "Awesome work, Charizard." He held a thumbs up as Charizard returned it. Espion smiled towards his teammate, "Nice one, Charizard, good power." May looked to Blaziken, who struggled up slowly but gave an approving nod towards Charizard, who returned it to him. Dawn then stepped forward, "Wow, Ash. How you got so strong, that is simply amazing." Ash smiled towards this, "I just showed how powerful the bond between me and my Pokémon is with our strength." Zoe stepped forward and happily said, "Well, you sure have some power, no wonder you took down Lance." Ash looked up and recalled that even over half a year ago when he battled Lance for the title of champion, that was the most intense battle I had ever had. It was amazing, I never stopped thinking about it. Ash looked towards Charizard and then towards Espion before looking to Pikachu as the thoughts returned to him. Chapter 15, Semi. The 4 semi-finalists for the Wallace Cup has been decided. It was yesterday that Drew swiped his chance into the semi-final away from Nando, who finished with points just a tad less. So the semi-finalists were, Daw, May, Drew and Ursula, where it was Dawn versus Ursula and May versus Drew before the finals would commence the next day. It was also going to be Ash starting his judging of the contests now. He was currently in his private room, which had a couch and a big T.V which was connected to the cameras of the stage. Currently he was there in his official clothing with Pikachu, Snivy, and Latias, who were both sat on the couch watching the announcement of the first semi-final battle commencing shortly. He was stood ready to go out and said, "So will you all be okay in here watching?" Latias nodded to him and smiled, "Of course, because then I can see how handsome you look on T.V. Ash smiled to her and said, "Well, thanks." He looked to Pikachu, who was focused, and asked him, "So buddy, sure you don't want to come?" Pikachu shook his head towards him, "Nah, I will watch from in here, and I have everyone in here for company." The pair smiled towards him as Snivy was lying against him. "Alright then guys, I will see you both after the semifinals are over." Before he could leave, Pikachu spoke up, "Hey Ash." The young champion looked back and said, "What's up buddy?" The mouse Pokemon quickly said, "Me, Charizard and Espion are taking bets on who will win the Wallace Cup. Me and Charizard think Dawn will be the winner and Espion reckons May will win." Ash sighed and said, "So what exactly are you betting towards this?" Pikachu sighed a little, The 3 of us bet a portion of our food for tomorrow, so if me and Charizard win, we keep yours while Espion gives us his portion, but if he wins both me and Charizard lose our bet portions." Just thought of having a little fun for a change. Ash just made a facepalm towards this. "Really guys, what am I going to do with all of you?" Snivy, not looking amused, said, "Pikachu assured me this is a one-time occurrence, and it is just to have a laugh with it." Pikachu made a small laugh towards this. "Of course it is, Charizard suggested it, not me." Ash made a sigh towards this. "Okay, you all enjoy tomorrow then, because someone won't. Anyway, I will see you all after these 2 matches are done." Latias smiled happily towards him. Okay, enjoy yourself, we will be watching. Ash nodded and he walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Pikachu looked to the two and asked, so who do you think will win this? Latias smiled to this. I think May has the momentum to win based on what I have observed so far in this tournament. Snivy spoke up next saying to him, I don't know yet, the four of them are capable of winning this, so I think I will watch a bit more before I make a judgment on who will win this. Pikachu nodded in agreement towards this and said, fair enough Snivy, but for now, let's sit back and see what happens. Latias then looked to Pikachu and narrowed her eyes a little. I don't know why, you seem interested in doing some betting. The chance on losing some of your food tomorrow, I don't understand why. Pikachu looked to her and was quick to defend himself. Hey, it is just to have fun, we aren't going to have any harm from it. Latias shook her head a little before looking back to the big screen as the first semi-final battle was going to begin. In the main stadium at the judges' seats, Ash was sat to the left of Wallace in the 5th position now as they were all sat while Vivian was getting ready to address the crowds for the first semi-finals contest. Wallace, who was sat next to Ash, said, so champion Ash, I have never asked, have you enjoyed the role as champion? Ash looked to him and collected his thoughts for a moment. Yes, I have been able to look at things in a new perspective. My bond with my Pokémon is stronger and I can inspire others as well. It is a role I have enjoyed so far. Wallace smiled happily towards this. Well, great, life is to be enjoyed. You know, I once entertained the idea of becoming champion in the Hoenn region, which is where I come from. Ash was curious to this and said, how come you didn't go for it? He didn't wait for an answer for long, because I love the art of contests, it is a great passion for me. I had won 5 Grand Festival in my younger days and then I decided to start the Wallace Cup to promote Pokémon contests. So I was happy to become the contest master. Ash made a smile and understanding and looked in front of him. That is understandable, you go for what you like most. So who is the champion of Hoenn now then? Wallace shook his head and said, you see, the most recent champion of the Hoenn region had decided to step down a year ago as he wanted to find a new path in life, but no one has yet to claim the title, but I am sure someone will soon. They just need to get past the elite for their first. Ash, having listened to that, nodded and was about to speak until Vivian spoke. Good afternoon Altamari, today we have the treat of the semi-final battles which will soon decide for us which 2 out of the 4 remaining will enter the finals. And here they are, Dawn, May, Ursula and Drew. Who will be our next winner we will find out tomorrow. As you know, Dawn and Ursula have both won a Wallace Cup in the past, which will sure mean they will both put up a fight in this first battle today. Everyone was listening as Vivian said, the judges are all psyched up, and as some may have noticed, Kanto Johto champion Ash has joined the judges for the semi-finals today and for the finals tomorrow as well. People begun cheering towards this while Ash was flattered and gave a wave back in response. Wallace chuckled and said, you never get used to the attention. Ash shook his head and nodded in agreement. Yep, I am never going to get used to it, the curse of having the title of champion. Wallace made a smirk to this as Vivian continued, and now our first semi-final battle will commence now, where we will be doing a double performance with 2 Pokémon per performer. On my right is Dawn. Dawn in her dress ready stepped out onto her position on one side of the stadium, and to my left it is Ursula. Ursula now moved herself into position. The two looked at each other with determination as Vivian spoke. Well, we'll have 10 minutes for these semi-final battles here, and now let's get underway. Ursula now spoke. Hey Dawn, get ready because I am going to repeat last Wallace Cup now. Dawn smiled to this. We will see about that, Ursula. Vivian finished the waiting and spoke. 10 minutes on the clock, and begin. They heard the sound and the timer of the 10 minutes now begun. Ursula was the first to begin. Alright, Garchomp and Vaporeon go. Ursula threw the Pokeball into the air as they were in capsules and both opened up and unleashed massive sparkling energy out and headed for the arena platform. The two energies came together to form Garchomp on the right and Vaporeon on the left. Ash saw this and thought, so Ursula's Gabite evolved. I wonder what new tricks she has up her sleeve this time. Dawn readied her Pokeball and threw them up. Mamoswine, Lopunny Spotlight. The two Pokeball opened up and shot out energies that spinned around to form two Pokémon on her side. A Mamoswine and a Lopunny both appeared and Ash smiled to this. Dawn's Buniri evolved too. Wow. I bet Pikachu might be worrying himself a little over this now. Once all Pokémon were set, Ursula spoke first. Alright, let's do this. Garchomp ready Dragon Pulse and Vaporeon ready Aurora Beam. Both Pokémon readied up their moves and Lopunny and Mamoswine focused ready. But nothing happened, they only held their moves ready and were doing nothing with them. There was now only 4 minutes remaining with all of that time taken. Dawn begun to think to herself, she must have something up her sleeves. Let's take the initiative now before something happens. She was quick to command her Pokémon. Lopunny used Jump Kick and Mamoswine used Takedown. Both Pokémon were ready and begun to charge forward. Now Garchomp fired her Dragon Pulse forward and Vaporeon shot the Aurora Beam heading to meet the Dragon Pulse. Dawn was confused as she also saw Garchomp and Vaporeon close their eyes. What the? The two moves collided in the center and make a massive bright flash which phased Lopunny and Mamoswine and stopped them right in their tracks, being blinded by the light. Now Garchomp Dragon Claw and Vaporeon Iron Tail. Vaporeon and Garchomp charged their moves and went for their target. Vaporeon swiped the Iron Tail against Mamoswine and hit him back, where Garchomp did a double swipe into Lopunny, sending her flying back down. Dawn was immediately shocked. It was a lure to draw in her Pokémon for that attack. Both Pokémon got back up slowly and faced their opponents slowly. Almost a quarter of Dawn's points got taken away. Pretty smart, Ursula, you never disappoint. Ursula made a smile before saying, naturally, I am afraid the same can't be said for you. Dawn grunted to this. Now Garchomp used Sandstorm. Garchomp immediately powered up and unleashed a torrent of sand which blew over the field into a tornado of a sandstorm instead of the normal caused one. Vaporeon used Hydro Pump. Vaporeon shot beams of water into the sandstorm where the spin before shooting towards Lopunny. Dawn smiled, which surprised Ursula. Now Mamoswine used Ice Shard on Lopunny's ears and Lopunny used Giga Impact. Mamoswine powered up an orb of ice before breaking it and it went onto Lopunny's ears, eventually fusing against and making ice ears sparkling. Lopunny jumped P and avoided the Hydro Sand shots and begun spinning, and energy completely enveloped her and she shot for the sand storm with her ice ears taking the lead. She spinned in the energy as it crashed against the tornado of sand. Suddenly she broke through it and crashed into Garchomp in the center of it and sent the mock Pokémon flying out and falling down on the ground, ceasing the sandstorm. Lopunny shot down and landed in front of Garchomp as the ice on Lopunny's ears had shot onto Garchomp, covering her upper chest and restricting her movement. Ursula was shocked. Dawn pulled that off but remembered. Lopunny was recharging. Now Vaporeon used Hydro Pump on Lopunny. The Water Eve evolution immediately shot a torrent of water straight at Lopunny. Mamoswine used Ice Beam to stop that Hydro Pump. Mamoswine was quick to react in Time and she fired an Ice Beam which impacted against the Hydro Pump just before it hit into Lopunny. Now that she could move again, Lopunny jumped back as the two moves erupted into smoke, covering the vision between the two sides for a moment. Dawn looked to the screen to see she was slightly ahead of Ursula in points thanks to what just happened with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. As Garchomp regained her standing but had to contend with the ice covering her front body and begun to try to ride it as it was restricting her movement. Ash was watching greatly and smiled. Wow, I don't think I have ever seen a more intense battle between them two before. Even more than the Sinnoh Grand Festival. Now Mamoswine used Hidden Power on Vaporeon, and Lopunny used Focus Blast on Vaporeon too. Ash understood where Dawn was going with this. While Garchomp was occupied, she was hoping to inflict some hits on Vaporeon. Dodge it, Vaporeon. As both Pokémon fired their moves, Vaporeon slid to the left, avoiding the hidden power orbs, but failed to notice the Focus Blast quickly enough and got hit by the attack. Mamoswine then fired a second volley of hidden power which all hit its mark and slammed Vaporeon down into the ground. Ursula was shocked that Dawn was making a powerful comeback but saw Garchomp had finally freed herself of the ice. Now Garchomp used Draco Meteor. Dawn was shocked to hear that move as Garchomp tensed up and readied itself as a sphere of dragon energy went flying into the air. It exploded and multiple spheres came flying down towards Lopunny and Mamoswine. Dodge it quick. Lopunny was able to jump around quickly, avoiding all the crashing Draco spheres, but Mamoswine, due to his limited speed, was not able to dodge and got set upon as many of the spheres came exploding into him, weakening him significantly. Dawn grunted as Mamoswine looked heavily injured while Lopunny was good to go. Ursula was in a similar situation as Garchomp was still full of energy, but Vaporeon looked weak as well from the attacks. Something has got to give soon. Dawn looked to the screen to show Ursula was at half her points and Dawn just the same as well, meaning they were currently evenly matched. Ursula then commanded, now use Iron Tail Vaporeon. The Water Evolution charged forward with its tail lit heading forward. Mamoswine used Takedown against Vaporeon. The Ice Pokémon begun charging forward with energy radiating over him. Perfect DD, now Vaporeon used Triple Shadow Ball. Vaporeon leaped up in the air as Mamoswine was forced to stop in the middle of the field as Vaporeon was out of his reach. Vaporeon had a Shadow Ball form in his mouth and then had an additional 2 formed around it spinning. The Water Evolution then fired the Triple Shadow Ball, which worried Dawn, but she then smiled, which confused Ursula. Now Mamoswine protect. Mamoswine was quick to focus and a shield formed over Mamoswine as the shadow balls impacted it but failed to breach the shield, which made Ursula grunt. Now Mamoswine used Hidden Power. Mamoswine formed a volley of spheres and fired it up at Vaporeon, who was unable to move due to being in midair. The move smashed into the Evolution and sent him back down heavily injured. Dawn did not waste any time in continuing the offensive, now used Takedown Mamoswine. Mamoswine once more got covered in orange energy and charged at Vaporeon, who watched in shock as Mamoswine came crashing into him, making a small explosion. Ursula was shocked to see Vaporeon fly out of the smoke and impact into the right patch ground right next to the water line and was revealed to be down. Vivian spoke up, Vaporeon is unable to battle. Ursula looked to see more points were lost and Dawn was in the lead. No way are you winning, Garchomp Dragon Rush. Garchomp jumped into the air and became enveloped in purple energy and went charging straight at Mamoswine. Dawn was stunned by the attack and it left her powerless as Mamoswine would not be able to dodge. Garchomp smashed directly into Mamoswine and caused another explosion. Suddenly Mamoswine came flying out, heading straight back, and was sent into a wall behind Dawn. She looked behind in shock as her powerhouse Pokémon was now taken out of the battle. Mamoswine is unable to battle. Both trainers have lost one Pokémon and now this turns to a one-on-one battle between Garchomp and Lopunny with some serious point loss and only 1 minute left on the clock. Dawn and Ursula both returned their downed Pokémon and thanked them before looking back to the battlefield. Both now had only one Pokémon left. Ursula with Garchomp and Dawn with Lopunny. While they both had not taken much damage, it looked as though Garchomp had the advantage overall while Lopunny was not at a type disadvantage. Ash was looking on with Wallace saying to him, this is getting really intense, the two powers about to bring out their forms. Ash then spoke back to him, I have never seen them both under this kind of pressure or stance, even at the Grand Festival in Sinnoh, like they are both in their prime ready to show their challenge. Dawn tensed as the timer was dropping and their points were just even with just over a quarter of both their points remaining. Ursula smiled and said, now Dawn, it is time we finished. Dawn looked to her as she commanded, now Garchomp use Draco Claw sequence. Dawn watched as Garchomp powered up another Draco Meteor, but instead of firing it she moved her claws in the way of burst it onto her claws, which caused a tad bit of smoke. Dawn was shocked as Garchomp's arms were covered in the energy of Draco Meteor and energy showing enhancement on the claws, expanding them a little. This ends Dawn, now Dragon Claw. It dropped to less than 30 seconds and energy expended over Garchomp's arms and begun to power it up further. Dawn looked to Lopunny, who was standing vigilant waiting for the attack. Dawn begun thinking as Garchomp was preparing to charge forward to attack with her powered-up claws. Dawn now looked to Lopunny, who was looking to her and nodded before Dawn got an idea on how to counter. Vivian spoke, 20 seconds remain, what will now happen? Dawn then shouted, now Lopunny use Focus Blast and Implode. Ursula watched and said, what are you up to now? Lopunny powered up a Focus Blast in her hands and then quickly smashed it. Suddenly a wave of energy before to cover Lopunny and surround her in energy. Ash was shocked by this and thought, wait, that is like Latia's, when she is readying a mist strike attack. Blue energy was covering Lopunny as Ursula spoke, now go Garchomp. Garchomp now charged forward with her powered-up arms heading for Lopunny, now Lopunny use Ice Fist attack. Lopunny then breathed ice onto hands which took shape and completely covered her hands in the ice which shined in the focus energy and begun to charge forward with a jump. They threw one fist and they collided and it held against them. They then proceeded into a duel of continuously throwing attacks at each other and trying to dodge half of them together. Lopunny took a fist and shot it forward and they held them against each other. Dawn looked to the board to see Ursula and she didn't have many points left with less than a quarter, but Ursula was slightly in the lead as time was running out. She quickly shouted, now Lopunny use jump kick. Lopunny, while she held her ice fists against Garchomp's powered-up claws, shot a leg and uppercut Garchomp, sending her into the air, shocking Ursula. What? Dawn now smiled to this, now spin Giga Impact. Lopunny jumped up after Garchomp, becoming enveloped into a purple energy which was combined from the Giga Impact and the focus energy. She charged up spin with her ears leading until Garchomp was shocked as Lopunny crashed into Garchomp, causing an explosion. Both Pokémon got covered in it, the smoke, as the timer was reaching its end. Both Pokémon came falling down as Lopunny landed on her feet slowly but fell down on a knee due to the intensity of the power, and Garchomp fell down and crashed into the ground. They held it for a while as Garchomp got up slowly and stood against Lopunny, who were both glaring. A loud beep was heard as the timer hit 0, time's up. Both trainers and their Pokémon looked to the screen to see their points were just identical, as it was impossible for them to call. But Vivian would know easily. Ash was looking as well and said, the winner could be any of them. Vivian now announced it, it was very close by just by a fraction of points. The winner of the first semi-final battle is. They waited as on the screen it changed to a winner screen, it's Dawn. Dawn, Lopunny, and Mamoswine appeared on the screen and the crowds went wild in applause. Ash smiled happily towards this as Mr. Contesta spoke, probably one of the most breathtaking and thrilling semi-final contests we have had in such a long time. Most pleasing. Mr. Sukizo was the next to vocalize, it was stunning and as always remarkable. Nurse Joy now spoke up happily, well done to both our contestants for their training, it was an amazing performance. Wallace the contest master now spoke up, a most thrilling and intense display. Neither side were going to give an inch, nor that is why they both deserved to go on, while sadly only one could. It was a most exciting performance. Ash now stood up himself as Dawn, ready to listen to someone she considered a mentor to her. That was one performance, it was great with all the different strategies and moves at their disposal, and of course how they reacted to the changing situations. It was one awesome performance today. Dawn smiled happily as Lopunny ran in front of her and they hugged, thank you Lopunny, you are the best. Lopunny happily responded as they both cheered to this. Ursula on the other hand was glaring to this and grunting. Garchomp stood there and glared slightly but wasn't too bothered by the result. Ursula looked down, no, how can I lose like in the Sinnoh Grand Festival? I am better. Ursula looked down a little saddened, knowing she was not going to be able to advance further. She returned Garchomp to her Pokeball and turned around to exit the stage. Dawn was going to compliment her but she was gone already. Ash smiled as he sat back down with Wallace, who smiled to this, that there Ash, the perfect example of an elegant performance. One worthy of top coordinators. Ash nodded as he placed his arms on the judge desk in front of him, yeah, and getting to see it up close too is pretty awesome. Wallace nodded and prepared to look back to the stage but noticed something. He noticed the mega ring that Ash had on his wrist. He went wide-eyed a little to that and thought, it can't be, could it? He looked away before he knew that symbol, and he was thinking to himself as Vivian spoke, now that we have our first finalist, let's move on to the second semi-finals match between May and Drew. Chapter 16, Memory. The second semi-final of the Wallace Cup this year was nearing its end between May and Drew. May and Drew were both using one Pokémon, but like the contest before them, one Pokémon from each side had been knocked out with only seconds remaining of the performance. It was Roserade versus Venusaur at the current moment with the time at least 20 seconds remaining in the battle. Roserade used Poison Sting now. Roserade stood and used its mouth to fire multiple arrows of poison. Block it with Vine Whip Venusaur. The massive Pokémon took out 4 Vine Whips and begun spinning them in the direction of the Poison Sting and was shredding them all off, shocking Drew. Now use Frenzy Plant. Venusaur then focused, and next to Roserade multiple massive thorns erupted and trapped Roserade by holding it in place, and May smiled. Now for the finish, Solar Beam. Venusaur begun storing energy, and thanks to Sunny Day being used by Roserade earlier, it was making the charge really quick and was ready to fire in moments. Get out of there, Roserade. As the small Pokémon was trying to find a way out of the vines, Venusaur fired the Solar Beam, which instantly exploded into Roserade, which caused some smoke for a moment. May smiled while Drew was looking with shock of the situation. In a moment the smoke cleared to reveal the vines mainly destroyed and Roserade severely injured but standing barely from the powerful attack. The timer sounded off to announce the time was up, and Vivian spoke, "Time's up." The pair looked to the board and it was obvious who won, as there was some difference in the points. Now the winner of the second semi-final performance is May. May begun celebrating with Venusaur making her way over, and May strokes her head. Well done, Venusaur. Ash smiled to this after seeing another friend make it forward into the finals. The judges all took their turns to compliment the Pokémon and their coordinators. After all the applause was done, Drew stepped forward to May with Roserade before saying, "Hey May, that was a great contest. After the Johto Festival, you sure have gotten a lot stronger." May smiled happily, "You sure did give me a run for my money too. You got a lot stronger as well." Drew made a smile and looked down. "Maybe, but not strong enough. This is the end of the road for me now in the Wallace Cup, but you make sure you win the final, okay?" May and Drew then shook hands with each other. "I'll do my best for sure." Drew nodded, and then he turned to the judges, and along with Roserade they bowed before they turned away and begun to exit the stage area. Vivian now spoke. "Now that this semi-final battle is over, we will now have this year's final performance tomorrow same time between Dawn and May. Look forward to it, everyone." Later, after everything had drawn to a close for the semi-finals, Ash had walked out with Pikachu and Snivy on his shoulders, while Latias and Human was walking alongside him as they were moving away from the Seoul Stadium, as their first intention was to head back to the summer home. Ash was impressed by the 2 semi-final matches which had took place today. Now history was repeating with May versus Dawn once more. Pikachu now made a comment, "So Espion is still in the bet now with May." Ash smirked and said, "You can discuss it with him shortly once we get back. Even though he is in his ball, I am pretty sure he can hear you right now." Latias now spoke up, "Hey Ash, I have a suggestion." The young champion looked to his disguised girlfriend. "What is it, Latias?" The Ian Pokémon was quick to answer him, "Shall we go to the garden?" Ash was surprised when he heard this suggestion. "Really, Latias, you want to go there?" Latias was quick to nod towards him. "Yes, I want to see my childhood home, and see my brother even in that form. I wanted to leave it for a while with the Wallace Cup, but I want to go now." Ash looked down a little towards this, as the place did have a significant impact on both their memories. He looked to see how sincere she was to the idea, and he nodded. "Okay, let's go to the secret garden." Pikachu and Snivy were curious as to why, as they weren't in on the telepathic conversation. "Where are we going, Ash?" said Snivy as she was confused. "Me and Tia have decided we are going to the secret garden now. We haven't been in a long time." Ash was still using Tia in public, so no one could hear the name, as the name Latias was popular within Altamari. They then proceeded to make their way to the secret garden. For obvious reasons, Latias was leading the way, as she could remember the hidden entrances, and of course Ash was not great with navigating, and Pikachu would vouch for that greatly. After traversing the city and heading into the garden area, they went through the small archway, and Latias smiled and said in telepathy to them all, "Here we are now. Just through there." They walked to the darkened part of the wall Latias pointed to. Ash stood in front of it as Latias stepped forward. "Let's go." Ash took in a big breath before he stepped forward and passed through the energy field. Eventually they came out into the clearing of the garden. Pikachu and Snivy smiled happily and jumped off Ash's shoulders and stood together. "Let's go, Snivy." The grass Pokémon happily took his paw and said, "Gladly, good to be back here again." Ash stood there in thoughts while Latias reverted back to her Pokémon form and happily said, "Ah, it is good to see this place again." She floated forwards to look around her old home. Ash however stood there deep in thought. "It is here." He walked forward down the steps. As he made his way down the steps as he saw Latias, Pikachu and Snivy were all happily enjoying themselves immediately as they were revisiting all the fun times they experienced in this garden. Ash however had many thoughts on his mind as this place has had a huge impact on his life leading up to today. But before he continued he stopped and gripped two Pokeball. He threw them and they opened to materialize both Espion and Lucario. The two Pokémon were immediately curious to their surroundings as they begun looking around. Espion looked to Ash before saying, "Ash, where are we?" Ash saw Lucario stand up and say, "This place, master." The appendages on the back of his head now lifted up as he was sensing energy. "I sense a mystifying energy here, master." Ash nodded to Lucario and Espion before he said, "We are in the secret garden of Altamari, the place where the city's source of water comes from, and this was Latias's home before she joined us. Just before I returned to Unova." Espion looked around the mystifying garden before he looked back to the young champion. "This is where Latias lived before?" Ash was immediate with his response, "Yes, but this place has a bigger impact on me than most places." He walked on with the pair following him to see Latias was sitting on her swing with Pikachu and Snivy playing with her on it, which eventually ended with Pikachu almost falling into the water in front of the swing. Ash however was not focused as he looked up to where the water was coming from as he focused on it. Lucario was standing next to Ash and said, "Master, what's wrong?" Ash looked down and did not answer the aura Pokémon. Instead he walked on with Espion and Lucario looking to each other in a confused manner. He began walking to the stairs where a shrine of sorts was located at the top where the water was flowing from. He made his way to the top of the steps and then walked over to the shrine. He walked onto it before he came to the very thing in the pool of water in the sort of shrine, the Soul Dew. The very one consisting of Latias's brother. Ash upon seeing this looked down in a bit of sadness and guilt. Lucario and Espion had followed him as they were confused. Lucario stood up beside him while Espion had to reach up and place his front paws on the small fountain of the pool of water containing the Soul Dew. Espion then immediately asked Ash, "What is that thing, Ash?" The young champion who continued to look down spoke, "That there is the origin of the city's water supply and it is also what remains of Latias's brother, Latios." Espion and Lucario were immediately shocked by this as the aura Pokémon responded immediately, "What? How can that be? That jewel is Latias's brother." Ash immediately nodded, "Yes, Latios passed away after an incident many years ago and he became this, which is what his spirit resides in now. He replaced his father's Soul Dew." Latias, she was saddened badly by this, but she was able to move forward when she joined the team years ago. Ash cringed up a little, which caught Espion's attention. "Ash, what is wrong?" The young champion looked like he was full of guilt. "That is not all, by accident Latios's energies were absorbed into it, but his aura and physical energy were too, which was overloading the Soul Dew and slowly destroying it. So when by an accident I touched it, my aura was absorbed and Latios, who was still alive in the jewel, passed those energies to me." Espion looked shocked towards this. "Wait a minute, are you saying?" Ash was quite to confirm the Sun Pokémon's suspicion. "Yes, that Soul Dew is the very thing which made me into half human and half Pokémon." Upon hearing that, the two Pokémon realized why Ash was looking down, as this garden now had a significant impact on Ash's life. Next to the swing while Pikachu and Snivy were playing together, Latias caught sight of the trio up at the Soul Dew shrine. She immediately got curious and she flew up towards them. Ash, now feeling full of guilt, looked down. "I don't believe I am even deserving of Latios's power." Everyone heard this, as even Pikachu and Snivy did while they were focused elsewhere. Latias was the most shocked towards this as Espion said, "But Ash, why?" The young champion finally looked down saying, "Because if it wasn't for me he might still be alive." Latias upon hearing this floated next to him and said, "Don't even think of blaming yourself for my brother." Ash looked towards the Ian Pokémon before saying, "It's true, if I was more cautious especially with those two, Annie and Oakley, then I might have been able to stop them from getting Latios." Latias reacted in a shocked manner, "Ash, you can't think that. Don't you dare think that." The young champion simply said back, "But I don't deserve it, I am only a human." Latias felt Ash's emotions through their mind link. It was making her feel sad in a way. Latias quickly moved and planted a kiss on Ash which caught him off guard, but he calmed down with it immediately and relaxed a little. After a couple of seconds they separated from the kiss and Latias said, "Ash, I never blamed you for my brother, nor did anyone. In fact you were doing the opposite that day, it all happened years ago. And before you say anything, you do deserve it in my opinion. Have you ever abused your power once?" Ash was about to speak but he remained silent as Latias continued, "You have used it to better understand us all and make your life. And you have protected us too in a time of need like when we were against Team Plasma." Ash looked down to this as everyone gathered and Pikachu spoke, "Yeah buddy. You have been great with that form. You have never gone out of place with it or abused it." Snivy agreed by saying, "Yeah, you're a great person and a true friend to us all." Lucario bowed his head towards Ash, "Yes master, you have helped us grow and determine our lives to be who we are today." Espion smiled and sat next to Ash and said, "Yeah Ash, you gave me the life I always wanted, me evolving into this is a sign of how powerful our friendship is." Ash looked to Espion at this, "But I lost you once, to Team Rocket. And because of that you will never be able to be the same as before." Espion immediately shook his head, "Maybe, I can still see it in my dreams but, it may have changed me but it will never change how I feel of you as my best friend." Ash now felt touched by that as he was shedding a bit of a tear towards this, "Thanks guys, you are all the best. I love you all." Ash smiled as the tears slipped down his cheek, "I don't know where I would be without you guys." Everyone smiled as Latias said, "Ah, you deserve the power you have been given. Never lose sight of that." Ash smiled as did everyone as they agreed with the Ian Pokémon, "I also believe you do as well." Everyone heard the voice but no one knew where it came from as they all looked around. Who was that? Latias and Ash however knew whose voice that was and Latias spoke out, "Brother." The voice then came again, "It has been a long time sister." Suddenly energy radiated off the soul dew which caught everyone's attention until suddenly energy formed in front of them which began to form a figure. The energy all went together and formed an energy form of a Pokémon. Everyone immediately was shocked by this upon seeing the Pokémon. It was as it was easily recognizable due to Ash. It was a Latios and undoubtedly Latias's brother. Latios. The energy figure nodded to this as he was speaking telepathy where everyone could hear him, "Yes, hello Ash. It has been a while since we last spoke." Latias was in a bit of shock over this, brother. Latios nodded. Espion, Snivy and Lucario didn't know what to say as they has never met Latios or heard from him before. Ash now found words, "How are you here right now Latios?" The energy form floated in front of them still, "I am in the vicinity of me, the soul dew and since I have a connection to you Ash. I am able to do this only when you're here as you are half of me." Ash now understanding spoke, "So, you heard everything just." The energy form merely nodded, "Yes I did and I agree with what everyone said to you. You are a kind soul Ash. Also thinking about the ones you love and care about." Latias looked down a little and said, "So you have been seeing everything we have done since I joined Ash." The Latios energy form made another nod to this, "Yes, from stopping Team Plasma, conquering the tournaments and battling this Team Rocket. The stones, Espion here. And what is transpiring now in the new tournament in Altamari." The Sun Pokémon looked down after hearing the Latios energy form mention him, "I apologize, I didn't mean." Espion shook his head and said, "It is okay." Latios looked back to Ash and said, "I know all these things since I have a connection to you through my form given to you. So I could see everything you see, hear what you hear and your memories." Ash was a little worried about that, "Ah, that is a little scary." The Latios form made a smirk. "Don't worry, I don't nosy around in your head, I leave you to it as I am here with my duty to Altamari, so I never really am watching you except when I sense something wrong, like with the negative energy a long time ago." Ash and Latias looked down after hearing this as Espion said, "What is the negative energy?" As the pair were thinking about that past, Latios spoke, "It was something created when my form fused with Ash. It was a dangerous, unstable form of energy made when mine and Ash's auras became one. It was life-threatening, but me and sister were able to remove it from him." Ash looked down as he was remembering everything that happened a long time ago. Ash. The young champion looked up to him as the Latios form continued, "Never blame yourself for anything of the past. Or do be hindered by my form ever. You are a great person. Saved the world a few times, and you have helped my sister grow as a Pokémon when she joined your team years ago." Ash looked to him focused for a moment. He then begun to envelope himself in energy which completely covered him. His form now adjusted until he emerged in his Pokémon form of Latios and floated beside Latias. The Latios energy form smiled, "That form and the color suits you pretty well, Ash." Ash smiled a little and said back, "Thanks, I do like this form. It has helped me with understanding my Pokémon a lot better and also understand what it is like to be a Pokémon and grow with them as well." Everyone smiled towards him as Latias spoke, "And we all want to be there for you." Latias nuzzled Ash's side before looking back to the energy form, "And I see you two have been happy together. I hope so forever." Latias made a little blush from this, which amused Latios. Ash. The young champion in his Latios form looked towards the energy form, "Keep on going, I know you can all achieve your dreams one day. That's one thing I can understand from you." Ash nodded to this as Latios looked to Latias and held up a claw. Latias was immediately driven forward and she held her claw against the energy form claw. "Look after yourself, Latias, and be happy. I am always with you." The Ian Pokémon nodded to this and she said, "I have and I will." The Latios energy form nodded before he begun to dissipate, and the energy disappeared before the energy on the Soul Dew expelled and returned to normal. Latias looked forward before turning to Ash, "I never truly realized he is with us all the time." Ash, seeing he looking down, placed a claw on her neck as she spoke, "I wish he could still be here." Ash now spoke back himself, "I know, Latias, so do I." Latias made a smile to Ash as he continued, "I guess we respect his wish and get on with our lives." Everyone nodded towards this as they all turned to the Soul Dew for a moment and looked at it one more time.